This story begins at night at the Chon estate, located in the district of Shin-i. Two men are located near a low round table, on which there is a cradle with a baby. One of them sighs heavily. The second confusedly asks, "How so?" In response, he hears that his child is unlikely to live up to 20 years. The kid, looking absolutely healthy and fortunately does not understand the meaning of these words, joyfully waves his hands. The head of the estate Jung De-hyun wonders. And why he is this punishment? Will his son leave the world very young only because his mother could not cope and died in childbirth? His interlocutor has a slightly unusual appearance. The tips of his ears are somewhat pointed. He says that he can't even believe that Jung De-hyun says this under the healer. He is surprised that a man may respond to his own child who is destined to die young. The doctor explains that the boy has 9 meridians yin. He never saw for his practice that someone has a Bai Hui acupuncture point so open. Jung De-hyun asks, "Is it the point that is located on the crown?" The doctor answers in the affirmative. The man understands everything correctly. He says, "If it is open too much, then the person's life will be short." People usually call this as an ascension of the deity. Jung De-hyun is surprised. "Is it only powerful Taoists?" The doctor in response asks, "Does he really believe in such nonsense?" He says that perhaps the man heard about the absolute masters of martial arts involving the upper meridian of the head. Here they are. Just use the Bai Hui point. In this case, a person receives too much energy of the great nature emanating from heaven and earth, and therefore dies, because he is not able to resist such power. The man, standing on his feet, sadly looks at the child. Then it turns away from him and plunges into thought. Jung De-hyun, sighing, says that he is clear to him. Apparently, this is still heavenly punishment. The doctor indignantly asks, "How can he call himself his father after that?" To which the man replies that it is time to leave the doctor. He promises that a fee for a visit will be transferred to him. But the angry doctor, leaving the owner of the estate, replies that he should not do this. He refuses money. Walking along the road, he argues that if fate is more favorable to this child, if he had been growing in the non-traditional sects of the demonic faction, he would be able to become a heavenly demon. Or, if he had been raised in Shaolin, he would learn to use 72 elite fighting techniques. But alas, this boy became a hated child in such a place. Remembering the child, the doctor regrets that he will have to die in such an outback young, without a chance for life. Continuing his way, illuminated only by stars, densely scattered along the sky, he thinks that there is only one chance to survive the boy, if he reaches enlightenment on his own. Decades later, Chonmensti Jin, a family sits at the set table. Jung De-hyun stands, holding a bowl in his hands. He says that since his late father, the adherent of the sect Jongnan, Junggomja, founded this clan, he devoted his whole life to his revival. The man explains, if their sect becomes famous throughout the world, then he will inherit the highest technique of the sect of the Jongnan sect. Therefore, he cannot leave everything halfway. He is very proud that his son followed in the footsteps of his deceased ancestor and managed to join the sect Jongnan. The relatives present at the table congratulate his brother and express their joy, only to think he became an adherent of the sect of Jongnan. They believe that it is just unbelievable. Jung De-hyun raises the bowl and offers to drink. While everyone is drinking, the guy who is at the table is staring at somewhere to the side. The empty chair attracted his attention. Turning to his father, he says that Shin is not yet. Father's face is noticeably gloomy. He replies that he ordered him to stay on the training ground. The son is surprised by his words. Jung De-hyun believes that Shina is better not to attend such a joyful event. He can glue misfortune on them all. The guy is unpleasantly surprised by the words of his father, but does not dare to object to him. Shin, meanwhile, is completely focused on training. Having concentrated, he radiates incredibly powerful inner strength. The energy diverges around him, and his body soars over the floor. He is pleased with the results. Finally, he managed to master the art of movement of the Jung clan. The guy carefully examines his hands, as if not believing that he was able to do it. Shin thinks that with the help of this technique, his muscles are filled with energy, which moves it in space. He is wondering if he will be able to live a little longer thanks to these training. He created the art of movement himself. The guy recalls the conversation with the older brother. Shin explained to him that he did this using the clan cultivation technique. His brother listened to him without much delight. Somewhat embarrassed, he asked Shin to try to understand him correctly. He believes that it would be better if he had not told anyone about his achievements. The elder brother asks, Shin wants him to learn the martial arts, to which he put his hand. And if an energy deviation occurs during training, and he will die, will Shin take responsibility? The guy is bewildered. He does not know what to answer. When his father found out about this, he became furious. Jung De-hyun pounced on Shin. But how dared to intervene in their martial art? Is he really crazy? He seems to imagine himself the founder of the clan. After such accusations, Shin was completely confused. He thinks that the founder of the clan is a person who creates martial arts. Sitting alone, the guy reflects on what his father and brother were told. He did not even think about himself in such a vein, because he never sought it. He just wanted to cure and live with everyone. Suddenly, his attention is attracted by some kind of noise. From his room, he sees that the whole family is in a hurry somewhere, joyfully talking at the same time. Someone says, "They are just in time." Then the words are heard. "Go sooner." Yun Shin, peeping into the yard. He is wondering where all this is in a hurry. He then recalls that today is the day of the visit of martial arts from the sect of the Chihongnan sect. Sect Zhongnan is one of the 9 great sects in the world. It is one of the pillars known as the strongest associations in Shaanxi, along with the sect of Mount Huashan. In that place there are deities of swords. Shine really wants to meet them personally. He recalls the visit of the servants who told him the order of the head of the family. The guy did not believe his ears at first. The reason why he was forbidden to show to important guests that his mother died by giving him life. But he only repeated that this was the order of Jung De-hen. Yun Shin cannot believe that his father could do this to him. But the servant could not tell him anything comforting. He only apologized for the fact that he had to fulfill this order. Shin still decides to go to look at martial artists. He believes that nothing will happen if he observes what is happening from afar. He is sure that such skillful masters have something to learn. A crowd of the same curious as he was gathered near the gate. People are talking among themselves. Someone says, "I wonder who is there?" They answer him that certainly not a dragon with a heavenly sword. The assumption sounds, maybe the elder? One of the men believes if people like them really arrived here, it would be an honor for the clan. The whole family of Jung, led by Jung De-hen, is assembled. None of them even remember about Shine. The crowd is excitedly talking. There is a scream. "They are here!" The martial arts masters arrived sect Zhongnan, and Shin watches what is happening, hiding behind people. The guest enters the courtyard, accompanied by 2 men. Long reddish hair and red cloak are immediately striking in the eyes of everyone. From a thick shock of hair, the ends of the sharp ears are visible. Everyone, including Shin, publishes an exclamation of surprise. Seeing a woman with pointed ears, everyone immediately begins to talk. A noble race. The representative of the noble race arrived. Shin recalls, in books they are described as mysterious creatures that can live forever. Some are even mistaken for deities. Looking carefully at the guest, he admires her aura. The guy notices that the main energy concentrated in her body comes out completely natural. The warrior is not enthusiastic about him. Sighs are heard everywhere. Jung De-hyun says it is a great honor for him to greet her in their modest clan. Leaning in a traditional bow, a man seems to be called his name. The woman thanks him for such a warm welcome. She says that her name is Shin. She is the elder of the sect Zhongnan. Jung De-hyun is mentally amazed. Elder of the sect Zhongnan from a noble race? He asks for forgiveness, considering himself guilty of what he did not recognize. The deity itself in front of him. The woman answers, "Do not worry. She is not here to brag about her status." Jung De-hyun says she has gone such a long way. He asks for forgiveness for his disrespect, and considers himself to be guilty of forced the gods of the sect Junnan to wait outside. The man expresses his willingness to lead the guest into the mansion. Shin, watching what is happening, asks the question, "How long does she already live?" Shin accepts the invitation of Jung De-hyun and follows him. A person standing a little in front of the guy falls in front of the woman passing by them. Shin, whose attention attracted an unexpected movement in the crowd, turns his head in their direction. Her gaze falls on the bewildered Shin. He immediately bows to her in a welcome bow. Jung De-hyun, following the guests, publishing his eyes, publishes a surprised exclamation. He did not expect to see his younger offspring here, and not glad to his appearance. He explains that this is a child, his 3rd son. Shin, meanwhile, leaves the crowd, trying to hide from an unnecessary attention. The woman believes that the guy is quite unusual. He seems to her a smart child. Jung De-hyun apologizes to Shin. He says that his son has bad manners. The interlocutor says, "Is it?" The man says that of course it is embarrassing to admit it, but the guy is a violator of calm in their family. Shin has hope after he saw the energy of the martial arts of the sect, Zhongnan. He resolutely picks up a sword. After studying the art of the Jung clan, he did not know how to develop further, so he wondered what to devote training. Shin takes out the blade from the scabbard. He thinks that it would be nice to try to practice with swords. The sun is already declining to sunset, staining the sky in an orange color. Shin sits at the table on which there are cups. Its accompanying people look out the window. One of them says that this place is better than he thought. His friend agrees with him. Looking at the mountain landscape opening in front of them, they are talking, believing that with so much earth energy, the Tyrant Sword Clan would like to get this place. Shin says, sooner or later they will come here, so they should think over the counterattack. But most likely, they will have to sacrifice a clan. One of the men asks, and they cannot attack them and destroy before they break through the walls? Shin, enjoying the drink, thinks that it would be great if this happened. Looking thoughtfully at the kettle and cup standing in front of her, she turns to her companions. The girl says that among the 13 heavens, the Tyranian Sword Clan is the most problematic group. She advises them not to lose vigilance and keep the weapon ready. Shin continues to drink tea, but all her thoughts are occupied by the child that she noticed in the crowd. It clearly stands out among the rest. She thinks, what a strange child. The night came, the lights in the house went out, and Shin sits in the lotus position. He is immersed in meditation. He is worried about the point located on his parietal part of the head. He cannot understand why his Bai Hui is so open. Let him not meditate for almost a year because of training, but the amount of energy passing through his head has become even more. He thinks that if it continues, then, less than after half a year, he will lose consciousness. And if this happens, then it turns out he has less than 5 years left. He becomes scared. In the dark, the door creaked. The guy leaves the house in the courtyard. Raising his face to the sky, he wonders that he completely mastered the art of moving the young clan. He could not stop it? Suddenly something attracts his attention. Looking around, he sees an ominous red aura hanging over a mansion. The guy does not understand anything, but clearly feels that ominous energy comes from the other side. Shin hurries to the house. He understands that something is wrong. The closer it is to the mansion, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. He is surprised by unnatural silence. He sees the concentration of an unusual aura and understands that it absorbs sounds. Breaking through it, he thinks that this is a formation trap. Once inside, he freezes. Horror appears in his eyes. The whole yard is dotted with the bodies of dead people and flooded with blood. He thinks that he did not even suspect that something similar was happening at the Chan estate. He goes forward. Around him are dead bodies. Shin asks a question. Maybe that is the fault of that trap? He stumbles on the body of a guy lying in a pool of blood. Bowing, he closes his eyes. Shin thinks that all the dead are the people of the Jung clan. How strong are the killers? Hearing the noise, he hopes that the survivors remained. But, raising his head, he sees an ugly, healthy man standing in front of him with a scar on his face. Behind him, warriors pull the bodies of people killed by them in a heap. The man says, "How stupid." He says, if the guy managed to keep his skin, then he should hide, and not crawl out. One of his friends believes that the boy himself decided his fate and advises to kill him. Shin is warily watched the actions of the healthy man. The man says, I turn to him. He himself heard everything. The order is an order, so that let it forgive. In his palm, energy is concentrated. The big man is preparing to strike. But the guy does not intend to wait. He rushes forward. Shin grabs the healthy man by the hand, which he extended, trying to kill him. The guy acts with internal energy on the enemy. The man screams in pain. Something incredible happens to his hand. The guy lets it go, and the man falls to the ground. His friends look at them in bewilderment. A man stands on his knees, howling in pain. The hand in the place where Shin held it turned black and fell off. The guy stands straightening and fearlessly looking at the enemies. Around him, energy swirls. Warriors clutching at the blades ask, "Who is he?" Shin replies that he is the third son of the head of the clan. A big man who has lost part of his hand rises from his knees. His face is distorted by the mask of anger. Shin, surrounded by flashes of energy, stands with his back to him, but feels his every movement. The man, whose eyes filled with blood from anger, insults the guy and intends to strike him with a healthy hand. Without even turning his head, Shin waves his sword. Squints of blood fly in all directions, and the man's head, separated from the body with one blow, falls from his shoulders. And the guy, meanwhile, without even looking back, rushes forward, to the next enemy. He dwells under the sword of one of the men, on the move, inflicting a mortal blow to him. The guy continues to move forward. In the jump, he straightens out at once with two opponents who became in his way. He strikes with a sword in the chest of a man who dared to become his way. Shin pulls out the sword from the wound, and he falls to the ground. Meanwhile, the guy manages to deliver the same blow to the next enemy. He quickly turns the other way, and again beats the blade of the next striker. Shin freezes in place. The guy stands on the porch. At his feet are the dead bodies of people who dealt with his family. He exhales tiredly, realizing that the battle is over. This is his first training with a delightful sword, but he understood the essence of action. Drops of blood flow from his blade and fall to the ground. Suddenly someone's voice is heard, and the guy squints to the side from where he sounded. He sees that a group of armed people is approaching him. One of the men speaks. Evaluating his actions is not so bad, but nothing special. He believes that these people, whose mental abilities he evaluates extremely low, lost because they lost their vigilance. Shin looks at him inquiringly. He continues to say that even so, it is still amazing. He asks, how can you be so strong at that age? Has he all his life devoted to training a delightful sword? The guy asks, do they belong to the clan of the Bloody Flame? The interlocutor replies that the representatives of this clan are dead at the guy's feet. The man says that they are from the clan Sword of Tyrant. The guy mentally repeats the names of their sects. They say that 13 Heaven is the most cruel and powerful in the whole Murim. He thinks, does a man want to say that the clans of the Bloody Flame and the Sword of the Tyrant, which are part of the 13 Heavens, are now here? But why? He asks his question. What could two clans from 13 Heavens do here? The man replies that this is not his business. Shin notes that the man talks to him and does not try to attack. He asks, does he know him? The interlocutor does not understand what he wants to say. The guy explains. He is interested in whether he knows that his family is part of the Desert Fortress, the best sect in Murim. Squeezing the hilt of the sword stronger, he says, therefore, even if a man kills it, he himself will receive significant wounds. Suddenly, a strong energy blow scatters the warriors of the Tyrant Sword clan in different directions. Looking how a man rolls on the ground and then bending over the ground coughs blood, he recognizes him. This is a man from the sect of Junnan. Shin sees a woman rushing to him from above. He does not immediately understand who it is and is already preparing to beat off the attack. But looking closely, he still recognizes them, today's guest. Elder Eel Shin lands near him. The tip of her blade rests on the ground. A woman stands on one knee, leaning on a sword. Sneak up. She watches what is happening around, ready to break from the place at any moment. The guy, looking around, thinks that the elder is known as the goddess of the sword, but even she is confused. Who is the enemy then? He feels the approach of unusually powerful power. A young man with a sword in his hand falls to the ground. Having barely touched the earth, he rushes forward. The guy looking at him wonders who is it. A stranger of that time, not paying attention to anything, steps towards them. Shin thinks that a man radiates extremely ominous energy. The guy feels that all his thoughts disappear from only one of his eyes. The leader of the Tyrant Sword group, bowing his knees, turns to a stranger, calling him the head of the clan. All his warriors also stand on one knee and greet a man. Shin carefully studies the stranger. He looks at him slightly contemptuously. The guy understands that in front of him is the head of the Turanian Sword clan, a person who is part of 13 Heaven, and is considered a harbinger of disasters in Jianghu. He thinks, why is the one who is considered equal to the chapter of one of the 9 great clans is in a similar place? Elder Eel Shin seems surprised and alarmed. Shin thinks that in any case, if everything continues this way, then they are dead. He exhales air with a noise. The guy thinks it was not, and rushes forward. He strongly attacks numerous opponents. Taking advantage of their confusion, he drives the blade into the leader, piercing him through. From surprise, the soldiers scatter in different directions. Only the head of the clan is absolutely calm. Yunshin looks directly into the eyes of a man. Proudly straightening up, he asks, will he kill him after that? Returning, the warriors showered him with insults, and exposing the blades, begin to step on him. Suddenly a team is heard. Enough, men stop. The head of the clan tells the guy that his spirit is better than all those present together. Warriors look at him with surprise. Did he really praise this youth? The head of the clan says that life will save the guy. Shin is interested. He wants to say that he cannot kill him. The guy pulls out his sword from the body of a defeated enemy. He instructs a weapon on a man, saying that he cannot deal with him, because he is the only grandson of the former commander of the detachment of the Divine Sword of the Desert Fortress. Elder Eel Shin looks at him with surprise. She thinks, Is this guy the grandson of the very commander who leads the best detachment of the desert fortress? The head of the clan, meanwhile, says, a deserted fortress created by the imperial family in order to prevent the conspiracy of Murim's forces. He believes that contacting them is not a better idea. But this is not the reason why he leaves the guy alive. He explains that he likes his character and spirit. The head of the clan believes this is what a strong master of martial arts in Jianghu needs. He adds, if the guy had not been connected with the deserted fortress, then he would have taken him as a student. The man resolutely drives his sword into the tile, which was lined with the courtyard of the mansion, easily breaking it. He says that he gives the guy a day to leave this place. The head of the clan claims that no more clan or sect is stipulated on this land. The man unfolds, and accompanied by warriors, leaves Enshin and the Elder, or Ilshin. Looking around, he says that he will always be glad to fight a guy. Let him find it when he is ready to take revenge. The warriors of the Turanian Sword Clan leave the courtyard, leaving the dead bodies behind him. Enshin looks gloomily after them. The guy approaches the seriously wounded Jung Dehen, near which his brother is already located. Spanish reigns around, and the bodies of people are lying. He quietly nurses his father. Enshin takes the man by the hand on which blood flow is visible. Jung Dehyun asks his son, why is he so strong? He is interested in how he did it. He answers, all thanks to the art of movement of the Jung clan, which he created and studied thoroughly. The man is surprised. Does he ask the question? Did the son create martial art? Once, Enshin had already come to his father and talked about the fact that he created a new style using the clan cultivation technique. But then Jung Dehen, his words brought into a rage. He angrily asked his son, how does he dare to interfere in the martial arts of the clan? Is he in his mind? Did he imagine himself the founder? The father remembered their long-standing conversation and is interested. Did the guy have not stopped training since then? Enshin responds in the affirmative. Jung Dehyun hardly says, that means the art of moving the Jung clan. Holy art created by the Jung clan. Tears flow from the eyes of a man who realized his delusion. Father tells Enshin that he was so rude and stupid. The guy looks at him in alarm, because until now his father kept him from him at a distance, and he was stingy with praise and affectionate word. Jung Dehyun admits that Enshin has the qualities of the head of the clan. The man barely audibly pronounces the last words, my son. His eyes are closed, and a weak spark of life, which still smoldered in this wounded body, goes out forever. The guy still holds the man by the hand, but Jung Dehyun's fingers are limply unclenched. Not believing in what is happening, he calls his father. But he can no longer answer him, and Shin, realizing that he could no longer help him, lets go of his hand and rises. For some time he stands silently, watching his brother crying over his father's body. Nearby is a servant holding a little girl in her arms. The man turns to Enshin. The guy, calling him the main courtier, is interested. How he? He replies that everything is in order with her. She just fell asleep when her acupuncture point was blocked. He explains that this was done in order to hide it from the thugs who attacked the estate. Yunshin Il's his brother. He asks him to raise a girl in the sect of Zhongnan. She has an exceptional connection with the 5 elements, and he is sure that they will accept her. Brother asks, what about himself? Yunshin replies that he will take care of himself. On the threshold of the room appears the elder A. Ilshin. She hides the guy. Despite the fact that a deep night reigns in the yard, the woman reports that she is leaving. She explains that now that the head of the tyrant Sword Clan intervened, she should immediately inform the sect of Zhongnan about this sect. Ilshin asks, what about him? Does he gather in the desert fortress, to the family of his mother? The guy answers in the affirmative. There is no longer a place where he could go to improve. A woman is interested in how about returning to Mount Zhongnan to return with her. She believes that it would be much better. Enshin replies that getting such an offer from the elder of the great sect is a great honor for him. Ailshin says that she would very much like him to become an adherent of the head of the sect. The guy is surprised by her words and does not hide it. The elder believes that he would be able to do it. Enshin understands that a direct student of the head of the sect Zhongnan could master the absolute sacred art. In addition, the head of the sect Zhongnan is one of the few leading martial arts masters, included in the 10 best masters of the world. But the guy still doubts. Having made the decision, he is inclined in front of her in a grateful bow, and says that he will not forget this great kindness that she showed towards him. Enshin apologizes to the elder. Her companions are in shock. They cannot believe that the guy refuses such a tempting offer. Ilshin, sighing, asks him not to worry about it. She just wanted someone talented like him. Probably the head of the tyrant Sword Clan also thought, The guy asks for forgiveness again, but the elder stops him. She says everything is fine. The doors of the sect of Zhongnan are always open to him. She asks Ian Shin to remember this. The guy says that he has a question, and Il Shin allows him to ask him. And Shin explains. He knows that the woman is one of the oldest people among noble races. He asks, does she know how to get the fruits from the world tree? She cannot believe that he wants to do it. The fruits of the world tree are protected by the head of the desert fortress, which the emperor recognized as equal to himself. They say that these fruits give eternal life and youth to those who eat them. This is the treasure of heaven. And Shin thinks, could he not live longer than he was allotted with the help of this fruit? Il Shin answers, she did not live half of her term, so she does not have power over the world tree. She only knows that the head of the desert fortress can give them to people. The guy says he should go to the desert fortress. The elder replies that it will not be easy to get the fruit. This is a sacred object, even for them, noble races. And Shin replies that he has no other choice, so there is nothing to be done here. All that he can become the commander of a detachment of a divine sword and perform great exploits. Il Shin supports his choice. She says that she should leave in order to report what happened to her sect. The elder leaves his companions, masters of the sword and student, so that they help him get out here. Il Shin goes to the exit. The guy looks after her. At dawn, the guy thanks men for their help. They answer that you should not talk about it. Next to them are those who are lucky to survive that night. The master of the sword admits that they can be said to play a role in this tragedy. Shina, who is like that. He turns into the call. In front of him stands a brother, pressing a little hiei. The brother understands that the apology is not to atone for everything that happened to the guy in their clan, and recognizes it. He says, when they meet again, he will try to be a good older brother for Shin. He will do everything in his power, and hopes that everything will be fine with the guy. Shin replies, let him study the martial arts of the sect of Zhongnan at a rather late age, but he will succeed. At least the guy wants to believe in it. He says that he should train as if his life depends on it. The brother agrees with him, and replies that he understood everything. The girl looks at the guy with huge eyes and calls quietly, Uncle Yun Shin. Looking at the baby, the guy looks at his brother and asks him to protect Hiei. Shin is interested in, where will the main courtier go? He replies that in various places of Nanyan there are small branches of the Yung clan. Since the genealogy of the clan is alive, he will take care of the remaining. The guy says that a man, of course, is known that he is heading a desert fortress. He expresses the hope that they can see from time to time. Shin knows that the main courtier owns martial arts, and is sure that he will cope. The man agrees with him and bows to him. Shin hopes that he will enjoy life, and asks him to protect himself. The guy, saying goodbye to loved ones, sets off. The main courtier thinks about his words. The guy wants him to enjoy life. He cannot even recall that any of the people of the Yung clan told him something like that. He tilts his head in a farewell bow. Shin moves away further and further. Night streets Xianyana are brightly lit. At such a late hour, many people are walking along them. In the inn, where the guy arrived, is also quite crowded. The servant takes a guy to the second floor. He points to the shrine to a free table. Here, besides him, there are no more visitors. Putting a bag of money on the table, the guy admires the night city. Yun Shin thinks that he is finally here. He believes that the desert fortress is truly incredible. The conversation of people sitting in the common room is reached him. One of the men says that people from the entire central plain come from because of them. The local manager tore off the jackpot. He said that due to the influx of guests, a drink ended. The second man, who was sitting with him at the same table, believes that a real chaos has prevailed in the taverns recently. Martial artists get drunk in the insole, although they came to take entrance exams. Shin is surprised. He did not know that there were entrance tests in the deserted fortress. He asks the question, why didn't he hear about it before? A young man approaches his table. He is interested. The guy is here too in order to try to pass exams? Shin answers, what about himself? The young man apologizes for not introducing himself at once. He was simply very surprised that he found someone younger than himself here. He says his name is Han Chan. He is from Shanxi, which is quite far from here. The guy is presented in response. He calls his name, saying that Shin-Yi arrived from the district. The young man sits down at his table. He replies that this is not far from here. He believes that the path of Shin was quite easy. The young man says that he had to sweat, fighting off the bandits in the Green Forest and fighting with the pirates. It was very difficult to cope with the latter. Shin recalls a meeting with the robbers. The men were unpleasantly surprised when, not even having time to blink an eye, they lost most of their gang. Then he was forced to spend the night in the forest, which is also unpleasant. He answers the interlocutor that his journey was really easy for him. Han Wan-chan is alarmed around. Then, leaning closer to Ayan Shine, he, lowering his voice, is interested. Maybe they will look and help each other in testing? The guy does not understand what we are talking about. The young man even jumps up from his place in surprise. He cannot believe that En Shin does not know about the test of the desert fortress. He explains that the desert fortress is very different from the usual sects of martial arts. To get there, you need to go through trials that test knowledge in the literature, martial arts, and much more. Pointing to him to the street where many passers-by are walking, Han Wan-chan says, "That's why so many people gathered here. Regardless of whether he has experience or not, when he joins them, he will be given the opportunity to study. So it is not surprising that there are full of martial artists." He explains En Shin that many people studied various martial arts to just pass the test. The Desert Fortress is the strongest battle group in the world of martial arts, which inevitably forces everyone's heart to beat with a rapidly. People would say, if you want to conquer the world, owning only one weapon, go to the Desert Fortress. The imperial family, ruling the Central Plains, in order to control the groups of martial arts, collected all elixirs and the best martial arts from around the world in the Desert Fortress. Han Wan-chan says, "Some believe that traditional sects are much better, but they themselves do not know what they carry." He is surprised. How can combat groups created by commoners be stronger than the Desert Fortress? If this were possible, they would have already created an empire and became rulers. En Shin replies that he understands everything. The young man continues to speak. Almost no one was able to go through the test of the Desert Fortress the first time. Han Wan-chan admits that perhaps only one person out of 1,000 applicants succeeded. But even that is usually the heads of the next generation of respected martial arts clans. The young man says that this leads him to the next decision: how to go through the test tomorrow together. En Shin, bringing the bowl to his lips, answers, "Okay." The interlocutor rejoices that the guy is so flexible. He was sure that they would poke. He says, perhaps En Shin will be a little confused, but then let him just repeat his actions. It may not look very serious, but the appearance is deceptive. The guy is happy that you just need to go through the tests to get into the Desert Fortress. He did not want to ask for help from the mother's family, and simply did not know where they were. Morning the next day, flags flutter over the fortress. En Shin and Han Wan-chan hurry to the gate. The guy stops, but the satellite rushes him. En Shin is in no hurry. He carefully examines the terrain. He reached the goal of his journey, a deserted fortress. En Shin is held out by the token, saying that it is the 13th. The guy and his companion are considering the issued numbers. En Shin looks around. He is all interested. His attention is attracted by a gloomy man whose face is crossed by a scar. Everyone gathered on a small platform fenced with a low fence. In the middle, it is paved with slabs. Han Wan-chan explains En Shina. If the examiner takes his number from him, then he passed the exam. If they ask you to return it to the registrar, then this means failure. He says that the second exam will be the tournament. En Shin asks, what about the third test? A friend answers, an interview with the head of the Desert Fortress. Yun Shin is impressed with his words. He clarifies, with the head itself. The satellite responds in the affirmative. There are masters of martial arts who come to Yanyan just for this chance. A conversation with such an absolute master is an incredible opportunity. They hope to get wisdom or advice. Yun Shin replies that he understood everything, and tightly squeezed the token in his hand. The examiner reports that the first test is devoted to the art of owning swiftness. He explains that they must demonstrate one wave, using the fastest technique that they own. He will observe and evaluate their skills. Han Wan-chan, Taiyan's hand with a sword up, shouts that he wants to go first. En Shin thinks that you just need to show the quick technique of owning a sword. His companion was nervous, therefore he volunteered. The guy believes that everything is quite simple, and there should be no problems. He looks at Han Wan-chan, who is preparing to demonstrate his art. En Shin notes that he has a well-honed spirit. He is strong, even stronger than those bandits that he met on the way here. The young man demonstrates his skillful possession of a sword. The people watching him are delighted. One of the men says that extraordinary energy comes from him. He never saw like that. Yes, he did not even have time to understand anything. Meanwhile, Han Wan-chan awaits with fear what the examiner will say. He, after a while, says, "Not bad." And he asks him to give him a token. The young man's face illuminates a happy smile. He thanks the man. In the meantime, they call the next subject. Han Wan-chan, who met in his way, En Shin, who has only to go through the test, wishes him good luck. The guy goes to the site. The attention of all those present is now drawn to him. The man who saw him the day before at the inn tells his friend that the guy still came to take exams. Someone says that this young master of the sword has courage. While the guy goes to the examiner, men continue the conversation. Do they believe that if he is from another province, where else he could demonstrate the technique of owning a sword in front of a martial artist of martial arts of a desert fortress? Getting one advice is already very valuable. And Shin freezes in front of a man taking the exam. He hears a team that allows him to begin to demonstrate his art. The guy exposes the sword and makes a short wave. Then he shows his skill to the surprised examiner. Shin finishes a demonstration of his skill. Han Wun-chan opened his mouth with amazement. The men standing behind him are surprised. When did the sword appear in his hand? The guy hides the blade in the scabbard. The examiner still cannot say even a word. Then he dating. The future of the desert fortress right here. Those present are shocked by this statement. The examiner holds out his hand to pick up a token from the guy. The man looks at him and grunts in surprise. The 13th number? He advises Shin to adhere to his journey. The guy leaves the site, and the examiner invites the next applicant. Han Won-chan is in a hurry to catch up with him. He is interested? Perhaps the boy of a famous family? Shin asks, is it changing something? After entering the desert fortress, he heard that the only thing that matters is martial arts. Han Won-chan says, it means that he really plans to undergo a test of a desert fortress. The guy asks him a question. Isn't it all here? Yes, and the young man himself wants it too. He admits that the guy says everything right. He thanks Shin and says goodbye to him. The guy looks after him in bewilderment, not understanding where he is in a hurry. He hopes that the good and talkative Vaughn will pass the second exam. Shin sits in the lotus position, putting a sword in front of him. He is immersed in meditation. He thinks about the second exam. This will be a tournament where you need to compete with other participants in martial arts. He has 3 weeks before this test. Shin rises and takes the sword. He decides to devote all the time to training. 3 weeks later, the time has come. The young man in white clothes tells the applicants that, until they call them, let them expect here. He leaves them and goes to the gate. One of the guys, looking at the signs that are applied to the young men, says that in a sense, this is somewhat discouraged. He heard that a white suit means an entry-level martial artist, but he is embarrassed by the fact that the energy of this young man is so strong. They answer him, is it not obvious? Even just wearing a white form means that their future is promising. And Shina enrages Han Won-chan. He says the guy has grown a little. He replies that he also looks good. Han Won-chan proudly replies that he really achieved something. The young man asks, Shin, after all, remembers that victory is not what is important in this exam. Even simple participation in one of 2 matches is enough to get into the eyes of one of the masters of the desert fortress, which will observe the progress of the tournament. He says, even if this is the most difficult part, but he already has experience. Shin asks, it means that even if he wins 2 matches, they can still not let him go on? Han Won-chan answers in the affirmative. He says that the problem is that today the examination managers will have higher requirements. The guy is interested. Why? The young man answers, he heard that White Silent is participating in today's test of Desert Fortress. Shin clarifies, White Silent from the Namagun? The interlocutor answers in the affirmative. This person managed to destroy the infamous group of bandits even before he turned 15. He decapitated the master of the sword from the non-traditional sect hidden by the killer. Han Won-chan says, there are rumors that he defeated all the best fighters at the tournament of 8 great families, Dragon and Phoenix, when he was only 18. And Shin asks, since he is a young fighter from the Namagun family, then what is he missing? Why should he join the deserted fortress? The young man answers, all because he is a child of concubines. The place of the head of the clan does not shine for him. He explains, if you go up to the post of Lord of the Desert Fortress, this is tantamount to the position of the head of 8 great families. The authorities are much more than that of the simple head of the clan. The Desert Fortress maintains order in Jianghu, in the very heart of the Central Plains. There is a voice. Nanyan, the province of Henan, district Xin-yi, Yong-yun-shin, please go out. The guy says Han Wun-chana that he hopes to see him again here, in a deserted fortress. Shin goes to the gate where the second test awaits him. He is greeted by a formidable look of a man taking out a blade out of a scabbard. They stand on the site, waiting for a signal. The examiner pronounces, they started. The enemy of the guy begins to giggle. Shin is a little puzzled by his strange behavior. His opponent grimacing says, the guy, probably in despair, does not know his place in the world. It resembles a moth circling in the light of a lamp. He is probably interested in who is standing in front of him. But he does not even have time to finish the phrases. Like a crushing blow that crushes his teeth, throws him far back. A man falls to the ground, unable to rise anymore. Two men drag the defeated enemy Ian Shin from the arena. The guy stands, waiting for the further development of events. The men standing around silently look at him. A young man approaches Yun Shin with a question. Can he try his hand at the battle with him? The guy looks at the enemy, evaluating his strength and capabilities. They stand on the site, waiting for the examiner's signal. One of the men standing in the crowd says, finally, his friend is interested in which of the masters will take a guy. He believes that the commanders of the branches will fight for him. The interlocutor thinks that he is stronger than them. His friend replies that he does not expect less from the Namugun, referring to the young man who caused to fight with Ian Shin. The guy, having heard their conversation, looks at the opponent in a completely different way. He understands that in front of him is a white Sealan. The Namgun is a tire, which they spoke about with Han Vaughn. The audience is interested. Will they today become witnesses to the technique of boundless heaven? Enshin thinks that the young man looks 5 years older than him. It does not seem that he is at the level that is too tough for him. He believes that, thanks to the techniques of the family, he is in better physical form than the enemy, but, unfortunately, is inferior to him in some other aspects. The young man tends his head in a traditional greeting before the battle. He seems, saying that his name is Namgun is a tire. He is from the clan of Namgun. The young man says that he mainly trained the technique of boundless heaven and endless steps. Then with the words, "It's nice to meet," Namgun takes a blade out of the scabbard, and Shin tends his head in a response greeting. He says that he studied the art of the Jung clan. The young man looks at him with some amazement. Seeing that Ian Shin is not going to get a sword, he is interested. The guy does not want to use his weapon. En Shin takes on the handle of the blade and is prepared for battle. The enemy instructs the sword on En Shin. The guy concentrates in his hand, squeezing the handle of the blade. Internal energy. The main essence of the technique that he has been practicing recently is unpredictability. Its essence is an unexpected main attack in the unforeseen rhythm. En Shin thinks, if he succeeds, he will be able to make the enemy weak in vigilance. The examiner gives the team. They started. The blades of En Shin and Namgun were crossed. The guy's sword does not withstand the blow and is split into 2 parts. They freeze. Witnesses of the fight are also confused. While the guy looks at the fragment of the sword, the audience talks excitedly. One man says that Namgun had a tire 1. A person standing next to him supports him. White Sealan, what a terrifying, amazing sword. The young man lowers the blade, realizing that there will be no continuation of the battle. Namgun, the tire's lowering his head and says that he lost. Everyone is at a loss, not understanding what he has in mind. A man standing in the crowd says that this is Young Un Shin, a frightening and delightful sword. A person who is nearby believes that the guy is 5 years younger than the enemy. They are wondering, cannot he use true energy in his techniques? Looking at Yen Shin, they say that a powerful master of martial arts was hidden in the Henan. It's even scary to imagine who he will become. The examiner clarifies the name of the guy. Then he points to his door. The man says, if he goes north, he will see another garden. He tells him to wait there. En Shin tells Namgung that he would be very glad to fight him again. The young man replies that he wanted to say the same, and he adds that he will wait for this to be impatiently. The guy goes to the garden, where the examiner ordered him to go. Several boys are already waiting there, among whom is Han Wan-chan. Seeing the guy, one of them is surprised. Such a young could go through the second exam? They expected that the Namugun grabbed the tire to enter the first. En Shin knew that he had no chance of winning if the battle was delayed. That is why, as soon as the duel began, he used the most extreme form of the magnificent sword that he knew. However, due to the fact that Namgun grabbed his sword with his true energy, his blade broke. From the guy's side, this was a failure due to the reckless use of a delightful sword. But instead of celebrating the victory, the opponent admitted his defeat. Ian Shin believes that this is the nobility of a famous family. He recalls how one of the spectators guessed the true background of what was happening. He still cannot use true energy in his techniques. Clan Young, the third-rate branch of the clan in the district of Sin-Yi. If at home there was someone who knew how to use such a skill, he would have learned to him. However, now the guy knows that. It dawned on him how best to do everything only when he saw his mistake. En Shin recalls what is happening on the site. Now he understands. It is not as simple as to invest his energy in a sword. He can use true energy as a means to become a single whole with a sword. The young men are surprised at what they had to witness. Looking at a guy surrounded by a powerful aura, they understand that there is a resonance with a sword. They consider this impossible because Yen Shin is very young. The guy feels it as if the sword and his body were combined together. Enshin smiles pretty, squeezing the hilt of the sword. He notices a bus standing next to him, who, seeing that he had come to his senses, congratulates him on enlightenment. Seeing how the young man stands, putting his hand on the hilt of the blade, a little in front of him, the guy thinks, did he defend him? Out of fear that someone can stand in the way of his enlightenment? He tells Namgun the tire that he did not know that he was protecting him, and thanks the young man. Then Ian Shin congratulates him on the test of the desert fortress. Con Vaughn, the rest are at some distance from them. The young man waves his hand to attract the attention of En Shin, saying that, in fact, he is here too. The guy congratulates him, and then listens to response congratulations. Han Wonchan asks, does he know that he has a nickname? The guy is a little surprised by his words. He asks with bewilderment, what is the young man talking about? When someone shows exceptional combat skill or attracts attention, people give him a nickname and then turn to him like that. Most nicknames represent a great honor for martial artists, not counting those who commit acting actions. The swordsman from the cliff, the first neutral spirit, and White Sillin. These are all nicknames. Namgun, Genu Shin, says that he also heard about it. En Shin is surprised. He just passed the test. White Sillin reports that the guy was nicknamed a lightning-fast genius. He received the nickname due to the lightning technique, the light skill that he demonstrated in the exam. Namgun, the tire, says that he himself would like it. Even if masters of martial arts of the desert fortress call him this way, then it turns out, his nickname in Jianghu. En Shin repeats, a lightning, otic genius. And then he asks, and why did the guys decide that people did not make fun of those who just a little cleverly owned a sword? Namgun grabbed the tire laugh at his words. He says, if this is a little for the guy, then he is so completely at all. The lightning genius Jung Ian Shin is a name that the guy did not even dream of when he trained at the Chung estate. A team is heard in the deserted fortress. Get together all around. They stand at the building that affects its height. The examiner announces that the last test remains. If they pass it, they will join the desert fortress. En Shin thinks about the upcoming meeting with the head, a living part of the story and one of the strongest masters of martial arts. They observe how one of the applicants goes to the last test. After some time, he shows in the doorway. Everyone looks at him with expectation, but a man, clearly saddened, not paying attention to anyone, goes away. En Shin sees that everyone comes out pretty quickly. He thinks, is the chapter just looking and does not say anything? Here is another man leaves the tower, and his face reads disappointment and sadness. Finally, the guy hears how to shout his name. He goes to the building, not knowing what awaits him ahead. He was ordered to rise to the very top, and he begins a long climb up the stairs. He reaches the door and freezes in indecision in front of her. After standing a little, Yunshin still decides to enter. He walks around the hall in which green vegetation is raging. Huge rhizomes braid columns and creep on the floor. Finally, at a huge, in the entire wall, windows on a small elevation, he sees a sofa on which a person sits. Because of the bright light that beating from the window, he does not immediately manage to consider who is in front of him. He knows one thing for sure. This person is the head of the desert fortress, which is considered almost the strongest in the world. Since a person does not look at him, he, wanting to attract his attention, seems to be. The guy notices a pointed ear, visible from under the pile of greenish hair. When a person turns his head to him, there is no limit to amazement and Shin. A woman with large emerald eyes sits in front of him. She says, he is in the blood kinship with this child. And Shin asks what she has in mind, thinking that she probably knows his mother's family. She replies that it seems he already understood everything. The chapter believes that he is not a timid dozen. The guy says that he is the grandson of the former commander of the detachment of the Divine Sword. The woman replies that he will soon become part of the Council of Elders. This person is not one of those who just give up. Looking at the guy, she notices that he was wounded, and Shin replies that you should not worry. Nothing serious happened. These are just family affairs. But she doesn't think so. The woman says that everything is just hidden by his trained body. She suggests that he probably lived only 15 years. The head of the desert fortress agrees with his opinion that an outsider should not climb into it. But he believes that it is still necessary to resolve this issue. En Shin apologizes. He thinks that an extraordinary look that she radiates as a person with absolute power is a topic for conversations and not his family problems. The woman gets up from the sofa and, standing in front of him in full height, says that she likes him. She considers it funny that he did not bow his head, although he came here for a reason. The head of the desert fortress says that she has what he really needs. Looking at her, the guy thinks, does she really know that he came with a specific purpose? He is wondering if she knows that his acupuncture point Bai Hui is too open. He decides to ask a woman about it. Shin asks the question, will it be able to survive like him if the fruit of the world tree is eaten? She replies that now there is no reliable information about this, and then adds that he can get what he wants. The guy asks, can he get the fruit of the world tree? The head of the desert fortress replies that everything will depend only on his actions. Shin says that this is enough for him and thanks her. He asks, is he now a master of martial arts of the desert fortress? The woman smiles mysteriously. Then he says, yes, and lets go of the guy. Looking at him, she says, the next commander of the detachment of the divine sword. Her words echoed in the ears of Shin while he is walking along the corridor. The next commander of the detachment of the divine sword. He does not understand whether she made fun of him or still sees some potential in him. An unexpected guess comes to his mind, forcing him to stop. Shin thinks, perhaps it was a hint, and he will be able to get the fruits of the world tree if he becomes the commander of the detachment? The young man's last test follow the man. He thinks that from the whole crowd, as a result, there are only 4 successful candidates. Looking around, he asks if they know what is the main task of the desert fortress. Han Wan-chan is interested in, is this not the disclosure of the insidious plans of masters of martial arts? The man answers, right, but this is far from all. The task is much more global. There is a certain procedure that must be observed. It also includes the prevention or suppression of conflicts in the world of martial arts in general. The man says that no one can predict how the battle in the world of martial arts will turn out. Now that the earth is full of rumors about the disclosure of the new location of the tomb of the heavenly demon, the central plains can again flood with blood. If those who crave secret techniques and unsurpassed combat elixirs fought among themselves, this is okay. However, the cruelty of greedy masters of martial arts affects not only other masters, but also ordinary people. To catch these hellish events again is the same as returning to the pre-imperial period. Han Wan-yung pronounces with interrogative intonation, obviously wanting to get more information. An incident with a tomb of a heavenly demon. The man says that since that terrible moment has passed as a whole 17 years, he explains that the problem is not only in Samvaido. Old fractions and 8 great sects also add trouble. He continues to say, if you ignore this, ordinary people will suffer, and if people are dissatisfied, then this will make it difficult to collect taxes and create problems for the government. Shin carefully listens to his story. Meanwhile, the man sums up his speech, which is why the imperial family spends a tremendous number of resources on the maintenance of this place. Stopping and turning to the young men, he says that the desert fortress sets a difficult task for them. It consists in eliminating martial artists. He clarifies those that distort the usual pace of people's life. Shin thinks this means to be decapitating enemies that prevent people from living. Indicated the house, the man says that they will live here. As soon as they are settled, they will be determined in the core corresponding to their grouping, and they will be issued as essential items. He wishes them good luck. Shin in the lotus pose sits on the bed. He has not believed that already a week has passed since he is here. He thinks that the distribution takes more time than he expected. He hears a knock on the door and the question is it possible to enter it? The guy permits, and then Hong Wan-chan looks at the door. Shin asks, why did he come? He replies that rumors have reached him that the distribution is over, and they will be in the same combat group of Magvanig. The guy mentally repeats the name of the group. Meanwhile, Han Wan-chan, crouching next to Shin, asks, rumors have already reached him? The guy clarifies, what does he mean? The young man explains, the leaders of the 17 combat groups under the leadership of the Gom Gom Dana participated in martial arts for the selection of new masters. The guy thinks, it means that the leaders of the combat groups represent the desert fortress? He asks. A friend wants to say that group leaders are obliged to compete with each other? Han Wan-chan replies, yes. He, smiling slyly, says that many simply want to find a nickname by the type of white silent or lightning, Odic genius. The next day, at the combat training camps, Magvanik, Shin and his friend stand in the center of the hall in a new form of white color with insignia on the shoulders. Han Wan-chan cannot be a new thing. Ma Jin, leader Magvanig, appears in front of them. Shin heard that the man claims the title of the strongest among the 17 leaders of the desert fortress. The guy admits that he clearly has significant arguments for that. A man whose face cuts a scar is carefully examining beginners. Then, turning to Shine, he says that he is a lightning, Odic genius. The guy confirms his hunch. The man says he sees his spirit. People like it do not give up easily. He says that the fighting forces under the guidance of Shin Gom-dan in the Desert Fortress are somewhat like a sect in the Central Plains. Here, they will learn martial arts and fulfill missions. Those present are their elders and mentors. At these words, a man indicates the guys standing against the wall. Han Wan-chan pulls his hand up. He has a question. Ma Jin allows him to speak. The young man thanks him for the opportunity. He asks the question. The man says that they will learn martial arts in the deserted fortress. But does this mean that everyone will learn the same martial arts? Leader Magvanig replies that this is not so. Everyone will learn a unique style. He adds that, of course, their knowledge is limited only by Magvanig techniques. The young man carefully listens to his answer. Then he publishes a joyful cry, the famous Magvanig. Majin says stubborn training is necessary for survival. Shin thinks that he also had heard about this technique. Magvanig is a fairly well-known group among the 17 forces under the leadership of Shin Gomdana. They somehow collided in a battle with the 24 elite masters of the Skasan sect and did not lose a single fighter. This incident only strengthened the faith of those who believe that the Desert Fortress has no equal in the world. Ma Jin says the Desert Fortress belongs to the Wanli sect. Here, the attack on the martial arts of the sect is not considered a betrayal. Therefore, they can challenge the strongest to study and improve. Shin is surprised. He asks, "Is this not a betrayal? Why?" A man explains that there are too many non-standard fighters in the world of martial arts. Someone practiced demonic arts before loss of memory. And someone simply took possession of the mind of incomprehensible arts, allowing to slip past the strongest masters and escape into hidden valleys. Ma Jin explains, even if you practice the Desert Fortress for a long time, this does not give any advantages in the eyes of the imperial family. He says, carefully looking at him. Therefore it is so important to do everything in their power to become stronger, otherwise death. The man nods at the young man sitting under the wall, who, unlike others, is dressed in a blue suit. And he adds, however, they should once go to the mission and return with the wound from the sword Namogun Chael Goma. They will immediately understand what he has in mind. The young man in a blue robe says thoughtfully, "Oh yes, Javan Jem Heng." He says it is really scary. And Shin, looking at him, thinks that Javan Jem Heng is a world-famous transcendental technique, which only the legitimate heir to the Namogun family is able to master. He asks the question, if we are talking about Namgun Chael Homa, is he not considered one of the strongest masters among them? The young man looks mockingly at Shin, moving a blue hat on his forehead. The guy cannot believe that he really ran into this technique and survived. Meanwhile, the young man rises and goes to them. He asks, "Will we start with a lightning-fast genius?" The young man says, he heard that his fast sword has no equal. He declares Shin that he wants to see this himself. The guy takes a few steps to the side to take a convenient position for the fight. Around his legs, energy begins to circle. Everyone is surprised to look at what is happening. Shin, with one wave of the sword, confirms the nickname given to him. The enemy is taken by the handle of the blade and takes it out of the scabbard. For some time they are standing opposite each other, ready at any moment, both to repel the attack and attack themselves. The young man says that his name is Chon Men. He was born and raised here, in Yangnan. The guy appears in response, calling the name, and saying that he is from Shin-Yi. The enemy answers, "I see." Then he mockingly pronounces, "Well, there is also an outcome. What to say?" Chon Men continues to mock. He says that even a 10-year-old child is able to catch up with the wind with a sword while practicing. The young man believes that only in the real battle will it become clear that he can. This will be seen from his waves. Shin thinks gloomily. In the wind or what? Chon Men says. Since he was able to be here at that age, it means that he is quite talented. He advises the guy to show that he can. Chon Men invites him to reveal the potential of the sword. The guy agrees. He says, "Okay," and takes out the blade from the scabbard. Those present exhales in surprise. Is it really a black sword? Shin is ready for battle. His gaze is determined. He mentally gives himself a team to concentrate. Then he reads the enemy's breathing energy. The guy decides that right now the right time has come for the attack, and rushes forward. He uses the technique of a swift sword. The enemy easily beats off his attack. Shin is surprised. When Chon Men managed to put it on the blade, he thinks that everything is true. The young man survived against the sword Namgun Chelya, a real master. He decides that everything is simpler than it seems, and again rushes at the enemy. Shin is ready to take a chance. He dwells under the sword of Chon Mena. He passes literally above his head. Turning around, the guy strikes, but the enemy at the last moment manages to block it. The young man is noticeably impressed by the skills of Shin. A moment and the guy loses the enemy from sight. He feels that the young man who was behind him is already close. Chanmen brings a sword. He is confident in his victory. The blade again flashes over the head of Shin, who manages to dodge. He is counterattack. Chanmen makes an incredible somersault, but the guy's sword knocks a hat from his head. The young man lands. Shin stands with a sword. Chanmen rises. They stand opposite each other with swords in their hands. Those present cannot take their eyes off the exciting sight. Shin holds a sword in front of him, preparing to continue the battle. He looks at the opponent's pointed ears, thinking. As expected, he is from a noble race. Shin thinks that then you need to try a resonance with a sword. But realizing that the enemy is in no hurry to attack, and looking around he wonders why all so stunned. He asks Chonmena, he has what to say? This question seems to return the young man to reality. Shin says, he knows that Chonmen himself allowed him to do several attacks. He asks him to be honest. The young man, slightly piercing, asks the question, how old is he? The guy replies that he is 15 and is interested. Does it matter? He believes that the enemy usually does not care. Only real achievements are important. Chanmen is stunned. 15? Shin thinks, what is the difference? How many years if the question is about life and death? The young man is amazed. Such skill at such a young age. Those present agree with him. Voices are heard. It is incredible. The heavens themselves must have been mistaken. Shin hears the guys talking. Someone says that he visited the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, but did not see anything like that there. Even if someone studies the path of perception from birth, reaching such heights is just something. One of the guys says, and in his district he is still considered a rare talent. Chanmen, smiling, hides the sword in the scabbard. Shin is puzzled around. A scream is heard. Majin acts on Han Vaughn with the help of internal energy concentrated in his hand. A man who did not really like the unrestrained reaction of the young man says that at least he survived. He advises him to analyze this and extract a lesson. Entire concentrates energy in the solar plexus. Majin is watching him. Then the man is interested. He already understood the essence of the principles. The guy replies that this is Yun Tun Mue, which means freedom and liveliness in thoughts or actions. Majin says the answer is correct. Regardless of the situation, the body is always capable of movement. And a continuous smooth stream is the true essence of the technician Magvanig. He explains that further the guy needs to comprehend the secrets of martial arts. Shin does not understand what he wants to say. Men believes that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. He leads students to 2 lanterns, displaced from stone and standing at the entrance to the building. Majin puts his hand on one of them and tells the guys to look carefully. Near the hand of Magin, an energy flow flows. After a couple of moments, he already covers his whole body. The man continues to stand without tearing his hands from the lantern. Shin understands that he pours all his strength into the upcoming blow. Majin strokes the stone flashlight with all his power. All students observe how after this the lantern is split into small fragments that showered to the ground. A man stands in front of a pile of stones. Pupils remain silent. Then Majin turns and says, turning to Ian Shine, an ideal moment and an optimal blow. He believes that his path of martial arts draws this trajectory for the guy. If you perfectly follow this path, then you can reach an excellent blow. Shin thinks that in other words it is to understand when and where it is better to beat. Majin says it is difficult to master this, looking only once. Still, this is a skill that comes only with practice. This is what the guy will have to work on all his life. Aloud, Shin asks, right? And at the same time he thinks, to work all his life? But it seems to him that he will do it now. The guy decides to try. He needs his hand and goes to the second lantern. The man is surprised. He asks, the guy decided to try? Standing in front of the lantern, Shin thinks this is his path of martial arts of all the next instinct. He believes that he simply needs to follow him as a result. Shin, picking up a weapon, resorts to the technique a resonance with a sword. Closing his eyes, he focuses, discards unnecessary thoughts and concentrates power. Feeling readiness, the guy opens his eyes and strikes. He beats with a sword at one point, cracks appear on the stone, and then the lantern crumbles completely, turning into a pile of stones. With 1-point blow, Ian Shine manages to destroy a massive stone product. Looking at the stones lying at him, but he thinks, that's the whole secret of the martial arts path. The guy rejoices that he comprehended the basics of the technique of Magvanig. Now he can only practice this in a real battle. He turns to Magin, wanting to hear his opinion. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, silently looks at him. Shin sighs, upset it probably came out weakly, after all the first time. To be used properly, you need more real experience. Looking at the stones, he says, when life and death can be decided in an instant, ordinary training mean little. Pupils look at the guy wondering, what was it? Shin is inclined in front of Ma Gin and thanks him for the lesson. The man says, now he must think carefully how to teach him. The next day, Han Wan-chan, going up to the guy from behind, asks, he heard their elders recently collided with the Changhan group? The young man sits next to Shin on the steps of a long staircase. The guy asks, what about the laws of the desert fortress? Is the fight outside the training sites not the basis for punishment? Shin is interested in why did they fight. Han Vu-chan says that the students from the Chang'an group started a quarrel by drunk. One of them said that under the leadership of Ma Gin and Ma Gvanig, you will not learn anything. Yun Shin is surprised. Is this the whole reason? A friend says that he clearly does not understand the world of martial arts. In this place, everything works like that. He explains, one careless word can turn into a conflict. And only by overcoming such trials, you can build your reputation and freely wander later. He believes that any victory is an object for pride, isn't it? The young man says that their elders simply protect their brand new ones. If they told him this, then he would simply not know where to go. Shin suggests that those just have personal scores with Magvanig. He thinks this is a good opportunity. If he wants to get the fruits of the world tree that all noble families revere, then he needs to achieve a lot. And this requires powerful allies. They say that brave warriors must owe their lives in order to fade. Shin believes that it would be nice to make them in advance with his debtors. He decisively rises. His friend looks at him in surprise. The guy says that Han Van-chan is right. He continues to look at him incomprehensibly. Shin explains, if the elders even exposed the swords because of him, then he cannot just leave it. He must go to them. The guy decisively goes forward. A friend in a hurry after him, he delighted with the spirit of Yun Shin. He knew that he was not alien to the feeling of a real warrior. The guy thinks, do real warriors really live like that? They come to the training site, where their elders train under Ma Gin's supervision. The guys watching the sparring turn to them. One of them asks, new ones or what? After all, they have no training today, but they still came to train? He is surprised by their zeal. The second guy is interested in why strain so much at the initial stage. A friend supports him now. At this stage, respect is more important. But Yen Shin, without listening to them, rushes to Ma Gin. Han Wan-chan reacts to their words with a respectful bow. The man looks at them with surprise. They bow their heads in greeting. He asks, do the guys have any problems with training? Shin says he wants a duel. A man allows him to choose an opponent for himself. He is sure that any of those present will be happy to agree. But the guy clarifies, the enemy will not be from the group of Magvanig. He claims that he wants a duel with someone from Changhon. Ma Jin and everyone present look at him with surprise. The man asks, probably this is because of yesterday? He believes that there is no need to worry so much. The guy thinks that he is actually a conflict himself and is not interesting. Shin explains that he simply admires Changhan techniques for a long time and wants to experience them personally. Ma Jina surprises his enthusiasm. But he likes that the guy shares the feelings of the elders. Shin says that he wants to fight with the famous art of the sword, using the true form of Magvanig. He asks the master to allow him to do this. The guy believes that he will gain experience, and he will try other techniques. He will also acquire the trust of the senior, triple benefit. He incesses his head in front of the master, asking for his permission. Ma Jin says that he had never seen Changhan's military equipment, and did not fight them side by side. He believes that a duel is not a problem, but Changhan will not spare him. Shin assures that this is exactly what he needs. The senior students are struck by his words. They admire. This is the spirit of the real leader of the desert fortress. They can't wait to look at the guy in the future. They believe that if he succeeds, it will be worthy to lead the Magvanig group itself. Ma Jin, having weighed all the pros and cons, agrees. He tells Shin that he will give his request to the head of the Changhon. The guy's hand clenches into a fist. Shin comes to a demonstrative battle with Changhon. A lot of people gathered in the hall. The enemy skeptically examines the guy. Among those present, surprised voices are heard. Real. White, that is, the younger student, calls a blue senior student to a duel. Someone clarifies this is just training sparring. Han Wan-chan hears how the guys are talking about the fact that for more than 10 seconds, tire will not be enough. All those present are sure that the newcomer will not last longer against the older student. The enemy of the guy thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that this is incomprehensible to the mind. Khan Cholmok, the leader of the Changhon group, also looks at Ian Shin with disbelief. Then the man says to Maginu, he is ready to put one of Changhon's spiritual pill that this newcomer will not last 10 seconds. Leader Mugvanig is surprised. He asks, is it too much bet? Khan Cholmok pushes him. Was he really scared and confident in losing? Ma Jin asks not to tease him. He says that spiritual pills are not a trifle. The leader of the Changhon group replies that the honor of Mugvanig and Changhon is honor. Does he really think that he would joke? Ma Jin takes a bet. The interlocutor answers perfectly and sits in a chair, intending to watch the duel. Leader Mugvanig believes that in his subordinates you need to believe. Khan Cholmok squeezes his fingers with a crunch. The enemy asks. The guy says that his name is Young-un Shin. He responds in the affirmative and is inclined in a welcoming traditional bow. En Shin casts a look at the opponent. He thinks, in front of him is a warrior in blue clothes. Everyone starts with the whites, but if they advance in their business, they get blue robes. And time does not matter here. Sometimes it takes more than 10 years to the transition from white to blue. But even the greatest masters of large sects are considered with the blue warriors of the desert fortress. The enemy says that he has been training Changhon's sword for 20 years. They say that the sword has no eye. But the weapon of the true master definitely has the eyes. He warns that in this sparring he will not restrain himself, and asks the guy to take this into account. En Shin easily agrees with him. The enemy takes out the sword from the scabbard. He becomes in a combat rack. The energy flow envelops his body. Group leaders are closely watching what is happening. En Shin is interested in which the mystery of the sword is used by the blue warriors of the Shanshan. He mentally orders himself to discard unnecessary thoughts. The guy exposes the blade. He thinks no matter what the enemy can do, he is here to reveal his skills. The representative of the Changhon group says that he will give him the first move. He tells the guy to start. En Shin uses the technique of time. With an incredible speed, he rushes to the enemy, but the man manages to substitute his sword under his blade. He is amazed at the speed of the guy, and hardly restrains his onslaught. En Shin continues to attack, and the enemy is forced to defend himself. The battle continues. The guy's lightning movements are striking. Khan Cholmok does not believe his eyes. Is it really a newcomer speed? Ma Jin thinks that, looking at this youth, he even forgets to breathe. But with the experience of Young-un Shin, the only option for victory is to intercept the initiative now. The guy strikes the enemy who forces him to cover his eyes. He lunges, and the man barely manages to block the blow. The play of time accelerates the mind. En Shin thinks that he has grown a lot since he came here. The principles of martial arts accumulate in a body, clogged with the art of movement of his clan. The more crooked the trajectory of the sword, the more the back muscles are involved. He thinks, if you apply rotation, then the energy forms a whirlwind. Yin Shin strikes the enemy with a powerful blow, forcing him to raise his hand with the sword up. The man opened, and the guy decides to use the moment. Approaching another blow, he thinks that he seems to have mastered another equipment. His attacks are so swift that the enemy is forced to take a defensive position. But another crushing blow is knocked out by the blade from his hands. En Shin puts the tip of the sword to the male's throat. Those present are struck by such a turn of events. Silence reigns in the hall. The leader of the Changhon group jumps from his place. Ma Jin laughs pretty. Masters who were present, as judges, are also unable to believe what they saw. Finally, one of them nevertheless announces the victory of En Shin. Han Wan Chan rejoices for a friend. Welcome screams are heard, and Yen Shin hides the sword in the scabbard. His opponent still cannot recover. Yun Shin thinks he was lucky. He won because a sudden outbreak of inspiration added strength to his impulse at the right time. Fight again. Everything can turn out differently. He thanks the enemy for allowing him to enjoy near his stunning level of owning a sword. He believes that the battle came out glorious. The man goes to his sword lying on the floor. Leaning, he raises his weapon, throwing his sword on his shoulder. He says that the guy's skill does not correspond to his age at all. He believes that En Shin is surprisingly gifted in fencing. Leaving the arena, he pronounces, "You say Young-un Shin to call?" So young, but power is simply incomprehensible. Those present are talking. Mugvanig received a treasure, even enviable. Majin gestures Khan Cholmoku about his loss. En Shin exhales tiredly, yet the battle was not easy for him. He decides to name the new Chukmagen technique. Ma Jin, who approached him with a casket in his hands. Leader Mugvanig throws her boyfriend. En Shin catches the box. Opening it, he does not believe his eyes and clarifies, "Is this what he thinks?" Ma Jin replies that this is the spiritual pill of Changhon, and adds that she is rightfully. The young man in blue clothes stands on the roof and examines the surroundings. The girl, in a suit of the same color, says Chon Menu sitting on the steps. is a really monstrous guy. Bai Mei Li, nicknamed the Ilian Sword, believes that to defeat such an experienced swordsman as a blue-winged fan of Kanchu is really something. She adds that Yen Xin is not only talented and hardworking, but also modest and polite. She likes his unique ability to grab martial arts on the fly. Chanmen agrees with her. He also has not yet seen such a potential. The girl says that every time she uses equipment in sparring with someone else in the presence of Yen Xin, he easily recreates the same movements. But in his performance they look more sophisticated, says Bai Mei Li. She says that it is even somehow embarrassed to use mediocre methods in front of him. The girl believes that he is inherent in some innate ability to catch the very essence of the technique. Chanmen with a smile ends the phrase he had begun, as if he always knew them. The young man agrees. He is really a monster. Wen Xin, holding his legs under himself, sits on the floor in the room. Ma Jin stands next to him. The man says that he does not know what kind of pill the guy can learn. He tells En Xin that this is usually about 60 to 70%, but depending on the circumstances, it may be less. Ma Jin adds, if she does not even live up to the expectations of the guy, then let not put pressure on herself. He believes that in this case, En Xin can damage his energy core or meridian, if not careful. The guy agrees with the teacher. The man continues to explain that the key to the assimilation of the pill is to allow her energy to circulate with his qi until it completely dissolves. If the stream of his qi becomes unstable, then it will intervene, so that En Xin let it remain calm and follows the current. The guy throws a pill in his mouth. Her energy begins to spread inside it. The energy whirlwind surrounds it, throwing it off the empty box. Ma Jin carefully monitors what is happening. Bai Mei Li says, it seems they have already begun. Chan Menyu is interesting how strong their youngest will become after the absorption of the energy pill. En Xin continues to sit in the lotus pose. Its inner power grows. Ma Jin thinks, this is the first experience of absorption with the guy. But at the same time, his stream of qi did not even flinch. The man did not have to intervene in the process, and he continues to observe what is happening, ready to help at any moment. Finally, Yun Xin raises his head and evaluates his capabilities. Ma Jin congratulates him. He completely learned the energy of the pill. The guy replies that his QI is noticeably stronger. The man is surprised. Was the guy could absorb all the energy himself without any help? Meanwhile, Yun Xin thinks that with an increase in internal energy, he can feel something that he had not even noticed before. Throughout the perimeter of the region, he feels the presence of the elders. The guy asks the teacher a question. Did they all guard him while he absorbed the pill? The man only silently looks at him with a certain degree of surprise. En Xin asks, why are everyone so kind to him? Ma Jin explains that it is not specifically about him. It is natural to take care of all its members for the group. He says that in the world of martial arts, where the question of life and death often arises, solidarity is natural. The teacher adds, the higher his combat skills, the better it is for grouping Magvanig. Later, when it was already getting dark, Yun Xin, sitting on the bed, plunges into thoughts. He feels that his internal energy has increased. It is incomparable with the one that was before. Despite the later time, he decides to go to the training room to see how much he became stronger. On the way, Bai Mei Li, a beginner naughty him. He recognizes the girl and pronounces with interrogative intonation, the Ilian Sword? She is interested. He could not resist and came here to train? The guy answers in the affirmative. Bai Mei Li says that she also picked up inspiration to practice while watching his battle. The guy notices that she was raised and congratulates the girl. She replies that this is only a small step forward. Bai Mei Li apologizes. Perhaps he wanted to practice alone, but she offers him sparring. En Xin replies that single training can be carried out at any time, and Ilian to learn from the older sword is a rare opportunity. The girl asks to call her just a Bai. She says that this is enough. The guy is inclined in front of her in a traditional bow. They diverge at some distance, wanting to start a duel. Yun Xin, taking out the sword from the scabbard, says that he will begin. The girl does not mind this. She is not even going to resort to weapons. She gives a sign with a wave of fingers so that he begins to act. The guy rushes to the attack. Bai Mei Li evades, and Yun Xin, holding his sword, intercepts. Her second hand is shrouded in a cloud of aura. She beats her Yun Xin in the chest. The guy retreats, and the girl is preparing to deliver another blow. Her fist is greeted by the advantage of the palm of En Xin, also shrouded in an energy cloud. For some time the confrontation lasts, but the guy, nevertheless, is forced to retreat. He stands, taking his breath and pressing his palm overwhelmed to the body. Bai Mei Li says, commendably. En Xin asks, does she practice Chungan? The girl confirms his hunch. She says that the swordsman who studies Magvanig cannot rely on his sword. Numerous fighting techniques, such as Chungin, are extremely effective. Bai Mei explains, even if the enemy knows how to strengthen the body of Qi, she will not allow this protection to destroy. She warns that Chungin's effectiveness depends on the ability to properly put internal energy in a blow. Enshin asks, can he share his observations of a beginner? The girl permits. The guy says that he is quite sensitive to Qi since childhood, so he noticed a small problem in her control. The girl is amazed she did not expect to hear this from him. Bai Mei asks, is he really able to see the movement of Qi? Enshin answers, not quite, and the girl is interested. Then how does he know about the problems of control? The guy explains that he does not see the course of Qi inside the body. He only watches the stream when he goes outside with her energy. Bai Mei is even hard to believe. She tells the guy that such a sense of perception is given only to masters of purple rank. The master of purple rank is the pinnacle of the hierarchy of the skill of martial arts in the desert fortress. First there is white, then blue, black, and only purple. Although she is surprised, she still allows the guy to say further. She will take note of his observation. Enshin explains to the girl, if you look closely at her palms, it seems to him that she is more suitable for investing Qi than any other. The guy examines his palm, which he tried to fulfill this technique. Remembering their sparring, he says that the very nature of its internal energy seems more suitable for the technician of close combat. If you put more Qi in it, then it will become much more powerful, Enshin believes. The girl says, in his opinion, in front of him is some kind of dumbass who does not know how to distribute internal energy? She asks, does he really think that she does not invest enough Qi? Enshin asks the girl forgiveness for saying excess and upset her. Bai Mei replies that she should apologize and thanks him. Waving goodbye to her hand, the girl leaves. For some time dissatisfied with himself, looking for a while, looking after her. The girl's voice is heard in the house. She turns to Magin, saying that, it seems, Enshin revealed her combat skills. She asks the man sitting at the table. He, by chance, did not mention something about the origin of her skills in his presence? He answers, what kind of nonsense? Does she really think that he would tell him something so important? Bai Mei thinks, then how does he know? Ma Jin says, maybe the guy has seen the techniques that they stubbornly develop from the lost art of the divine demon? The girl agrees, it looks like that. Rising from the chair and leaning his hands on the table, the man says, Hintire is special. Even if the whole world to get around, it will be difficult to find a similar talent. Walking around the room, Ma Jin says that such a person appears only once in a generation. He is sure that even those whose skill is undeniable, they will confirm this. The girl asks, he really believes that the guy is really at such a level? The man answers in the affirmative. He is sure that Enshin is undoubtedly the future elite in the hierarchy. He adds, no matter what others think about him. But you should not be dismissed from his words, as from the advice of a newcomer. Bai Mei clarifies. He wants to say that she should discuss the art of a divine demon with a guy. The man answers in the affirmative. He says that her self-learning has its limits, and he does not have time. In such conditions, the tips of Enshin are very appropriate. Majin is sure that the guy has the qualities of a great master. He adapts everything that he studies for himself. The girl is trying to object, but the man, without listening to her, continues to speak. He believes that the only problem lies in the character of the guy. Taking a scroll in his hands, he reports that a small task was just acted here. He orders the girl to go to watch how the guy copes with the circumstances of life and death with his comrades to understand whether he really deserves confidence. Ma Jin hands a scroll to the girl. He believes that the guy will need 5 years. And after this period, Yen-shin will surely lead Magvanig. At dawn, Yun-shin, Chan-men, Bai Mei, and Han Von-chan on horseback racing to complete the task. The girl, holding the bridle with a strong hand, is immersed in thought. She does not get out of her head, Ma-gin. Go and look at the gut of your future leader. By night, travelers arrive at the Zinpin district post station. Sleeping from the horse, Han Von sighs heavily, holding his hand at the place a little lower than his back, and complains about what he spent 10 days in the saddle. Yun-shin silently listens to the complaints of the friend. He thinks about the order that they have to fulfill. Someone from the cult of Bloody Flame terrifies the village, regularly killing cattle and destroying crops. The teacher, who gathered them in his office on the eve of departure from the desert fortress, said that this was happening in the Zinpin district in the south of Shaanxi. He said that in Shaanxi there are groups that could deal with this themselves, but recently there was an incident with the abduction of the elixirs of the Huashan sect. Han Wanchan asked, "Were the elixirs of the Huashan sect stolen?" He asks the teacher only not to say that the stolen pills are Jasadan, supposedly comparable to the Great Revival of Shaolin? The man answered, "It looks like that. The scale of this mission requires the mobilization of the entire Shangxi combat community, and they do not have enough resources." Ma Jin adds, "So they requested their help. He ordered them to do this business." Shin is trying to recall everything that he knows about the clan of the Bloody Flame. From his thoughts, someone's voice leads him. He hears someone says that they sent a request so many time ago, and the detachment arrived only now. Looking around, he sees two men. Outwardly, they are the exact opposite of each other. Anyone who runs ahead is quite voluminous in the waist, his companion, peering out from behind his back, thin. The first says that he always respected the desert fortress, like the sword of the empire. But what kind of frivolous attitude is this in the end? Shin, with a degree of bewilderment, considers men. Those approach their group and stopped in front of them. More complete of them grumbles that one of the youths arrived. He is interested. Will they cope with their offender? And he answers himself that he is not sure of this. Shin asks the satellites, "What does this need from them?" A man indignantly asks for this. Chanmen says that many of the local officials are ignorant. In such a wilderness, they probably never saw a real master of martial arts. Therefore, some equate the swordsmen in the service of the empire with their personal cleaners. The man angrily asks, "How does he laugh?" He believes that this is unheard of insolence. Shin asks, "Should he seal his acupuncture point of speech?" Chanmen says, "You can." He believes that the less chatter, the more time for business. The man is indignant again. What kind of nonsense? But the touch of the guy's fingers to his neck forces him to silent. Removing his hand, Yanshin looks at him testfully. He says that his indignation worries them little. They leave, leaving the thin servant to trouble on the gift of the speech of the speech. Han Wanchan asks Yanshin, "Have he really mastered acupuncture techniques?" He answers in the affirmative. The young man says that he thinks that contacting a you to the guy is somehow not very good. He claims that from that moment he will call him the young Master Young. The guy answers, how he wishes. At the same time, Shin calls a friend, the divine guardian of the desert fortress. A proud smile blooms on the young man's face, and he even spreads his shoulders. Suddenly, the hand of Chanmina lies on the shoulder of Yunshin. Having acquired a guy, he asks, "Does that unwritten law on non-interference know? The government and the world of martial arts do not interfere in each other's affairs." He says that they, unlike many other fighters, can afford a little more in communicating with officials, as they act on behalf of the ruling family. It is nice to put in place such people who are not shining with the mind who think that they can report them. Chanmen adds, "This is the privilege of a fighter of the desert fortress." Bai Miley intervenes in a conversation, saying that he does not overdo it. Although everyone agrees that he came out great with his official, the attention of Han Wanchan is attracting something. He indicates to his companions that something is happening in the village. Although twilight have already come, but in the field on the outskirts and however, people are visible. The peasant, armed with pitchfork, shows off the insults of a red-haired big man, holding a bloodied sword in one hand and in the other child. A little raising a crying baby, the man tells him to shut up. In a cry, he wides his mouth wide in which sharp fangs are visible. Shin understands that this is the cultist of a bloody flame, and the first breaks down. A moment later, Chanmen is ahead of Yenshin. The guy admires his speed. He understands that this is the technique of moving the Menchozenbi clan. Another moment and he is overtaken by Bai Malin. Han Wanchan also leaves him behind. The guy mentally shouts, looking into the back to his comrades. Trying to catch up with them, he thinks that all this time he did not particularly train in the techniques of movement. In the training room, he was not a little before that. The peasant is alarmed by the state of a man who touched the cult of the cultist. The red-haired giant clings his teeth. He is amused by what is happening. A man armed with a stick requires him to let the child go. A woman standing at a distance, in horror, clamps her mouth with her hands. The big man turns to the baby, demanding that he fall silent. He yells so because he is full of life? For him, an attack by Chanmena was a surprise. He manages to substitute his blade under the young man who fell on him. The cultist of the bloody flame becomes in a combat rack. Suddenly, he realizes that his second hand is already empty. Chanmen stands opposite him, clutching a child to him. Seeing the sign of the difference on his shoulder, the big man understands that he was a warrior from the desert fortress. He notices the blue of the young man's clothes. The man sees the approach of Bai Malin. It is enveloped in a fiery aura. He squeezes the sword harder, and then rushes upward, leaving the opponents far behind. He rises incredibly high in the sky. Bai Malin and Chonmen, who presses the rescued child to him, look after him in surprise, perplexing. Who is this guy? The girl says that, judging by the speed, the cultist spends vitality in order to use such a technique of movement as expected from the sect of Bloody Flame. They are joined by the breathless Honvon Chan, and then Yun Shin. Chonmen gives the child to his mother. The girl hides Honwan Chana. She says that general combat skills correspond to its white level, but he lacks endurance. She advises him to work on it. The young man agrees with her opinion. The cue of Enshin comes, and he lowers his head. Bai Malin says his fundamental skills are surprisingly well developed. This level of skill can rarely be found even among 8 clans. She continues, looking at how he moves without the use of techniques. We can say with confidence that no one in the group of Ma Guanig will be able to catch up with him. The girl adds, even a freezer, pointing to the young man. He answers, and okay, who is generally worried about someone else's speed. When they return to the post station, Chonmen decides to contact En Shine. The young man asks, to teach a guy of his movement techniques? En Shin is amazed at his proposal. He cannot believe in the generosity of the young man. He explains that the movement technique is not considered the full martial art of their clan. He offers just a small walking lesson. He says that most inhabitants are too tough, but he is sure that the guy can. En Shin is glad that he had a chance to learn the technique of moving the men clan. The young man says that he does not particularly rejoice. Nobody in the sect Magvanig was able to master this. He adds that he somehow taught this to those who wanted to learn, but no one achieved success. The girl smiles a little, listening to him. The young man demonstrates the movement technique. He says that although this is called technology, there is no system in it. En Shin is trying to understand. Does he think energy at the fingertips? Although there was no activation of the flow. Chonmen again repeats that this is just a walking lesson. He calmly walks along the trunk of a huge tree, rising up. The guy is striking in the ease with which he does it. Chonmen, laying his hands behind his back, continues to go on the trunk higher and higher. He stands on a branch and turns to his comrades. En Shin thinks that even the presence of power is not felt. This is still the technique of the men clan. Qi is not used, but something like energy supports the body. The young man jumps from the tree. Ina Shin, who is watching him, thinks that even this descent is like a falling sheet. Chonmen asks, how? Did he understand? The guy replies that this is some kind of wind created with the help of energy. But he does not have such strength as the men clan. The young man is amazed. He is interested. The guy realized this, just watching the flow of energy. And Shin in response has a question. Isn't he showing him the equipment for this? The guy says that thanks to him, he realized something. If you disassemble movements based on combat units and select accordingly, Honwon Chan believes that this is for a long time. He decides to go to look for them a roof over his head. Later, Ian Shin continues to analyze what he saw. He thinks that the energy of nature is based on the movements of Chan Mina. It seems to him that he understood everything. Chan Men, who suspended the hammock to the tree on which he recently packed, sleeps with his hands behind his head. Some sound makes him wake up and be alert. He was awakened by the creak of the door opened by the door. Chan Men sees the guy go somewhere. En Shin finds a spacious place that seems suitable for him. He repeats the technique that Chon Men demonstrated to him. The young man, watching him from a height, is amazed. Seeing how En Shin is practiced in a new technique for him, Chon Men rings, abnormal. Several sparrows jump on the ground in search of bugs. Not far from them is trained by Honwan Chan. From a distance, Bai Mei is watching him. The young man says that he does not even believe that about a month has passed since he got here, and his friend has already mastered the art of the Men clan. Chan Men, lounging into a hammock, answers. He will not deny that the guy has the makings of a great master. Even for their clan, this is not the simplest task. The girl recalls the teacher's words, go and look at the gut of her future leader. Han Wan-chan asks, was it worth sending Enshin alone? Bai Mei believes that people are too scared to leave them. In addition, this is a mission of intelligence. She is sure the guy can easily handle it. Mountain terrain. The path to the mountains lies through the forest, which partially covers their slopes. En Shin rushes among the trees. He thinks that these lightness, speed, and distribution of forces are incommensurable with its previous capabilities. He continues his way, rejoicing in new skills. The foot of the cliff has a small hut. On a stone near her, the cultist of the bloody flame, leaning over the body of the child, sits. En Shin makes its way through the thickets. Later, walking along the path, he thinks that he finally discovered their lair. He plans to return to his comrades and inform them of it. Suddenly, some sounds attract his attention. Seeing the path, He sees how the red-haired healthy man drinks blood, falling to the child's neck. The guy is amazed at what he saw. He cannot leave it so easy. The cultist is passionate about his occupation. His eyes with narrowed pupils and missing iris are more reminiscent of animal. His attention is attracted by a slight noise, and, without looking up from his lesson, he raises his eyes. There is a guy on the edge, putting his hand on the handle of the blade. The big man on whose lips is the blood can be seen, puts the child on the ground, and he asks Enshin, "Who is he?" The guy looks at him menacingly. The cultist says that judging by the clothes, he is from a deserted fortress. The big man with his hand wipes blood from the lips, while demonstrating the threatening species of fangs. He goes to Enshin, taking out the sword from the scabbard on the go. At the same time, he is interested. The guy came here alone? Scalefangs, he calls him a fool and asks, was he really dared to come here without reinforcement? Loosing, he says that the guy blames himself. But at that moment, Enshin, moving at an incredible speed, attacks him in a jump, and with one wave of a sword cuts his head. The enemy did not even have time to understand what happened, how the battle had already ended, and his decapitated body settled on the ground. Disrupting him, Yanshin goes to the child, hoping that he can still be saved. Before his eyes, the terrible picture faces the young scene in the estate. The whole yard was strewn with the dead bodies of his relatives. Clutching a sword in his hands, he thinks that he will not leave these reptiles alone. The guy tells the child to wait for him. After he finishes here, he will bury him with dignity. Enshin carefully examines the hut. Using a special technique, he sees a rather unusual aura that he radiates. The guy resorts to the technique of a quick sword magvanig, attacking the cultists who are in the house. Without much difficulty, he straightens out with the first opponents. Red-haired healthy people cannot believe that someone dared to attack them. Enshin, moving at an incredible speed, is dealt with the cultists. He drives his sword into the chest of the next enemy. They stand against each other. The tip of the sword in the chest of a man, and the hilt is in the hands of Yunshin. The guy says, "The cult of the bloody flame, does he live on the principle of the strongest survive? Then to be killed by a stronger opponent for them naturally, isn't it?" He resolutely straightens out with a healthy man, and the lifeless body falls at his feet. Suddenly, something attracts the attention of Enshin. Seeing through the destroyed wall of the house the entrance to the cave, he goes to her, feeling that even more energy comes from there. Enshin is sure that this is not just a shelter of members of the worship of a bloody flame. He believes that he discovered their base, armed men asking him to go from the cave, who dared to attack them. They consider it reckless. The healthy man who walks ahead tells the guy to kill. He promises that he will pay blood, and the warriors walking behind him are rushing to Enshin. The guy is preparing for the battle. His opponents vying that he would regret that he was sticking here, and he will have to pay blood for this. Enshin, not wanting to waste time for nothing, attacks first, rushing into the most thick opponents. It is simply impossible to keep track of the trajectory of the movement of his sword. After a moment, all his opponents settled at his feet with lifeless bodies. Enshin stands at the entrance to the cave, realizing that the battle has not yet been finished. This time from there is the approach of an incredibly powerful aura, and the questioning voice comes. What did he arrange here? Finally, the guy manages to see the silhouette of a man approaching him from the depths of the cave. Enshin understands that the ominous energy that he felt all the time did not come from the warriors that he killed. Meanwhile, its owner is already very close. From the darkness of the cave, a man comes to him, completely different from those with whom the guy had to face earlier. His hair is red-black, and then the enemy appears before him. Enshin has to look at him from the bottom up. Rumors reached him that when a person reaches a certain level of internal energy, his hair color could visually change. In this case, it can be only one personality, the leader of this cult, the Supreme Master. Distributing his sword, he thinks that in the sect of Bloody Flame he is called a bloody demon with a sword. The man also takes up the handle of the blade, saying that the suffering of the guy will help to quench his thirst for blood. A bloody demon with a sword is a title that the vitality of the sects of the Bloody Flame. Among the civilian population and the lower worlds, they are equated with Death Reapers. Masters, skillful enough to kill them, are very few. Yunshin stands opposite the big man, clutching the sword in his hands. It acts according to the learned rules. Attack the first before the enemy approaches. He recalls that this is how he won the last time, attacking before the enemy managed to react. Enshin decides that it is time to act. The man is interested in, everything in the deserted fortress is so arrogant, or what? The guy uses the technique of time. The bloody demon manages to evade, and the blade passes literally a few centimeters from his face. This leads the man as a rage. But Yunshin does not allow him to come to his senses, and attacks him again. He moves at an incredible speed, attacking from all sides, sometimes even seems to be bifurcated, so rapidly his movement. The enemy grinds the fangs in a grin. He is impressed by the skills of Enshin. His words cause anger in a guy. He again recalls the dead faces of his native people. Emotions gives him more strength, and he again rushes on the attack. Their swords are crossed, and the grin slides off the face of a bloody demon. In the head, Enshin beats only one thought. He is no longer the one who was before. The guy intercepts the enemy's hand in which he squeezes the sword. He acts on him with his own energy, and the big man screams in pain. The bloody demon looks somewhat confused, realizing what Enshin is capable of. His hand is covered by a blood-red aura, and he, showering the guy with insults, tries to hit him. But Yunshin strikes a chopping blow, and part of the hands of the healthy man flies to the side. The bloody demon, looking at the terrifying wound, screams wildly. In his cry, hellish pain and anger and bewilderment are intertwined. The guy, without wasting time, puts his sword in the enemy's chest, piercing his body through. For a moment they freeze. Enshin presses more on the blade, driving it on the very hilt. The big man comes in a bloody cough. Spray of blood fly from his mouth. With difficulty he pronounces, so that he falls by hand, such as a guy. Enshin, looking into his eyes, answers. It seems that he had only caused pain to others earlier, and he himself did not experience it. He pulls out his sword from the enemy's chest, and he slowly settles to the ground at his feet. The guy laughs sadly. He stands in front of the cave. Around him are the bodies of the cultists of Akari Flame. The attention of Enshin is attracted by the pit nearby. He comes closer and sees that the bodies of people are in it. Among them are both children and women. Sunset illuminates mountain peaks. There is a guy's voice, peach flowers and taming your peace. As he could, he buried the peasants killed by the cultists. Han Wan-chan is surprised and does not hide it. Bai Mei-li also experiences strong emotions. Enshin reached their temporary refuge after the night of the night. He appeared in bloodied clothes, carrying a wounded child on the back. The guy's comrades are at the table. Next to it is a servant with a tray. Han Wan-chan exclaims, "Young Master Young!" The guy gives the child a friend, asking him to examine him. The young man, carefully taking the boy, asks, "This baby is not dead?" The girl says that he clearly fought and asks, "What happened?" Only now Yunshin notes that his white suit is all in blood. The guy replies that he is in order. This is not his blood. He says that he found a place where, it seems, a division of the Blood Flame sect has settled. Bai Mei-li replies that this is good. Then the meaning of his words reaches her. And starting, she asks, "He found the monastery of the sect?" Enshin says that there were 8 members of the Blood Flame sect, all those who arranged riots in the villages. And there is one person with black and red hair. The girl understands that we are talking about a bloody demon with a sword. They conclude that there, at the foot of the mountains in the cave, there was definitely one of the groups of the Blood Flame sect. Chan Men is surprised that they settled nearby. He believes that whatever their goals, the sect of Bloody Flame is the enemy of the desert fortress, and they are obliged to eradicate this threat. The girl says that a lightning Odic genius has done a great job, and now he can relax. She and Chan Men will deal with the remaining. Enshin replies that there is no longer any need to go there. He believes that you just need to send a patrol there. The guy adds, "People there will need only to help remove the victims." Han Wan-chan asks, "The guy believes that only a patrol for harvesting corpses is needed?" The girl turns to Enshin. He wants to say that he defeated the bloody demon with a sword and members of the sect alone. The guy answers in the affirmative. Yes, he killed them all. Chan Men clarifies. He alone cleaned the base of the Blood Flame sect division. Enshin replies that the technique of movement that he showed him a lot helped him. Bai Mei-li says that a bloody demon with a sword has an unusual ability to regenerate. She is interested. Did he really deliver the guy problems? Noticing the surprise of Yunshin, she explains, "It is difficult to defeat a bloody demon with a sword, but even those who could often die from a blow to the back, because they did not know about his ability to regenerate." The guy repeats in surprise, "The ability to regenerate?" He holds forward his hand on which the strands of red-black hair are wound. The guy puts on the table a severed head of a bloody demon, which he pulled out of the shoulder bag. He says that he did not notice such an ability. Everyone looks at his trophy. Enshin thinks that regeneration is dangerous. A smile appears on the lips of Chan Men. He confirms that bloody demons really have the ability to regenerate. Desert Fortress, night. Ma Jin, in whose office there are Bai Mei-li and Chan Men, he said. He thought it would be a simple mission, but there was a bloody cultist? He believes that this may be even for the better. Perhaps they managed to prevent many deaths. A man is interested in how did their lightning, moving genius behave in a critical situation. The girl replies that the guy at least. Chon Men thoughtfully scratches the chin. A critical situation? Majin says. If it really was a bloody cult, then they were headed by a strong leader. For a beginner in white clothes, this is dangerous. Did they really deal with everything, so as not to endanger the youngest? The girl replies that they did not even see anything. The lightning Audic genius went into reconnaissance alone and returned with the news about the destruction of the branch of the cult. Majin cannot believe what he heard. He asks, Bai Mei Li wants to say that he alone prompted everything there, including a bloody demon with a sword. Chon Men confirms the words of the girl, and Shin stands by the window. His friend sits on a bench near him. He says that it is very pleasant to return here. He seems to be attached to this place. The young man turns to the young master. Chon, did not it seem to him that some kind of excitement reigns around? And Shin, who noticed the illuminated streets and crowds of the people, replies, yes, as if the festival was happening. Han Wan-chan says this is not so. He notifies the guy that the former leader of the Divine Sword was returning. The young man says that he came to challenge the place of the elder of the council. He adds, and he also brought with him a boy, who, as they say, adopted in the famous family of Ipkan and Mag. They say he has extraordinary talents. Enshin's hand clenches into a fist. Ipkan Mag is a kind of his mother, his close relatives. But they never visited Sanyan, neither when his mother got married nor after she gave birth to him and left. For them, her marriage is only a reason for reproaches. After all, they almost broke off the ties with the daughter who married a low-born man. Yun Shin stands before Magin, sitting at the table. The guy asks, did the teacher call him? The man looks at his student with an appraising look. He is impressed. Even the aura En Shin has changed. Ma Jin thinks, nevertheless, to destroy the branch of the bloody cult alone, it cannot be a simple success. The man rises from the table and, heading for the door, invites En Shin to follow him. He says that the head calls him to himself. The guy recalls that only meeting with the head of the desert fortress. Walking after the man along the corridor, he asks, what? There were times when a newcomer in white clothes was repeatedly summoned for a year. Majin answers briefly, never. They leave the building, and in the yard they are respectfully welcomed by students. They hear the guys talk. A lightning Audic genius from Magwanig, the one who defeated a bloody demon with a sword. Voices come to them. I can't even believe, is he really killed him? The guy looks younger than they thought. Majin tells the student, it is not surprising that they pay attention to him. If he alone destroyed the branch of the bloody cult, it means that he has already reached the level of the master of the desert fortress. They are approaching the highest building, where the guy had a chance to visit. Pupils see their eyes. En Shin thinks that his perception of time is different from them. He has no time to rejoice at the successes. If he wants to survive, then he needs to achieve the strength of the leader of the detachment of the Divine Sword before he turns 20. He still has to go from white to blue, then to black clothes, like Magin. And finally, to defeat the 17 steps of Magvanig in order to reach the purple rank of the leader of the detachment of the Divine Sword. They stand at the door, near which he was not so long ago. Ma Jin knocks on the door, because of which words come to them, it seems that you have a grandson. En Shin hears the answer. That is a child of lower blood, nothing for their kind. Then the person says an unfamiliar to him. He does not disgrace the IPKHKHANMAG, and that is good. He hears the man invisible to him that this child is a real heir. Although he is from a side branch, his talent is exceptional. Ma Jin opens the door and they enter the hall. The guy follows his teacher on a long passage. They appear before the head sitting on a sofa created by the roots of a tree. Next to her stands a venerable old man and a young man. Ma Jin welcomes the head of the desert fortress. And Shin is also inclined in a traditional bow. The guy understands who the old man is. This is the former leader of the detachment of the Divine Sword, a master of purple rank, surpassing even Ma Gin. The old man asks him, so he is that glorified lightning, Audic genius from Magvanig. He seems to say that his name is Ma Yonchok, the one who once headed the detachment of the Divine Sword. He says that his grandson, while he points to the young man standing next to him, wanted to compete with the gifted peer, so he turned to the head. And Shin answers, it's nice to meet. He thinks it means that the old man did not recognize him. Ma Yonchok says that he heard fresh rumors about him. He adds that having met him personally, he can say with confidence that they do not even agree. The old man believes that he is really strong. He has an incredible level for his age. The guy welcomes Ma Yonjoka. He seems saying that his name Jung-un Shin. The old man asks, what does that mean? For several moments, silence reigns in the hall. If his surname Young then he is the same. The old man is aware of the situation. He is amazed to the core. The guy replies that they are found for the first time. Ma-jin looks at him with some surprise. He asks, "That means he is his sister's son?" And Shin is surprised no less than him. Silence reigns in the hall again. The guy understands that Ma-jin and his mother are brother and sister. He turns to the teacher. Does he get his uncle? He asks for forgiveness, because it is not familiar with the family on the maternal line. The guy adds, even in the fallen main genus he is considered an outcast. Ma-jin, like Ma Yeonchuk, is amazed at the family of Young Pot. The man asks, he wants to say that the Young family was destroyed? And Shin thinks, judging by their reaction, for them this is really news. The old man asks, how did this happen? He turns to the head of the desert fortress. Ma Yeonchuk asks for permission to talk with the guy alone, and Shin tells the old man that he is an outsider for him. Is this not so? As a warrior of the desert fortress, he respects the achievements of his grandfather on the maternal side. But any personal conversations for him are burdensome. And Shin hears how they turn to him, calling the warrior Mugvanig. The head says that his spirit is impressive. Suddenly an exclamation of the young man is heard. Unacceptable. He says that he cannot accept it. How can someone like this guy be a direct descendant of his grandfather? He asks the old man, what kind of disrespect for the previous leader of the detachment of the divine sword? And Shin, looking at him, thinks, but how does he behave in the presence of the leader of the desert fortress? He answers the young man that he does not need his approval. Pointing to the insignia on his shoulder, Ian Shin adds, he is not a member of the Ipakranmag clan. The guy claims to be directly subject to the group of Mugvanig. The young man becomes furious. What an audacity. He asks for permission to fight with Ian Shin. He wants to prove that he is not worthy to be in the blood kinship with them. The guy replies that this is nonsense. He does not mind fighting if he wants to check the skills. However, he believes that he is not obliged to prove his value to him or his family. The young man from anger cannot even express his thoughts coherently, and Shin notices combat gloves on his belt. He understands that the young man is trained in close combat techniques characteristic of IPKHKHANMAG. A voice is heard, quite a dispute. The head of the desert fortress says that friendship often boils in battle. And this is a boy, she believes, promising talent. She is sure that the best way to resolve their conflict will be the battle. The woman offers those present to bet, if they of course wish. The chapter turns to a lightning, bearing genius. She understands that he has little benefit from this. As a sign of respect for her old friend, she will fulfill his request regardless of the result. En Shin clarifies. And if this is the very request, it implies the fruit of the world tree. But the woman, having dropped her eyes, replies that this is not possible, at least for now. She says that even if her late friend personally asked, her answer would be the same. The merits of the leader of the divine sword cannot be compensated in another way. But in return, she offers him to teach one of her branded techniques. En Shin is impressed. The leader of the desert fortress, which is called the best under the sky, offers to teach him. The young man is no less enthusiasm than En Shin, a reception from the mistress herself. The guy thinks that he himself is more interested in combat techniques than the opportunity to defend the honor of the ancestors. He is surprised that the mother's family chose such a person by the heir. The guy replies that he agrees. They go to the site where the young man dresses his gloves. The head of the desert fortress says that they start. Here their battle will not disturb. The enemy Ian Shin is kneading before the fight. Ma Yeonchuk and Ma-jin prepared to watch sparring. At the moment, Ian Shin has enough belonging to Mugvanig, so he is not interested in the connection with the Ipakranmag clan. He gestures the enemy with a gesture to start a duel. He decides to allow him to attack the first. Fury distorts the guy's face when he rushes forward. He brings a hand covered with a strong aura for a blow. En Shin evades, and he inertia takes a few more steps forward. The guy is a little puzzled. He thinks the young man took some rare pill. He feels that the enemy's energy is much superior to him. The opponent is preparing to strike. En Shin uses the technique of time. He masterfully evades enemy attacks. But the young man nevertheless manages to strike a blow that En Shin barely manages to block. He thinks, then this is what real family martial arts look like? Despite the apparent softness, these are very sophisticated techniques of a noble school. The young man asks, why does he not get the sword? Exploring the next attack, En Shin answers, because of their technology. The enemy's face distorts the mask of anger. He attacks a guy again and again who easily avoids his blows. But the enemy is persistent. En Shin says that he came up with something that can be opposed by their technique. He believes that 10 movements will be enough for this. Ma Yonchak cannot believe that the guy was going to win for 10 movements. He thinks that this is not even a genius. Ma Jin says that Ian Shin did not mean it. He explains that the guy is going to create equipment in 10 movements, and this will be a new combat reception. En Shin assures that he came up with something that can be opposed by the opponent's technique. 10 movements will be enough for this. The enemy replies that, in this case, he will lay out in full. Around its gloves, there is an energy vortex. The young man sets up resolutely. His aura looks impressive. He decides to use the Hafi fist technique, and Shin, measuring him, thinks, good. He likes that he did not succumb to anger, but instead he completely concentrated. Moreover, the guy feels the waves of true energy emanating from him. He believes that it cannot be that the purple master who once ruled the world teach him not serious. En Shin turns to the enemy. Although he mentioned the fist technique, he does not mind if the technique of his palms is involved. The guy says that there is no need to list his techniques, let him simply give it to the maximum. He has something to show? The young man is attacking En Shin. He applies new equipment. Their fists, covered by energy flows, are found. The ward of Ma Yonjoka delights the monstrous power of the guy. Ma Jin, watching the battle, thinks that the lightning Otic genius did not sank at all in skills during the trip, became even better. En Shin responds to the enemy with a vengeance. From his blow, the young man grabs his breath. Ma Jin is amazed. Is the guy really inspired by the Kafi-fisted technique just seen? Ma Yonchak also does not take his eyes off their confrontation. The young man collects all his strength, trying to deliver a decisive blow. En Shin makes him, asking him to show him more. He can. The young man of evil, he demands that the opponent not provoke him. He strikes a powerful blow, putting all his skills into it. But Yen Shin contrasts him with his triple blow. His attack makes the young man ride. En Shin does not reduce the pressure, continuing to direct the energy concentrated in the palms to the enemy. The young man is forced to retreat under his pressure. The guy uses the technique of palms, thinking that it will be really interesting. The young man calls Yenshina a village manor, but the guy does not fall to the verbal skirmish. Instead of an answer, it increases the power of the blow 4 times. Ma Yonjoka is impressive of his skill. The enemy En Shin, unable to resist his feat, kneels. He enters the cough and presses his hand to his chest, where En Shin struck. The guy stands nearby, looking down at him from top to bottom, and expecting whether the enemy can continue the battle. For some time, silence reigns on the site. Everyone froze in anticipation. Ma Jin thinks, the longer the combination, the stronger the fist energy becomes. The Ma Yonchak standing nearby does not hide surprise. He cannot believe that Ian Shin was able to create new martial art in such a short period. The guy, looking at his palms, rejoices that he finally created worthy martial art. The head of the desert fortress says that she became a witness to an amazing sight. She admired what she managed to see. En Shin asks for forgiveness and expresses the hope that he did not disappoint her. The head says that he should not be afraid of it. She is not disappointed. The woman asks, he already decided how to call this fist technique? The guy replies that he called her an unfading radiance. The head of the desert fortress says, a combat style that endlessly radiates radiance. She considers this name suitable. Ma Jin says the guy did a great job. He congratulates Ian Shin because he created outstanding martial art. The guy replies that while he had only laid the foundations, he believes that this technique has yet to be honed. He so far uses it in the traditional style of Magvaneg. Ma Jin says, even if so, among the representatives of the white rank, few can withstand such a blow. He tries not to be surprised, but the speed of progress in Shin leaves him no chance. The guy believes that he needs to become even faster. Ma Yonchak, with sadness in his eyes, turns to Enshine. He asks, how can he earn his forgiveness? The guy, and all standing nearby, cannot hide surprise when he heard these words. The retired leader of the detachment of the divine sword of the desert fortress is considered a heavenly deity that has power over the life and death of most people. En Shin cannot believe that such a person tends his head in front of him. He looks in surprise at Ma Yonjoka standing in front of him, and then the guy, having previously apologized, tells the old man that this gesture on his part is extremely burdensome. He explains that it is impossible to easily correct the mistakes of the past. For him, the maternal relatives are no different from outsiders. He claims that now his family is Magvanig. Ma Yonchak replies that communication can always be built again. The guy says he is too busy with his training. He adds that he defeated his grandson in a duel, which he himself initiated. En Shin asks the old man to respect his desire of the warrior. The head of the desert fortress says, since the lightning Otic genius won, this is a completely reasonable requirement. She recalls her promise to teach a guy one of his techniques and invites him to come at a convenient time for him. She believes that he can also require another thing from the desert fortress. Shin replies that he will pass through the teachers, the time at which it will be convenient for him to come. Ma Jin is a little surprised. He and Ironia thinks that the guy appointed him to his personal ambassador. They go down the stairs. Shin goes ahead, the man follows him. Ma Jin hauls the guy and he stops. He says that there is a task that can help the guy achieve his goal. City of Xian. Shin, along with friends, follows Ma Jin on a crowded street. The guy recalls the conversation with the teacher, which happened the day before. The man told him about Jasudan. He said that this is a rare pill of the Skasan sect, which is considered a treasure of the world of martial arts. The Skasan sect lost her. And since then, many other sects and masters of martial arts are looking for this treasure. Now Shin understands why the commotion arose among the warriors. Ma Jin said their mission is accompanied by representatives of the Skasan sect in search of Pilyuli Jasodan. In words, these are just a joint search, but in fact it is a need not to scatter lives in vain. Shin understands that since there will be many skirmishes during the mission, he will have the opportunity to experience his sword in a real battle. The teacher confirms, it will be so. He is sure that this mission will probably be useful to him. He will be able to freely fight with numerous masters. Ma Jin believes that, given his innate talent, he will achieve great success than continuing ordinary training. Han Woon Chan, who was walking behind the guy, says, insulting. He says that the desert fortress cannot openly support the Slasan sect, so they cannot be worn by the usual combat robes. They are met by a detachment of young warriors, headed by a man, whose clothes and age indicate that he is their mentor. He says that they were waiting for the arrival of masters of the desert fortress. Han Wan-chan, seeing on their clothes distinctive signs, understands that the representatives of the Slasan sect before them. The heads of groups welcome each other. The man pronounces, Ma Gvanig. Ma Jin answers, Chongju Ginin. This is the name of the leader of the Masters of the Sword of the Flowering Plum. It is known as an unsurpassed great master. Even the Ma Jin does not reach his level, which wear black clothes, but they make an impression about the same. A man also welcomes the Ilian sword and a blue-eyed demon, as Chon Men is calling. He says, familiar faces, which means there is no point in the exchange of courtesies. The past skirmish placed everything in places without words. Shin first hears the nickname Chon Mena. He is curious at the young man with curiosity. He only smiles in response. Looking at Shin, Chongju Ginin says that the ratio of the desert fortress to the matter leaves much to be desired. Then he adds, even a completely green student was taken for a mission. The guy is surprised. He recognized a student of the desert fortress in him, despite the fact that there are no official clothes on him. Ma Jin wants to explain something, but the man does not allow him to finish, stopping with a gesture. Chongju Ginin still believes that even a student of the desert fortress, he believes, is not easy. He asks, what about their students exchange blows? He believes that they will at least have a little fun along the way. Ma Jin understands that he wants to experience Shin. Since the leaders of the groups did not fit in a joint mission, Chongju Jinin decided to recoup through young people, who determines future relationships. Shin thinks that the teacher again decided to hide him. The student Chongju Jinin asks, is there enough 5 seconds? The man answers, this is a demonstrative battle, so let him fight with all his might. The young man answers mockingly, as if a guy can show him something. He heard that martial art of Ma Gvanig is based on sensory perception directly in battle. Shin comes out to meet the enemy. He is interested in what the teachings of the Skasan sect are. He asks the young man, is he sure that he will have enough 5 seconds? He is interested in response. Did he really offend him? He apologizes, saying that he did not want this. It was just that in the morning training it was like that, and he did not notice how his words were called. The young man seems to, his name is Yu Hyun from the Skasan sect. Han Won-chan impressed. In front of them is the hidden dragon of Skasan. He heard about this outstanding student of the leader of the sect Slasan. Bai Miley adds, the young man was nicknamed the next generation of the sect. There are rumors that he had already begun to master the art of purple fog. Han Won-chan considers it unfair that such a monster went out against Shin. Meanwhile, the guy seems to be an opponent, calling his name, Young-un Shin. Opponents stand against each other. The rest formed a ring around them. Yu Hyun is rapidly attacking Shin. His aura is so strong that he literally blinds the guy. He understands that this is the Palmar technique of falling petals. It is considered quite variable. Shin uses the technique of the unfading radiance of the first technique, spiral. Yu Hyun is surprised that the guy is so rapidly approaching him. He asks the question, what is this force? Meanwhile, Shin resorts to the second technique of his new technique, the wall. The enemy is trying to use the Palmer technique of falling petals. This is enough to inspire Shin to the third reception of an unbroken radiance. He asks the young man to hold out as long as possible. He needs at least 10 blows. The enemy is trying to resist, but the guy's attack throws him far back. He falls to the ground and does not even try to get up. Shin freezes in anticipation. Looking at his hands, he thinks that this attack pulls on a third reception. He decides to name the third reception of an unfading radiance, a palmous bud. He looks around the audience, crowding around. One of the guys asks, "What was it? For 3 attacks?" How could the talent from Shan lose so quickly? Cleaned Chongju Ginin asks, "Who is this boy?" He tells you to choose Yuhen. One of the guys fulfills the assignment and puts the young man on the shoulder. Chongju Ginin says that in the desert fortress, it seems, the dragon has been raised. He admits that their grip over the world of martial arts becomes tougher. Majin asks not to exaggerate him. He assures that the desert fortress will still not touch the innocent. Chongju Ginin grins as an unchanged excuse. He turns to the guy. He said that his name is Young Yun Shin. The man says that the guy demonstrated outstanding martial art. He believes that it is somewhat similar to the technique of falling petals, but he does not think that someone could teach him the technician's shasan. He did not even imagine that similar techniques existed. Chongju Ginin expresses the hope that this motivates even the lazy. Meanwhile, Yu Hin gradually comes to his senses. The man says, "If the day comes when the circumstances forced him to leave the desert fortress, then let him know that Skasan will accept him as an honorary guest." Majin hits him. He believes that the man is already crossing the line. He admits that his greed clouded his mind. He says that it was unworthy behavior. He just cannot resist when someone appears in front of him with such a shining talent. Majin looks a little concerned. His students are unhappy with what is happening. Shin thinks that he used almost all the energy that he had for the last trick. The unfading radiance consumes the maximum forces for each movement, but the volume of internal energy consumed is too large. So far, in a real battle, it is better to rely on the sword, he decides. A little later, when they were already in the hotel, senior students tell the guy that he would quickly open his meridian Jundan. Chan Men believes, if he lacks internal energy, then you can at least increase endurance. Shin does not understand what they are talking about. The girl notices that he is puzzled. She explains, even Meridian Shandan, responsible for spiritual energy in her head, does not give such an advantage. He will strengthen his inner energy. The guy asks for, "Will strengthen internal energy?" The girl says, "This means that the effectiveness will increase." She is interested. Did he hear legends about the masters who fight tirelessly for 7 days and nights? He responds in the affirmative. Bai Mei explains, they all trained Meridian Jundan. The flow of their internal energy has become stable, allowing you to use powerful techniques repeatedly. Even after a powerful emission, the flow of energy is not interrupted. Shin asks Chonmena. For this reason he was able to survive against Namhun, Chile Goma? The guy is interested. How to open this meridian? The girl replies. If you train Meridian Siadan for a long time, he will open himself. You just need to concentrate the circulation of energy in the upper body. Shin, turning to her, as an older sister, asks, "Is there a faster way?" Bai Mei is surprised, but she is pleased that Shin called her that. A loud exclamation attracts the attention of men sitting at a neighboring table. Ma Gin, along with the students, is sitting at a large table. He says that the culprit is Tight. He explains that this is a notorious thief in the northern regions of Yangtze. The man says that this is the same person who stole a secret scroll of martial arts. Han Wan-chan asks Bai Mei sitting nearby, "Did they stole a scroll of martial arts?" The girl answers, "It just happened." Ma Jin continues to say, "From that moment they must eradicate in Shaanxi all the signs of sects that are connected with Tight." Han Wan-chan asks, "What about the Huashan sect?" The man replies to him that while they will make a hype, they will try to get information inside the sects. Shin asks the question, "Is it worth destroying signs of combat sects?" Chan Men replies that he does not know the robberies well. He says that these people are organizing requisitions allegedly for protection, without even thinking of getting the approval of the imperial family. From the point of view of the empire, the difference between righteous sects and robberies is simple. The first peasants donate voluntarily, while the latter rob threatening weapons. Ma Jin explains that these are parasites that destroy the country. But even if they are killed, new groups of parasites will appear, so most often they turn a blind eye to this. But the grounds are not particularly needed to deal with them. Shin asks, "How many sects do they take on the site?" Ma Jin answers, "At first 5, he takes 2. The guy asks the question, "Can he go alone?" The man is interested in. He can't wait to become famous. He believes that it is too risky. The guy is sure he will cope. The teacher says that fighting alone against the sect is a completely different level of skills. When everything is attacked in a blade, there are too many variables that need to be taken into account. This cannot be compared with a duel one-on-one. Shin insists. He needs such an experience. Majin still agrees. He offers here and now distribute tasks. He tells the guy that his goal is the sect Tanlin in the district of Yanhei, Xi'an. Then he adds, as far as he knows, these are real discharge. They say they do not disdain even the abduction of women. The guy asks, what is the task? Majin answers, the complete destruction of the sect. Let him complete the task and immediately return. Shin, accompanied by the conductor, goes to the forest path. The man asks, will he really go alone? Maybe it is worth reconsider this decision. The Tanlin sect is difficult people. He says that they are trained in martial arts. Even one of them is able to paralyze the movement on Yanhei streets. Shin asks, can he tell more about the Tanlin sect? He says that they settled in Yanhei 3 years ago, capturing the streets. They abduct women dozens, making slaves from them. Their crimes have long been heard, but it seems that they bribed a local official. The guy is interested. What about their combat style? The satellite answers. He heard that they use different types of weapons. While they continue their way, the man says that he saw their battles a couple of times from afar. They own swords, spears, and strangely curved blades, and they are so fast that it is difficult to track them up. With one blow of the sword, they can be headed by 2 people at the same time. Shin sums up what is heard, an unsystematic way of fighting a battle on one experience. The guy asks the question, how many captives do they already have, and what is the local administration? The man replies that the magistrate in conspiracy with the sect Tanlin, so there is no one to help. District Yanhei. Having mixed with the crowd, Shin watches armed men guarding their bound women. Seeing how they are mocking the captives, he thinks that these thugs precisely deserve their reputation. Going to them, the guy asks for permission to clarify, do they really act with the permission of the magistrate? He asks, these bound people are definitely criminals? One of the men turns a knife in their hands, and then, without hesitation, he throws him into the tire. But the guy is difficult to take by surprise. With one lightning-fast movement, he catches his knife blade with his fingers. Shin applies the technique of the rapid blade Magvanig and sends it back. The knife falls exactly in the forehead to its master. His friends are amazed to observe what is happening. One of them says that he is clearly not simple, and asks where he studied martial arts. He believes that his stand with a dagger was strange, and is interested. The guy trained correctly? The second man, taking up the sword, adds, still fast. He asks, whose martial art that he had just demonstrated? Obstructing the blade, Shin replies that this is just a mixture of random techniques. The man believes that he has a solid sword. He plans to present it to the head of their sect, but he does not even have time to finish the phrases, as the blade of Shin cuts it almost in 2. While the thugs come to their senses, Shin uses the technique of the rapid blade of Magwanig. In the blink of an eye, he straightens out with all opponents who did not even have time to repulse him. He stands with a sword in his hands in front of the captives, and behind him are the bodies of members of the Tanlin sect. People who have observed what was happening from a distance are immediately rushing to free women. They all crowding around the guy thank him. Shin asks, where is the Tanlin sect based? A man accompanying him indicates a large mansion. Shin goes to the locked gates. Without special ceremonies, he hit the sample with his foot. The gates swing off with a roar, and it passes inside. In the courtyard, he is met by somewhat stunned by such a loud appearance of the guy, members of the Tanlin sect. On the steps leading to the mansion stands the leader of the sect, who is no less surprised by such an unceremonious invasion. He asks, did this young man beat their students? Shin, looking at the man, thinks that he even dared to put on robes with dragons, which only the emperor can wear. This is treason. Meanwhile, the man goes to the guy, wanting to deal with him on his own. He tells him not to intervene. Getting to the handle of the blade, the leader of the sect, Tanlin, says that he had not taken out the sword from the scabbard for a long time. He asks Shin. He likes to play in the hero? How did he dare to appear before their sect? The guy is interested in response. What is his name? The man replies, why does the person who will die soon to know his name? Shin says that you always need to know who you are dealing with, then to declare your victory. The leader of the sect, laughing at his words, is rapidly attacking the guy. Shin notes that the enemy's speed is excellent. He now sees the trajectory of the sword. He asks the question, is it because he became stronger? The guy easily beats off the man's blow. Having assessed the strength of the enemy, which he could not even recognize, the leader changes his opinion. Its minions are already worth the worst with naked blades in their hands. The man tells them to attack the guy. Armed people hurry from all sides to Shine. He easily evades the sword, whistling very close to his face. The guy retorts the blow of one of the opponents. Then he decides to intercept their initiative and attacks himself. His movements are so fast that it is impossible to keep track of them. A moment. Several bodies are already lying at the feet of the guy. He again easily avoids the blow with a sword. Shin understands that he sees them all, the attacks, evasions, predicts their movements, and with ease overcomes everything. He quickly moves forward, dealing with opponents. A moment, and a bald, healthy man falls like a guy's knitted, struggled with a sword, drooping under the blade that had carried over him. He stubbornly moves to his goal, the leader of the sect. Shin makes an incredible jump, and his opponents are left behind, confusedly clapping his eyes and perplexed. Where did the guy go? In the meantime, he already appeared in front of a man leading this gang of thugs. He is impressed with his power. Behind the guy stretches a train from the dead bodies of his minions. The leader of the sect, looking at the courtyard, confusedly asks, "What is it?" And Shin, looking gloomily at the man, thinks, "In the battle with the group, you just need to affirm your superiority." He imagines that the hand squeezing the sword is a fist. The guy uses the second form, separation. He rushes to the confused leader of the Tanlin sect. Having waved his sword, he in a jump strikes a crushing blow. A man who did not even have time to raise his blade falls to his feet. The sword of Shin cuts him in two, not even allowing to finish the phrase that has begun. The guy stands over a defeated enemy. Then he, without turning, begins to speak to the surviving people. He notifies them, which today will destroy the sign of the Tanlin sect. Men, stunned by what happened, do not understand what is at stake. One of them screams to call a bloody master. Shin, turning his head in his direction, clarifies, "He talks about a bloody demon with a sword? So, behind their deeds there is a sect of bloody flame?" Handing through his hand, the guy grabs a screaming man by the throat. He requires an answer to his questions. The man confirms his guess and reports that he is sleeping in the extension. Shin thinks, if it is really a bloody demon with a sword, then he simply could not help but feel a fight of this scale. A sword whistled in the air. Someone's strong hand threw him towards the guy. But Shin manages to substitute his blade under it. Someone's shadow flashed in the air above him. The bloody demon lands at his blade that was adjusted into the ground. He picks up his sword in his hands. Shin, who holds the man by the throat, watches his actions. A man with red-black hair says, "What a skilled baby." He did not expect him to reflect his sword. The guy understands that he again has a battle with a bloody demon. A little earlier, Ma Jin was interested in Shin. So he already wants blue clothes? Hearing the laconic answer, "Yes," the man says, "he will cut 5 bloody demons, then they will talk." Ma Jin adds, "Then perhaps he is recognized as a blue warrior, despite such a young age." This conversation flashes in the guy's head when he looks at the bloody demon standing in front of him with a sword. He believes that he was incredibly lucky. With a happy smile, he says, "Only 3 remains." The enemy frowns. He does not understand what the guy is talking about, but he decides not to go into long explanations and rushes into the attack. The bloody demon descends his blow. The guy thinks that you need to end this battle faster. He understands that this is the center of the Tanlin sect, and the longer the battle lasts, the lower his chances of winning. The enemy, having concentrated power in the palm of his hand, is trying to strike a mortal blow. The guy uses the technique of an unfading radiance, the first welcome spiral. His blow reaches the goal. The bloody demon does not have time to direct his strength to the guy. He is trying to say something, but Shin decisively waved his sword, says that he will not allow him to say the last word. The cut off the head of a bloody demon flies to the side. The decapitated body falls to the guy's feet. The surviving sectarians understand that it's all over. Shin turns to them and tells them not to move. A little later, the guy listens to the gratitude of the townspeople. A man who presses the girl's body wrapped in a fabric says that now their unfortunate women can rest with the world. Looking at the little body, Shin says that Xian should be under the protection of the sect of Zhongnan. He asks, "How did they allow this?" The man replies, "Just Zhongnan is now waging an active war against the Tirana sword sect." Shin recalls those who attacked their estate. Meanwhile, the man explains to him that all the warriors Zhongnan, patrolling in this area, return to their mountains. Shin walks along the forest path. He thinks, since their enemy sect is a tyrant sword, Zhongnan was obliged to tighten all the forces available. He believes that the murder of a couple of bloody demons will not change the situation. He recalls his brother and everyone who managed to survive then. Walking through the night forest, he makes a decision. You need to help Jongnan. Shin thinks that the grouping of 13 Heavens is a powerful organization that strives for domination in Murim. The desert fortress will be forced to take them sooner or later, and hence the tyrant sword that is part of them. He believes that no one will object against his initiative. He thinks that perhaps he will also be able to take a tough trace. Chongju Ginin, accompanied by a student, often moves around the forest. They go around the guy. The leader of the Masters of the Sword of the Flowering Plum, seeing Shin, says, "It seems that Tanlin is already over." The guy answers, "It is," and asks to accept his apologies. The man admits that the fighting skills of the guy are impressive. He believes that he became a witness to the birth of the future leader Magvanig, or even the new leader of the detachment of the Divine Sword. Chongju Ginin says that the future of the desert fortress is very transparent. His student Yu Hyun recalls his statement that he will have 5 seconds to cope with the guy. He admits that it was stupid and apologizes. The young man asks, Shin does not mind starting everything from scratch? He tells the guy that they could discuss a lot about the fighting equipment Shasan. Their clans are not so far from each other. Shin replies that he will not rise to them to the mountains for this. Yu Hyun is discouraged by his words. The guy immediately adds that he will also not drive him out if he comes. But with empty hands, he does not advise him to come. The young man immediately perked up. The hotel in which Ma Jin stopped with his students. Chon Men, seeing Shin, says that the prayers were justified. Bai Meili, looking around the guy from all sides, notices that there are still wounds on his back. She wants to apply a healing balm and tells the guy to sit on a chair. Ma Jin is interested in the status of the assignment. Shin removes the bag from the shoulder, and having untied it, demonstrates their head with red-black hair. Someone is interested. Is this really a member of the Bloody Flame sect? Ma Jin answers. And not any, but a bloody demon with a sword. Chon Men is happy for the guy. He says, this proves that his past achievements are not just a successful combination of circumstances. The teacher, meanwhile, is thinking that their paths with a sect of Bloody Flame crossed again. And again, one of the bloody demons, who are considered the owners of unusual techniques. The girl pronounces, this is nonsense. Looking at the guy's trophy, Ma Jin says that the guy's contribution is invaluable. He always surpasses his expectations. He adds, to fulfill the mission, to get important information, and the head of the enemy, all this is highly appreciated in Murim. Shin says that he needs to tell the teacher something. A man is interested in what exactly. The guy notifies that he wants to go to Zhongnan. The teacher asks Shin, does he want to climb Mount Zhongnan? He answers in the affirmative. He is worried about the safety of a kinship. Ma Jin says news about them recently. Shin believes that now it is very dangerous there. They say to the guy that Tiran's sword does not look like those who were still opposed by the guy. This is not just a demonic clan. The girl says that they train randomly, combining both orthodox and unorthodox martial arts. She considers them madmen, obsessed with force, who will not stop any framework. Ma Jin agrees with her words. He tells the guy, the most important thing is that Zhongnan was not asked for help, and in their competence, to fulfill only what they are ordered. Chonmen is interested. Is it really someone like a teacher cannot independently assess the situation and give out a task? Ma Jin lowers his head. He replies that he will be frank. He cannot send the guy there without representing whether he will return. Shin is surprised by his words. The man explains that in the deserted fortress they have already heard about his potential, so they are worried about his future. Chon Men says, for sure, he is a valuable combat unit, especially considering its origin. Even the Slossen sect promised to accept him as a guest. Shin is interested in. Cannot the teacher distinguish between the interests of the people from personal? He asks, does Magvanig really not believe in him? Looking at his trophy, he says that he always met expectations. He asks for permission to go to Zhongnan. Chon Men replies that with such achievements he directly leaves them a choice, for which he immediately receives an energy impulse from a girl slightly lower than her back. The teacher agrees with his opinion. He tells the guy that he cannot turn his back so easily from his will. But first he must test him with one of his tricks. Bai Meili exclaims in surprise, teacher? Chon Men is amazed no less than her. The man says only one blow. If the guy can reflect him or avoid him, he will let him go. The girl is trying to object, but Ma Jin interrupts. If Shin wants to reach the heights of martial arts, he should be capable of at least this. The teacher promises Shin another reward if he withstands his blow. The guy agrees with his condition. They go out into the yard. Changu Ginin went with them. He thanks Magan for allowing him to be present. Chongju Ginin tells Yuhen to remember this moment. This is a rare opportunity to see the technique of leader Magvanig. The young man asks, Is it not stronger than the technician of the leader of the unit? The man, watching how Ma Jin and Yun Shin converge, answers, this is so. But as for situational battles, this person may even be stronger than himself. He says that the nickname of the leader Magvanig is a hell of reaper, which means that he is a real beast on the battlefield. Many leaders of prestigious sects fell victims. He always demonstrates overwhelming superiority in battle. Chongju Jinan emphasizes, when you have to face a master of this level, you cannot lose sight of his own movement, because absolutely every blow is deadly. The man adds that, unlike them, the old-fashioned warriors who are fixated on his memorized art, he completely honed his skills for real battle. He is sure that even for an experienced master, such a fight is destructive. Among their peers, there are no people whom this person is unable to hit with his reception. En Shin asks the teacher, will he give him time to prepare? He answers, as much as he wants. Ma Jin says that he is going to demonstrate a blow that the white warrior is hard to accept. Therefore, he asks the guy to concentrate to the maximum. En Shin looks at him from the sneakout. The teacher adds that in the deserted fortress, there are less than 30 masters in black clothes, but the guy should not allow this to intimidate him. En Shin grunts, demonstrating the lack of fear. Ma Jin tells him to simply show the martial arts that he comprehended. The guy's body covers a powerful aura. He now sees Ma Jin in a completely different way. En Shin says he is ready, and invites the teacher to attack. The hand that he brought for a blow and the whole body of a man radiate inner power. This Palmer technique, it seems, can easily break through the protective walls of the castle. But the guy must evade. Although he practiced evasion, he will not be enough in this case. He clearly understands this. En Shin concentrates power, thinking what to do. He decides that you need to add a step. Ma Jin is too close, and it seems that the final of the test is already a foregone conclusion. But in some fraction of the second, Yen Shin is behind the teacher of the teacher, which was wasted. The man asks, what is this technique? The guy replies that he just took a step. In it, he saw the path to salvation. He says that he will call the technique a wave of shining wings. The teacher lets him go to Zhongnan. En Shin, in a blue cloak, accompanied by Han Wan-chan, goes along the forest road. He recalls the moment when he was brought a new detail of clothes, saying, throw this. The blue cloak sank to his shoulders. Chan Men, who brought him, Han Van and Bei Meili surrounded him. Yunshin asked, why? To which the girl replied that he would have a white battle robe combined with a blue cloak. She explains this means that he is a genius Novik who was recognized by the Blue Warrior. This status gives the right to command the soldiers of the desert fortress in white clothes. Novichik genius is a term denoting the most outstanding representative of the younger generation. Chan Men said then, if anyone asks, let him say that the blue-eyed demon recognized him. This will protect him from unnecessary problems. The girl allows the use of her name. He can assume that she also handed him a cloak. En Shin walks through the forest, plunged into memories. Han Wan-chan, turning to him, says that he suits him. Looking at the cloak, the guy replies that this is a little unusual. The young man replies that it will pass quickly. En Shin thanks the satellite, calling him the divine guardian of the desert fortress. The young man's surprised look. The guy replies that this is not an empty praise. Let him know that. Ahead in the meadow, they notice several warriors guarding the arch of the entrance. En Shin understands that these are warriors Zhongnan. Han Van-chan says, so they really have a conflict with a sect of a tyrant sword? Judging by the fact that even at the entrance there is enhanced guard. They go to the group of warriors. One of them, noticing the approaching travelers, orders them to stop. He demands that they call their sect, name, and purpose of the visit, to which the young man replies that, as they can see from the insignia on their clothes, they arrived from the desert fortress. The guy calls his name, and adds that he is from the unit of Magvanig of the desert fortress. Han Wan-chan also seems to be. The warrior frowns, and asks, do they only have clothes from the evidence? The young man shows him a token. The warrior is surprised. The desert fortress already allows such young soldiers to act independently. Han Wan-chan continues to stand, holding the token in his hands. A voice is heard. Enough. At the entrance there is another warrior, and looks at them. He says that now is the wrong time for visits. They have a war. He hopes that they understand that they cannot blindly trust strangers. Han Wan-chan is clearly annoyed. He says, well, okay. Incredible power comes from the young man. Warriors understand that travelers really arrived from the desert fortress. One of them, pointing to the young man with a finger, says that they dared to put pressure on the student of the sect Zhongnan right at his house. Han Wan-chan asks, in the sense? Yun Shin, watching what is happening, thinks that the battle with the tyrant's sword is not so smooth with them. It seems that the pride of one of the 9 of the greatest sects of the world is very hurt. And then some youths showed up claiming that they were warriors of the desert fortress. Naturally, this causes irritation. Enshina and Hanwan-chan announce distrust. The warrior says they are so young, and already warriors of the desert fortress? Times are not simple today. Even if they are really from a deserted fortress, then there is still a problem. If this is a reinforcement for Zhongnan, then why are there only 2 of them? Is the greatness of the desert fortress already in the past? Now a powerful aura is wrapped in En Shin. Taking up the sword, he says that it is not worthless to insult the warriors of another sect for no reason. He demands that they take their words back. The warriors, deciding that he threatens them, grabbing the blades. Suddenly a sword whistled over their heads. He stuck in the ground, near the warriors ready for battle, and everyone freezes. En Shin hides the blade in the scabbard. There is a scream. Stop! A girl rushes from the forest to them. She makes an incredible jump. And it turns out between the students of the desert fortress and the soldiers of the Zhongnan. En Shin notes that she is amazingly beautiful, but, more importantly, it is extremely strong. He understands that the girl is not inferior to soldiers in blue clothes from the desert fortress. One of the guys turns to her as a mentor. She says, "Just look at them." The girl believes that their words and actions are no good. She adds that they will then talk and tells them to leave. The warrior asks for forgiveness, calling her a great mentor. He says he is very ashamed. The girl turns to the travelers. She asks for forgiveness for showing them an unsightly side. At the same time, she calls them powerful warriors of the desert fortress. En Shin again seems to be called the name and unit to which it belongs. Then he calls his companion. The girl says that she is from the sect of Zhongnan, and her name is Weiji Miyoku. Hanwan-chan heard about her. This is the cloud dragon of the sect Zhongnan. About Weiji Mukwe, there are rumors with might and main that she is a genius sent by heaven, who had already created a name in the world of martial arts. For several moments in the clearing, silence reigns. Then Hong Vu-chan says that it is a great honor for him to meet such a legendary warrior as a cloud dragon. Yun-shin admits that from their part, it was rude to appear without an official message from the desert fortress. He says that he is ashamed of the great Weiji. The girl replies that she saw Hanwan-chan tried to convey the purpose of the visit, but their warrior rudely interrupted him. She believes that rather, she needs to apologize on behalf of Zhongnan. She asks respected guests to forgive for the inconvenience, and promises to take them to the headquarters. The girl believes that the rest can be discussed after they go upstairs. The guy thanks Weiji Mukwa. A warrior descends up the stairs to them. When he sees En Shin, he is very surprised. This is the older brother of the guy. A scream is heard, "Uncle!" And the little he rushes towards him, leaving behind the old man and girl accompanying her. She rushes to the neck of Yunshina, who had already crouched to welcome her. He asks his niece, "How is she?" But instead of an answer, the girl is only tightly pressed against him. Hanwan-chan touched the scene that played out in his eyes. The old man and the girl also approached them, and silently observed what was happening. Weiji Miofwa says that the leader of the sect and elders went to battle with the enemy masters of the sword. She explains that since they arrived from the desert fortress, she brought the only sect of the elder. The guys appear to call their names. The old man replies that his name is Young Isle. Hanwan-chan is amazed. In front of them is the master of the sword, Zhongnan. The guys are inclined in a traditional welcoming bow in front of a great warrior. Young Isle is the strongest warrior of his generation. En Shin thinks, perhaps he is even stronger than his grandfather on the maternal line of Ma Yonjoka. The old man asks the guy to whom his niece is pouring, how old is he? He replies that he is 16 this year. The old man is somewhat puzzled. He asks the guy to look at the rock, turning his gaze into the indicated direction. En Shin sees a huge sign carved on the stone. The girl is alarmed. She asks the old man, he is not going to tell the extraneous secrets of the sect? She adds that conveying the style of Nine Yan is the long-standing dream of their clan. Young Isle answers, only now his creator was never a member of their sect. One of the founders of Zhong Nan made friends with him and sheltered at home, and in his last years, he had already cut the secrets on Mount Zhongnan. Therefore, the style of Nine Yan cannot be considered martial art exclusively their clan. And does not take her eyes off En Shin. The girl clearly missed him. The old man continues to speak. His time is running out. If finally he sees the sword of his benefactor at least once, he will be able to leave without regrets. He turns to the girl. While she is the only one who is able to revive the style of Nine Yan, but he cannot entrust the dying will only to her. Weiji Myakwa replies that she does not understand. He just can't understand. Is he going to bequeath to her first in person? What did he find in him? The old man says, Take a look at yourself. The girl obediently turns her head in the direction where Enshin stands. He still looks at the carved sign. Weiji Myokwing pays attention to his enchanted gaze. She thinks, did he really enter the trance, looking at the path of the sword? Enshin studies a drawing on a rock. This is a trace of the blade. He is sure. A few lines cut out by the blade on the rock, some inhuman skill. Approaching, the old man says, one master of the sword cut it out 49 years ago. Han Wanchan asks, does he mean Gu Yanjuana? Jung Il responds in the affirmative. Exile, who founded the sect of a broken sword, one of the most famous martial arts schools. The young man thinks, if he was even to their leader, then probably an outstanding master. The old man says that this man raised him, a hungry orphan, on his back and ascended Mount Junnan. Han Wanchan is interested in, so this master Guayanjun accepted the elder in the sect Zhongnan. But why couldn't he master his martial arts then? Jung Il, sighing, answers, because it is not fate, this is life. He did not have enough talent. Not only him, but many swords of their sect did not succeed. Only knowledge or skills is not enough to comprehend the outstanding art of owning a sword. The young man carefully studies a cave breed. He reads the inscription. Only worthy will be rewarded. The old man explains, this is completely a matter of talent. He says that they have their expectations on Weiji Mojua. She tries not to show this, but probably experiences a large burden of responsibility. Yunshin exhales. The old man nurses him. The guy turns to him and he asks, what does he see? The girl looks at him in amazement. Really? Enshin takes the sword from the scabbard. The guy resolutely goes to the rock, but the explosions are suddenly heard. Weiji Mirahu says that this is a sect of a tyrant sword. Honvu-chan asks, she wants to say that they were attacked? Elder Jung Il believes that guests are better off to wait here, and Shin listens to the sounds of the battle, which began somewhere nearby. The old man and the girl leave guests with her older brother En-shin and his niece. Weiji Myra, looking around, asks them to take care of Hiei. The guy's brother promises to stay with the girl. The elder and the girl rush to where the explosions were heard. En-shin believes this is not the first attack. He asks his brother, do these two always fight for them? He answers, who knows who attacked there? He explains, it happens that only the masters can hit the enemy. So they go. It is not easy to get into the location of the sect, because it is located almost at the very top of the cliff, where steep steps lead. The guy believes that Zhongnan has big problems, even if the elder of one of the strongest sects is forced to defend the monastery. Han Wanchan says they did not have time to come, as the trouble had already happened. En-shin answers, it means it's time to intervene. The young man says, even if Ian Shin thinks so, then this is impossible. Local warriors will fall in bones, but will defend their pride of the strongest. He saw with his own eyes, if it weren't for Madame Weiji Mira, then the matter could have ended badly at that time. En-shin answers, it does not seem to have time to relax. They are interrupted by someone's voice, who tells them not to speak rashly about their warriors. Looking around, they see the young representatives of the clan Zhongnan, whom they already had to meet. En-shin replies that his friend did not say a single disrespectful word about them. One of the young warriors says that words can be interpreted differently. Do they really not understand that they are not accepting a deserted fortress everywhere with open arms? The guy thinks that he agrees with them here. There are many envious people. Han Wanchan asks, didn't their masters go down to battle? He believes that they lack hands. The warrior's face is distorted from anger. He forbids strangers to insult their sect. Suddenly a group of armed men appears, and Ian Shin realizes that the enemy broke through the guard of Zhongnan. Young warriors, seeing armed people rushing to them, shout that this is a tyrant sword. En-shin thinks, how much are they working here? That they even got here. Frightened, he is tightly pressed against his defender. One of the opponents orders to kill the child, the main heritage of local swordsmen. Warriors Zhongnan expose blades. The leader of the opponents goes to Ian Shin and his friend. He asks that the youths from the desert fortress forgot here. The man asks the question. Their sect decided to intervene because she was bored without deeds? En-shin thinks that they took advantage of the bustle of the battle to kill children like Heya. Looking back at Han Von-chan, he pronounces one word, help. The young man promises to cover. Then the guy decides to attack the enemy. He rushes forward, taking out the sword from the scabbard on the move. Blade of the warring parties cross. The man begins to retreat under the pressure of En-shin. Companions rush to his aid. Han Wanchan immediately rushes forward to block their way. He attacks one of the opponents, and drives his sword right into the men's chest. But behind him there is already a second enemy with a sword brought. En-shin, meanwhile, crowns the enemy, whose face does not express not superiority, but anxiety. He blocks the next blow with the help of a blade and scabbard, and then he decides to attack the guy. Having gathered all his strength, he rushes at Shin. He is already confident in his victory. But the guy uses the technique of a wave of shining wings, and it turns out behind him. The sword of Shin pierces the enemy's body through. All the fighters freeze, looking in their direction. The man is surprised to look at the tip of the sword sticking out of his chest. He cannot believe that such a young man had coped with him. The guy pulls out the sword, and the enemy settles at his feet. Shin makes a swing with a sword from which streams of blood flow out. Not far from him is Hong Vaughn, who by this time also dealt with his opponents. Warriors Zhongnan are now in a completely different look at them. Han Vaughn Chan turns his head in their direction. And Shin, seeing that there were no more opponents left, hides the sword in the sheath. A friend follows his example. The joyful He-A runs to Ian Shine. One of the warriors Zhongnan admits that they reacted too sharply and apologizes for rudeness. At this time, the elder Young Isle and Weiji Mojuhi are approaching them. They look around the clearing, on which the corpses of members of the Tirana sword sect are lying. The old man believes that Zhongnan owes him. Shin, clutching the child to him, replies that he only defended He-A. Young Isle says that the girl is the hope of their sect. She will follow the path of Weiji Myokfa. He adds, the guy gave great mercy to their sect. Shin replies, if he really thinks so, then he will consider it an honor. Shin puts He-In on the ground and turns to the elder with a request. He asks, can he practice a little with them? The guy explains that he is not ready to leave yet. What he felt when looking at the mountain does not let him go. The old man believes that he really had an insight. Shin looks back. He carefully studies the drawing carved on the rock. Taking off the sword from the scabbard, he thinks that thanks to the confrontation with the swordsman from the tyrant, he understood a lot. He lunges with a sword that radiates powerful energy. The guy continues to train, forcing the elder to be surprised at his capabilities. He thinks that chi flows not the way he was planning. The guy says that he has not yet comprehended the legacy of this master of the sword. Shin says, this trace is clearly fraught with skill, calling for expanding perception. Young Isle replies that the trace of a master of martial arts, which founded his sect, is permeated by his special spiritual energy. It is beyond the line of the habitual martial arts for them. The old man is sure that the guy is the same as that master, since he is generally able to touch his light. Such is his essence and purpose, he believes. The guy asks, the elder seems to be talking about the fact that the last days he lived in Zhongnan? The old man answers in the affirmative, it is. Shin suggests that the style of the master probably intertwined with the skill of this sect. The style of Zhongnan is too expressive. He is not suitable for the guy. He believes that his development will not be useful for him. Weiji Mirahu asks him to explain what he has in mind. Shin says that the restoration of the technique of the clan of the GU is completely their burden. However, he can help a little. In the eyes of the girl, the hope of the fact that with his help, she will master the lost technique of the sword lights up. Weiji Myokwe is not even believed in it. Shin asks her to wait a minute. He says his training is not yet completed. The guy goes to the rock. Taking out the sword from the scabbard, Yan Shin thinks. When he saw those rocks on the cliff, he experienced strange sensations. It seemed to him that the sky and earth turned over, clenching into a single line. Entire becomes in a combat rack, squeezing the blade in the hand. And then the guy illuminates. Is it enough to just be faster than the enemy? Now he understands why Tai Chi techniques and flowering plums are considered the highest art of the morale world. He outlines the energy circle around him with a sword, thinking that exalted techniques differ from ordinary fencing. After all, they are intended not only to wave their sword beautifully, but also embody the whole philosophy. Merging with the stream of qi, they create an unprecedented harmony. Until now, he has not understood what the true skill of fencing is. The elder, with enthusiasm and distrust, monitors the actions of Shin. The guy makes the final swing with a sword, ending with a demonstration. Stopping, he turns to the elder. Shin asks, have they already chosen the name for this technique? Without waiting for an answer, he says that he will call her flickering luminaries. Then he adds, like luminaries filling this world, which never fade away. He wants his life to be just the same. Shin, sitting in a room on a small elevation, watches a friend drink tea. The guy thinks he received a lot in this place. He saved his niece and created his own technique of sword. Han Wunchan says that he would like to take this golden tea with him. Smaking the drink, he declares his confidence that thanks to Shine sect, Zhongnan will provide him with such mercy. The guy, recalling the behavior of a friend during the battle, thinks that not only Zhongnan owes him a victory. Does the young man call him Master Young? Then he pays his attention to the voice sounding from behind the door. The sash is opened, and Weiji Myohwa enters the room. The girl says that he wants to hear that the guy did not tell that time. Enshin asks, does she mean the legacy of the great master? They leave the room and go for a walk. The girl explains that she would not want to talk about this to the students of the sect, but she really wants to get rid of the shadow of the master of the sword. She says that her spirit tells her to step in her own way, absorbing all available techniques. Weiji Myohwa talks about his desire to become a great master once. The guy expresses his readiness to help her. Enshin promises to help the girl. Weiji Myokuhi is puzzled. Did not insight be awarded? She thought he would just share his knowledge. She believes that she did not politely set out her request. The girl inclines her head in a traditional bow and says, she asks the guy to teach her the art of the master of the GU on her example. She swears to read him until the end of her days for the mercy provided. Yunshin silently looks at her without saying a word. She asks, he can't do it? The guy invites her to follow him. He says that it will not take much time. Hope appears in the eyes of the girl. She answers, with great pleasure. Elder Jung Il at dusk stands on a small bridge. He sees how the guy and the girl are heading somewhere. When they approach the rock on which the drawing was carved, Yanshin says that he will show the concept at first. Weiji Myohwa does not quite understand what he has in mind. She cannot believe that the guy understood the very essence, but did not easily catch the actions in general terms. Enshin says, if she succeeds in recreating this, the technique will not be absolutely identical, and then the business is already at her talent. The girl is struck by his words. Is there really such a talent in the world? The guy does not understand why this warrior looks at him like that. He thinks, maybe he should be easier to speak. He says that he will show her an ideological component, and how she will complete the technique. This is her business. Weiji Myokubu, looking at En Shin, thinks that it should not be difficult. After all, than to follow the traces of the sword, comprehending every step, it is easier to walk along a beaten path. The guy offers to start, and the girl picks up a sword. The next day, Elder Jung Il says Eun Shina. Hearing that he comprehended the secret of technology, the girl simply enveloped the Sima, the condition in which the mind and body come into confusion, interfering with the achievement of insight. The guy is somewhat puzzled by his words. The old man says, Weiji Myohwa was simply shocked by his abilities. He explains that nevertheless, the girl was considered the best among peers who had no equal. Everyone around called her a master of martial arts of the Middle Kingdom. And Shin listens carefully to the old man. He continues to explain the condition of the girl. He says that she first had to feel her insignificance. When she saw the training of a guy, a true master, this feeling settled in her heart. And Shin replies that it is pointless. The great cloud dragon of the sword is much superior to him. Young Il says that the sky has made a fatal mistake. Instead of proud of outstanding talent, the guy is modestly justified by the shortcomings. En Shin believes that the old man exaggerates. Screams are heard. Someone calls the elder Chon. Looking around, they see Weiji Myohwa hurrying to them. Approaching, she bows her head in a traditional greeting. The old man says he knew. She will quickly cope. Turning to Ian Shine, the girl says, since he has mastered secret techniques, will he not complicate him? Demonstrate his skills to them? The guy agrees to fulfill her request. Weiji Myohwa asks, can they study the art of Gu together? Training in this way, they will be able to replenish each other's gaps, and then he will achieve success faster than doing it alone. En Shin asks her forgiveness, but he does not have time now even to honing his own sword techniques. Noticing her grief, he adds, however, since their technician has a single concept, she can learn something by watching him. He promises to call the girl when he trains the flickering of the luminaries. Weiji Myohwa is surprised. She asks, will he allow her to watch his training? En Shin responds in the affirmative. He believes that in turn she will be able to improve her technique, working out his movements. The girl is amazed. She can watch the flickering of the luminaries. She says that the great master here is a guy, not her. The old man believes that generosity should have limits. In his opinion, the guy has already reached a level that could overshadow all the Middle Kingdom. En Shin recalls what he was already told. You cannot watch someone else's training of martial arts. He completely forgot about it, because he was used to the fact that in Magvanig, they openly discussed military equipment. Chan Men said that they could even kill for this. En Shin then asked the teacher. He calmly shows them his tricks when he teaches them, isn't it? After all, they train all together, so they involuntarily see everything. Bai Mei explained that this is completely different. A full-fledged combat training should never be shown. Watching someone's training of martial arts is Murim's unspoken taboo. The guy thinks it seems that because of this, he was not so understood. He takes out the sword from the scabbard, and the girl copies his movements. Then they synchronously rush forward. The guy demonstrates the technique of the palmar bud. The flows of internal energy and the flickering of the luminaries are completely different from the technique of the unfading radiance of the palmar bud. There is a continuous flow in the flickering of the luminaries. The maintenance of the sword occurs without the slightest horseshoes, and the blade is felt by the continuation of the body. Such unity is possible only because he created this technique personally. He gave rise to the flickering of the luminaries. Enshin and Wei Jimyo synchronously lunge with a sword, and the girl constantly watches the movements of the guy. She thinks that for many years she tried to recreate the technique of the GU clan. Therefore, the guy's attempts initially seemed rude to her. However, in terms of skill, he instantly surpassed her. They began to study the technique at the same time, but their successes turned out to be completely different. The girl understands that the difference in speed is simply colossal. Enshin continues to swing the sword. He is completely absorbed in his occupation. Weiji Myoha thinks that he absorbs everything with lightning speed. She is far from him. Despair appears in the girl's eyes. She understands that of them two dragon here is definitely not her. Enshin is located in the hall, where a man with spicy ears sits in an armchair. And next to him is Il-shin, the elder of the sect, Zhongnan. The woman thinks that by the will of fate they met again. The boy, whom she noticed on the day of the massacre at the Chan estate, grew up in a real warrior. The heavenly master of the sword, Guanyang Shin, the head of the sect and the son of the elder Young Il, carefully looks at the guy. Finally, he decides to start a conversation. The man reports that he had rumors that the warrior Magvanig knew the heritage of his late father and shared secret techniques with Weiji Myra. In addition, he saved the young students of the sect Zhongnan. He says that Ian Shin redlined them a great service and asks, what does he want to get as a reward? The guy asks him for permission to help them in the fight against the Tiran sword sect. Weiji Myochu stubbornly continues to master new equipment. Young Il, observing her attempts, says that her concentration is broken. The girl asks him for forgiveness for only distracting him in vain. The old man asks, is this because of Ian Shin? Weiji Myofu, his head, answers that the case is not in a guy, but in her. She thinks that he does everything wrong. Sword Young En Shin recognizes everything, and the fact that she honed her whole life turned out to be meaningless. She asks the elder, the flickering of the shining of this young man is not at all inferior to the original technique of Gu, is it? The old man agrees. Yes, it is. Remembering the movements of En Shin, she says that it was not just a newcomer skill. Although they trained together, he seemed to be a few steps ahead. The very fact that someone managed to create new martial art is incredible. But the fact that he took possession of him, not studying the original technique, and at the same time surpassed it, just shocking. The elder agrees with her. This young man immediately reached what she had strove for so long. He tells the girl that Yen Shin is definitely a great master, whose skills are incommensurable with his age. However, he believes that it was obvious that the guy quickly masters the martial art that he himself created. After all, everything in this world is best suited to the creator. It seems that he really has exceptional talent. Weiji Muhuing sighs. She will never keep up with him. Live in the same era with such a master. The elder asks her to try to find positive aspects in this situation. She has successfully mastered the foundations of the GU technique. The girl agrees. Yes, it is worth a lot. The old man carefully begins. He did not want to say this, but Yen Shin, the owner of the open point of Bai Hui, susceptible to nature itself. He says that through it a person accepts the power of heaven and earth in a deadly excess. Even the greatest masters are unable to endure such a gift. The girl asks, what does he want to say this? The old man replies, he did not have to live long. He adds that, despite this, the guy continues to fight. Yunshin is like a flame that is trying to leave a mark in the world. Young Il says that he deeply respects his desire, regardless of the level of skill or age. The girl is shocked by his words. Plains of Guanshan. Under the leadership of Gujan Shina, the army of the sect Junnan expects an enemy. Among them, Enshin froze in anticipation. He longs for a meeting with the head of the Turanian sword. Han Wonchan tells the guy that he was granted by his sworn enemy. The young man peers carefully into the distance. Then, turning to Ian Shine and seeing his dull look, asks, what is it? The guy answers quietly, nothing. Looking at the ranks of the soldiers, he mentally asks his friend, why did he come here if he could stand aside? A man in a bright cloak breaks out of the rows of opponents. Having made an incredible jump and landing, he raises a sword above his head and appears, the third student of the leader of Vimuka. He asks, which of them dares to accept his sword? Guy Yangshin listens how he will boast, promising to fight him to respect him here and now. Shin turns to the head of the sect and the elder. He asks them for permission to join the battle on behalf of their sect. Weiji Meshihu is struck by his request. She recalls the old man's words. He continues to fight like a flame that she is trying to leave a mark in this world. Guy Yangshin gives him permission, and the guy thanks him. Shin is rapidly going to the enemy. While he is coming, all the eyes turn to him. Young Isle, looking after him, thinks, a great master living a single moment against fate. He has already become a legend. Vu Mu Kek, seeing the guy, mockingly pronounces, it seems that the days of the sect Zhongnan are numbered. And Shin's hand clenches into a fist. The enemy arrogantly examines him. Then he pronounces, I see. Vu Hek asks, he is the boy from the family of Yong, right? Distributing the sword, the third student of the leader says, what impudence. Surrounding ominously, Vi Mook continues. He had to kill him even then, but, fortunately, he again appeared before him. He adds, if the guy believes that everything will be the same as last time, then he is very mistaken. And Shin is a look with the leader of the Tyrant Sword sect. Vu Mukeku is unable to start the battle. He asks the guy, for a long time he was going to stare. Yun Shin retses an enemy's blow. Their confrontation is surrounded by energy flows. The guy's face expresses determination to be even with the enemy who took an active part in the extermination of his family. V Muhak appreciated his skill, pronouncing, not bad. Shin replies one famous person once said, by a wave of the blade one can judge the abilities of the enemy. The guy thinks that now that he has mastered the real art of fencing, he understood a lot. He pronounces aloud, means how it is felt. On the face of his enemy, puzzles and bewilderment are already appearing. Shin uses the technique of flickering the luminaries. Vu Hek is forced to retreat under his pressure. He understands that he very much underestimated the guy. The head of the sect is Zhongnan, with tension monitors the progress of the battle. No one understands what happened. The battle was just in full swing, and now the opponents froze, lowering the blades. The blow of the sword and Shin walked along the neck of Vaimuk. And at a time when Tyre hides the weapon in the scabbard, the head of his enemy falls to the ground. The views of the guy and the leader of the Tehran sword sect meet again. Pointing to it with the handle of the blade, Yun Shin says that his hand was cut off. The man's lips touched a condescending smile. Young warriors Zhongnan shouting Enshin. Scraps of conversations about lightning-fast genius and flicker of luminaries are heard from all sides. Everyone admits that this is truly the mysterious and grandiose art of fencing. In addition, incredibly powerful. The cultists of the Tehran sword sect do not believe in their eyes. Someone says, yes, it cannot be like that. Mukek did not even have time to do anything. The leader gives the order to kill all the warriors Zhongnan. His assistants rush to the attack. Their opponents rush towards them. Han Wan-chan enrages Yin Shin. An experienced warrior who visited more than one battle is sent to the guy. Even from afar, he begins to shower Shin with insults. The lightning, Otic genius understands that the man is dangerous, and he is clearly too tough for him. The warrior threatens to kill him. Shin believes that this is a relative of Vimuke. He replies that he hopes he will last longer for at least a couple of seconds. In the jump, attacking the guy, the man asks, how does he laugh? Forward, Ian Shin breaks out the elder Jung Isle. He hit the warrior with internal energy. The old man decides to take a fight for the guy. Looking around, he tells Shin that thanks to him, he received a valuable lesson, and then rushes forward. Meanwhile, the opponents became close, and the battle ensued. Shin thinks, when you fight with a group of enemies, you should not break ahead. You need to choose the one you can defeat. He hears a cry, kill him! A group of soldiers with spears and swords rushes to him. The guy is not going to retreat. He is full of determination, and is waiting for the approach of enemies. With ease, Tyre reflects a spear blow. While with a scabbard he holds the enemy's pressure, his hand with a sword soars up. He uses the technique of flickering the luminaries. Mentally he begins to account for the murdered enemies. 1. Another wave of the sword is 2. Opponents are no longer in a hurry to attack him, and the guy himself attacks them. He moves forward, continuing to count. 3, 4. Shin feels the danger on both sides. He sees how men simultaneously attack him. Having increased speed, he avoids impact. The blade of the second opponent rates the sword. He makes a wide swing with a sword, and then he pronounces 5. The next warrior of the Tyrant Sword of the Sword of Tirana again rushes to him. Shin hears crack Han Von Chana. fighting his shoulder to his shoulder with him. The young man seems to be slightly touched by a sword. Nothing serious happened to the friend, but the guy still makes a rage. Elder Il Shin walks along the forest path, accompanied by En Shin. She says that the preliminary fight ended with the victory of the young hero. She is sure that he did the right thing, that he intercepted the initiative. The guy believes that she is flattering him. Il Shin replies, "In vain he is so, in their sect, many are now equal to him. Soon he will have no end to fans." The guy recalls several cases confirming her words. Recently, one of the young warriors boasted that a good wine was dispersed, covering it from the eyes of the brothers and the teacher. He invited En Shin to join him. The second warrior sighed upset when he found out that En Shina was already called to the duel. Another young man said that the students of Sealgak seemed to actively show interest in him. He assured that he was resolutely suppressing this. En Shin must first arrange sparring with him. The guy hears his interlocutor naughty. "Master Young." Il Shin says that they managed to find out why Chan was attacked. She adds that his second brother already knows about it, but she thinks that it is better for a guy to hear about everything now. The elder hopes that this is not shocking En Shin, but is still going to first ask him a question just in case. The guy answers, as the elder wants. Plain of Guanchun. An elderly warrior who attacked En Shin is surrounded by his associates. Elder Young Il, looking at them, says that it will not be easy. He explains En Shin and Weiji Mukwe standing behind him that the elders came out in full force, and although there are not many of them, the girl does not allow him to finish the phrase. She believes if they win here, then everything will end. The elder asks her to take care of her students, and the girl readily replies that his order will follow. Weiji Meshuhu looks at En Shin, and then he wishes him good luck. The guy replies that he also wants to overcome everything to the cloud dragon of the sword. Young Il says that he beware of the ominous Rakshas. This is Santa of Vimuka whom he killed. The guy clarifies, the same elder of the Turanian sword clan? The old man answers in the affirmative. He is sure that in the heat of battle, he will look for a meeting with a guy. The elder says that by rank he is considered even higher than the head of the tyrant sword. They say that he usually acts as a continuation of the body of this leader, like his arms and legs. But on the battlefield remains only his right hand. Un Shin thanks him for the warning. Sect leaders give a sign to the beginning of the battle. Warriors, exposing swords, rush towards each other. The girl from the clan Junnan gives the order to the fighters of Sealgak, a combat construction. The opposing forces collided. En Shin straightens out with the enemy with one swing sword. Unnoticed, he is left alone with the ominous Rakshas. The man threatens that today he will not let go of the guy. He promises to bring his head to the grave of Vai Muk. The guy is waiting for the approach of the enemy. He asks, "Are all representatives of the demonic sect?" En Shin says that the subordinates of the ominous Rakshas are dying at the hands of the craftsman Zhongnan, and he continues to look for clashes with him because of his personal grievances. He is interested. Is he not ashamed? The man screams, gory in hell, and then attacks the guy. He, blinded by an energy flash, still manages to substitute his sword under his blade. The ominous Rakshas, continuing to hold the sword with one hand. The second is preparing to strike the guy a blow to the energy concentrated in his palm. And Shin, seeing the enemy's intentions, puts forward a hand for protection. The force released from the clashes of two energies throws them away from each other, but they manage to resist the feat. The guy thinks that he took only one blow, and his energy is already running out. En Shin believes that with the current level, he cannot defeat such a master, and applies the technique of a keen eye. The guy attacks the sinister Rakshas from behind. At the same time, Weiji Myoku with two warriors attack him, but the man masterfully beats off their attacks. En Shin stops. He wants to remember every movement of the ominous Rakshas. He is interested in everything. How he holds the sword, how his muscles work when hit, how he uses the strength of the legs and the slightest habits of the body. He wants to capture in memory the length of his steps and favorite ways of moving. The guy wants to make out all his techniques to the smallest details. He rushes at the man from behind. Weiji Meshuhua attacks him in front. Looking at her, the guy comes to mind that this is Dunga Yujin, a murderous attack at the cost of his life. The ominous Rakshas inflicts an energy blow to her stomach, and the force that hit her throws her far back. A man describes a semicircle with a sword, preventing the soldiers from approaching him. Noticing that the girl is trying to rise, the man says that her glory is not in vain. He goes to Weiji Myohue, wanting to finish what he has begun. He waves his sword to end the girl with one blow, but behind his back there is En Shin. The ominous Rakshas turning around growls. He was waiting for him. The guy can now calculate the actions of the enemy. This moment, this stand. He knows what the next blow of the ominous Rakshas will be. Shin applies the technique of destruction. With one blow, he cuts the body of a man horizontally. Without looking at the body of a defeated enemy, he is looking for the eyes of the leader of the sect of Tyrant's Sword. Shin struck a mortal blow to the right hand of the leader of the Tyrant's Sword sect. The guy stands, frozen in place. With his whole pose, he seemed to challenge his main enemy. Shin turns to the leader, recalling his promise, pointing to the body of the ominous Rakshas. He says that he promised to cut off his hand, and did it. He stands motionless, pointing to the sword to the side where the opponents of Zhongnan are located. Han Wanchan takes a deep breath, and then screams as loudly as he can. The warrior of the desert fortress chopped off the enemy's head. The elder is defeated. Warriors Zhongnan cannot believe that such a strong enemy died by the guy's hands. The voices of men of the warring clans are heard. How could this happen? At the hands of such a boy. Did he receive an order to fight? Shin is struck by at least others. The enemy military leader is killed. One of the warriors, Zhongnan, making sure that this is true, raises the sword over his head and proclaims, "The ominous Rakshas is really defeated." In the ranks of the opponents, confusion is noticeable. The warriors of the Huhunnan, on the contrary, have perked up. Elder Jung Il thinks, looking at Shin, this boy accomplished a feat. One of the military leaders of the Tirana sword sect crosses blades with Gujan Shin. He screams, turning to the leader of the tyrant sword. Enemy warriors were two-spirit. He asks him to decide on the future. Not hearing any response, the man again turns to the head of the sect. The leader grinds his teeth with anger, but is silent. He watches the fighting Shin. The guy also manages to look at him. He thinks, a strong opponent, on whom he had not dared to raise his eyes before. Even now his gaze causes awe. He sees how the leader of the tyrant sword is deleted. Shin believes that 4 years have passed for nothing in vain. Screams are heard. We retreat. Guy Yangshin and Il Shin is awarded to the guy the insignia of the recognized master, Zhongnan. They say that the novices of their sect will always provide him with a welcoming meeting if he shows them this token. The heavenly master of the sword adds, if he only needs their blades, then let him not be shy, and turns to them. Even if this business will go against the policy of the desert fortress, it will help once. Shin, hiding the sign in his pocket, replies that he will thank him with gratitude, and then he asks them to tell why Chan's house was destroyed. Il Shin believes that he deserved to find out the truth. The elder tells the guy that it all started because of the world tree. She says that this is a divine tree that supports the world. In this mysterious tree, the laws of the universe are lurking. The lands of the Jung clan were fertile, just because the roots of the divine tree touched its streets. The guy listens carefully to her story. Il Shin says, for sure he also heard that the martial arts of the desert fortress are maintained thanks to his fruits. And Shin impatiently asks, so why was the Jung clan destroyed in the end? The elder explains that he wished the tyrant's sword. These are sworn enemies of the desert fortress. They had enough reasons to destroy one weak house. She says that then they received a letter from a desert fortress, which contained a request to protect Chan's house. However, they failed. Il Shin says that now Shin'i has become a wasteland in their hands. She adds that she is really ashamed in front of him, Jung-san, his brother, and Hie. Shina and Hanvogon went out to spend Weiji Mira, Elder Jung-il, baby Hie, and several warriors. The guy, putting his hand on the girl on his head, looks into her eyes, from which large peas of tears are about to slide down her cheeks. Yun-shin says hey, so that it grew big. If she becomes a swordsman, she will be able to get into the desert fortress. Weiji Myohuhu asks, they will still meet? The guy answers, if there are no tasks, he will ask him to let him go to study the dragon sword. The elder says that it is always nice to see how the streams of friendship are spreading, like the sleeves of the Yangtze River. He believes that this is a real joy for an old man who has outlived his golden age. Shin is sure that the elder will survive for more than 1 century. Jung-il sincerely wants him to fulfill his dreams. The guy and his friend include his head in a traditional farewell bow. They set off. Han Won-chan stops to wave a guessing hand. In the inn is crowded. Almost all tables are busy. One of the visitors, holding a bowl in his hand, says, he heard that the Shazan sect does not hesitate to help the desert fortress. Like him, these old sects are already the last century. Only such as Zhongnan can boast of a victory over Tyranian's sword. A young man sitting nearby, accompanied by 2 girls, responds ironically. What does he say? He pronounces, it is immediately evident that in the world of martial arts, that beginner. Because even a stupid warrior knows that you need to keep your mouth shut if your head is on your shoulders. The man jumps up from the table. Who is the newcomer? He asks. And what is he wrong? Where are the vaunted achievements of these incomparable warriors? Having calmed down, he sits down at the table. His friend says, he heard that one of the blue swordsmen, Magvanig, recently lost his eyes. The man answers condescendingly, only chatting and knows how. Suddenly the table, under the influence of someone's energy blow, scatters into pieces. Everyone freezes and turn their heads to the door. On the threshold there is an angry Yin Shin, demanding that a man try to repeat his words. The man froze when he saw En Shin and Hong Wan Chan in front of him. He uncertainly asks, are they from a deserted fortress? The young man and his companions look at the guys with noticeable interest. Yun Shin and his friend go into the hall. The guy approaches a man whose height allows him to look at Yen Shin from top to bottom. He says that he did not want to offend them. Putting his hand on the hilt of the sword, the guy replies that he doesn't care what he wanted there. He demands that the man say who deprived the eyes of a blue swordsman. He hastily answers, a two-faced ghost. This is all a two-faced ghost of the Bloody Flame clan. He says that the blue warrior was injured, protecting the Mincha family. Seeing the eyes of Yin Shin burning with pure fury, he falls to his knees and asks him to forgive him. The guy tells him to return to the meal, and do not forget to pay the owner a broken table. The man thanks him. Looking how the new arrivals are located at the table, those present begin to whisper. Such a force at such a young age is an occasion for pride. But, as expected, the masters of the great sects are nobly restrained. And Shin is asked a question. Is he not by chance a lightning Odic genius? The young man, accompanied by girls, approached them. He says, it seems that the future of the deserted fortress is not only behind the White Silin. The Namefun is enough with attire. He adds that their meeting is an honor for him. His name is Jin Jul. He is from the family of Somso. The guy also calls his name. The young man talks about the fact that, judging by rumors, a young but very strong master appeared in the desert fortress. He heard that he was right now on a mission in Somso, and is sure that this is Yan Shin. Hong Wan Chan says he is very insightful. Jing Jul asks, do they keep the way south, and asks for permission to join them. En Shin is somewhat puzzled by this pressure. The young man says, he understands that from the first oncoming it sounds burdensome, but he would really like to establish relations with the masters of the desert fortress. The guy is interested. How does he know where they are going? He explains that after the battle between Zhongnan and the Sword of the Tyrant, everyone who is not laziness is gossiping about Magvanig and the desert fortress. Jinjul says that all the eyes are chained to them. Even the most seedy sects are already aware of the events. Unshin replies that they will continue after a meal. Walking along the forest road, Han Wan-chan colorfully describes the battle of Yenshin with the ominous Rakshas. He says that the scream of Enshin, notifying that he chopped off the head of the elder of Tiran, was like a lion's roar of a monk from Shaolin. The young man tells how all the warriors Zhongnan and Tiran's sword heated and began to turn around. At the same time, he looks at the girls, wanting to make sure that his story made a due impression. One of them says that this had to be seen. The second considers his story funny. Jinjul, who walks with Enshin a little ahead of the satellites, is sure that since the master from the desert fortress says so, then this is not a lie. How can I not believe? The girl asks, did they really kill that very sinister Rakshas? Enshin replies that he just struck the final blow. He says that there were still such swordsmen as a dragon blade, a silent fist, and a rock sword. At first, they exhausted the enemy and distracted his attention. Han Wan-chan decides to make clarity and says that the guy is just modest. The last blow to En Shin was dazzlingly accurate. Approaching the lake, the travelers decide to rest a little. Han Wan-chan says that he will go to look for some beast. He wants to dinner with meat. Girls are called to go with him. En Shin leans over the lake, wanting to get water into a bottle of water. Jinjul asks, he does not accidentally own his left hand? The guy replies that the battle is more reliable on the right. He studied the techniques a little with his left hand, but not deep. The young man answers, I see. Then, taking out the knife and raising his hand to strike, he says that the left side is the weakness of the tire. The knife is rapidly approaching the neck of the guy, who had already put his hand on the hilt of the sword. But Han Vo, who approached behind, manages to strike the first to strike. The man who called Jing Julia did not expect his soon return, and missed the moment of his appearance. The young man falls into the river, and the young man says that he knew. The dye from the hair is washed off, exposing their true red color. Han Wan-chan says, this is a killer from a clan of a bloody flame. The guy is interested. And where is his companions who introduced themselves as merchant daughters? The young man replies that they probably are already crossing Sumdokon, 3 roads of the river of death. Dead girls lie in the clearing. Friends decide to continue their way. and Shin believes that another half a day and they will be in place. The sunset sun stained the heavens in orange. They got to see in already at dusk. They go to the inn where they left their friends. Chon Men, whose eyes are hidden under the bandages, says that En Shin committed something unimaginable. Kill the elder from 13 heavens. Even he did not accomplish such feats. En Shine is painful to look at the wounded friend. He sighs. It means that rumors still turned out to be true. Bai Mei says, there is little Chon Men and a lightning Odic genius there. She reproaches him, considering the recklessness to go out against the elder of the tyrant sword. She claims he was just lucky to do without injuries. Han Wan-chan is a little upset that no one pays attention to him. En Shin asks, what happened, and where did the mentor Ma Jin go? The girl replies that he went in pursuit with other masters of the desert fortress. She says that these are all the fault of the Bloody Flame clan. They wanted to find out what the enemy is plotting, because the probability of the arrival of reinforcement from their main base was quite high. En Shin asks, so the elder lost his eye? The girl says that a two-faced ghost, He Tight, used a bomb. A clan of 4 celestial halls. This happened at the time of a fight with a bloody demon with a sword. Bai Mei says that Chon Men could easily dodge, but there were civilians behind him. The young man sighs and admits that in vain he stuck that thing with a sword. Suddenly a round bomb breaks the window and flies into the room. She falls to the floor. Seconds remain before the explosion. A deafening roar is heard and a fire begins in the inn. Chon Men, already standing in the yard, turns his head towards the flame and grunts. Having slapped his hand on the shoulder of Han Wan-chan, who swayed from these actions, he says again, Zdorov. En Shin and Bai Mei are next to them and immediately grab the swords. The guy notices a man whose hands are chopped off on the elbow. He watches the fire and the vanity caused by this incident. En Shin thinks that this is probably the same Tight. The girl and Yun Shin simultaneously take a step in his direction. Then the guy stops and says that they help the locals. He will deal with this person himself. En Shin approaches Tight, putting his hand on the hilt of the sword. A man, a cliff of teeth, notes that a blue robe is dressed on a guy on top of white. He concludes that in front of him is a lightning, Odic genius, about which there have been so many rumors recently. Tugui believes that a loud nickname made him arrogant. He asks, did the guy hear that he took the eye of the blue-eyed demon? En Shin is interested. What does he need here? Didn't they get to the north? Tight answers. He wants to sign a death sentence. At the same time, he points to Chon Mina and claims that he came to deal with this blue-eyed lousy. And Shin is interested in, is it worth the risk of encountering the representatives of the sects Skasen and Magvanig? Turney shows him a bandaged stump and asks, does he really not understand what it means to be left without a hand for a warrior? He says that the guy seems to be called a genius, but in reality he is so tight. Tugui believes that he is no different from the rest of the fools. En Shin applies the technique of flickering the luminaries. The enemy, concentrating the strength in the palm of his hand, rushes towards him. His hand reaches for a guy. En Shin is surprised. A gold aura. He resorts to the first technique, a spiral. The enemy, struck by the power of his blow, falls to his knees. En Shin is interested. Is this the technique stolen by him? Tight, scanning angrily, says no. This is a martial art, which initially cannot be within the power of mere mortals. A completely new and incomprehensible combat teaching. The guy answers briefly, a lot of extra words. The enemy calls him a boy. Tugui says, he heard that the guy buried his family behind that mountain. He is interested. Does En Shin want to look? How comfortable is it now? Tugui says that he brought the anger of the sect of Bloody Flame. Didn't he think that his native lands would be left alone? He tells that they all digged there and burned the bodies of all his relatives. En Shin recalls the house. He, as if again, sees in reality a young cheerful maid who worshipped him in the morning. The elder brother, who was always amused by the fact that he sleeps so tightly. Before his mental gaze, a dying father stands, who finally examined the quality of the head in his son. Tight, laughing, asks, does he really think that he can kill him? En Shin, looking at the rampant enemy, thinks, how to deprive the warrior of Murim of all hope. Several ways come to mind. Firstly, you can kill his mentor or brother at school. Secondly, you can deprive him of the opportunity to practice art. He thinks, but what if this fan of martial arts will lose everything at once? He decides that a severed hand should be enough. Tugui attacks En Shin. His hand is covered by a gold aura, but when he sees that the guy answers him the same, he is fury. The man screams, how dared to copy the gold aura? En Shin expects when Tugui approaches him, and then intercepts his hand, listed for impact. The worshipping from his own impotence is showering him with insults. And Shin, squeezing his wrist stronger, says that, in his opinion, this technique works better. The man is amazed, incredibly. In a second, the guy understood his unique skill and even improved him. And Shin thinks, here it is. A way to crush the soldiers of Samvaido. Their techniques are life itself, they build them for years. It is enough to demonstrate their uselessness, or an improved version right in front of the enemy's eyes. The guy squeezes the man's hand more and more and looks into his eyes testingly. He asks, he's wondering how he did it? He, suffering from unbearable pain, hardly says how. And Shin, laughing, answers, so he told him. The guy squeezes his hand even more, pouring powerful inner energy into his palm, which makes his opponent yell from intolerant pain and powerlessness. Having tumbled tight to the ground, Yun Shin, continuing to hold his hand, raises his sword. Chon Men, being distracted from the battle, cannot hide admiration. Yen Shin defeated such a strong enemy. The guy puts his sword to the neck of a Tite he shows him with insults. With one wave of the blade, En Shin blows the head of the man. Suddenly he notices how a small casket falls out of a tight pocket. On the table is a tight head and a casket with a purple pill that fell out of his clothes. Ma Jin carefully examines the find. He says that this is really the pill that they are looking for. Han Von Chan, Bai Miley, Chon Men, and En Shin crowded near the teacher, examining the trophies. Ma Jin tells the guy that he will allow him to apply for raising to a blue rank. This is so fast. He is young, so let him dare. En Shin says that he heard about the examination exam, but he suggests discussing details another time. He believes that there are more urgent matters. Ma Jin agrees with him. The mentor reports that the Skasen sect was attacked. Everyone crowded around the Yen Hen, who suffered during the attack. Chongju Ginin was worried about his student. Yun Shin and Ma Jin stand behind him. The guy recalls how Yu Hyun invited him to start everything from scratch. Chongju Ginin says that the young man spent his Qi in order to protect the elder. Energy is the center of Qi in the body. It even has it in newborns. And this initial core of the boy is badly damaged. En Shin asks, is it impossible to just replenish the wasted Qi? As he knows, this is a common occurrence. Chongju Ginin says he is right. He explains. Usually they easily raise students to the feet of such symptoms. The guy understands that the internal energy of Yu Hen is exhausted. Chongju Ginin says they cannot help him. Its energy centers are sharpened under the art of purple fog. Putting the box on the table in front of the man, the guy asks, even the purple pill will not help? Chongju Ginin replies that the energy of purple pill is capable of this. However, we need a master who can accommodate it and convey to Yu Hen so far the unconscious. The leader of the Masters of the Sword of the Flowering Plum says that there is no time in search of such a person. The young man has less than 2 hours. Ma Jin speaks something in an unfamiliar language. The guy is interested in what they are discussing, but this language is not familiar to him. Chongju Ginin, holding out the guy a casket, asks him to perform this rite. En Shin asks, he believes that he can do it? Ma Jin is sure of this. He says that he needs to swallow the pill and then begin to transfer energy. The mentor adds, let the guy consider it part of his test. Ma Jin thinks that the lightning genius last time instantly absorbed the energy pill. He did not even have to intervene. If anyone can assimilate the energy of a purple pill and transfer it to Yu Hen in a limited time, this is only Yen Shin. The guy replies that he understood everything. He swallows a purple pill. En Shin knows that a tablet is an elixir that can be absorbed using a certain breathing technique. A person who is not dedicated to the technique of the Skasan sect will take years to learn it. Without prolonged meditation, the energy simply will not take root, which is why the Tite did not use it. He wanted to hone his martial arts first, but the guy does not need to absorb her now. It is enough for him to transfer her to Yu Hen. En Shin feels this energy within himself. Energy fills the energy tan and stretches it under the influence of purple pill. Such a pace will be reduced by a huge amount of time. Chongju Ginin is amazed. The guy has already dissolved the energy of a purple pill. En Shin applies a palm overwhelmed by a healing aura to the back of the young man. Radiating energy, he asks Yu Hen to accept it. He says that the art of purple fog lives in it. Let him simply accept all the energy that he will give him. The guy pours the energy received from the pill into the body of Yu Hen. Finally, Yun Shin exhales in relief and removes his palm. Chongju Ginin turns to the student. Woke up? He measures the pulse of the young man, putting his fingers to his wrist. The man is amazed at the result and does not hide it. He says that his internal energy was not only replenished, but also increased. Chongju Ginin understands that energy has completely disappeared into the young man. He accepted all the Qi in the purple pill without a trace. He respects Yen Shin. This boy gave everything to the last drop, leaving nothing to himself. The man says he is a really noble person. Yun Shin thanks him for confidence. Chongju Ginin is stunned by his act. The man bows his head in front of the guy in a traditional bow and thanks him for saving the future of the Skasan sect. He says that the guy reacted to their problem as a real hero. He promises that they will certainly pay him the same. The man adds that his mercy cannot be measured with money. He asks him to accept their gratitude. He says that soon Yu Hyun should visit the desert fortress, and he will give a gift through him. Now Enshin bows his head and thanks the man. Turning around to Ma Gin, the guy asks, "He managed?" The teacher, looking at him with pride, answers, "Yes." He believes that Enshin did more than enough. Desert Fortress. Enshin sits in a lotus position in an empty room where only a couple of lamps stand. Next to him lies his sword. He was immersed in thought. Initially, he was going to ask the head of the Desert Fortress the promised military equipment as soon as he returned. The guy recalls how the woman promised to teach him his admission when the time comes. He thinks that while he has a flicker of luminaries and a swing of shining wings, he will better focus on their improvement. He thinks, is it possible to invest even more strength in the flickering of the luminaries? Or take an additional step in the wave of shining wings? An unfading radiance also requires continuation. He thinks, how difficult it is. And inspiration does not visit him. The thought comes to his mind. The Bezluna Arena. He recalls the words of Magin, recognizing him right. The mentor believes that the techniques of Magvanig and other groups are significantly different. In the end, 17 combat groups under the command of Shingom Dan are independent schools. Majin said that the Bezluna Arena could not be a narrow well. This is a reservoir where outstanding talents flow out, then to form the sea. For some time he sits thinking. Then the guy gets up and leaves the room. Going into the courtyard, he notices too close the attention of the students. They are whispering to whisper. A lightning, Odic genius. They say he committed an incredible feat. Pupils recall how he cut off the head of the sinister Rakshas. They talk about him as a master from a deserted fortress, which even 13 Heaven is not afraid of. While he is coming, he is accompanied by the whispering of the students. He saved the student of the head of the sect Skasan. For one mission, he secured the support of masters from legendary sects. One of the students in a blue cloak says that we should ask the guy to accompany him to a mission to Samso. Enshin climbs the stairs. He comes to the training site, where students are busy with sparring. This is a stray arena. Here, warriors of all groups of the Desert Fortress can fight freely. 17 detachments are in this arena, each of which can be considered a separate combat school. Someone calls the guy and asks where he goes. Looking around, Yan Shin sees a man in the robes unusual for the Desert Fortress. Does he ask him a question? Is this a stranger arena? And he answers in the affirmative. A man, looking at him, says, a young swordsman in a blue on a white suit. He is sure that in front of him is a lightning Odic genius. Then the person says that he is an inspector from head management. The guy calls his name in response. The inspector admits that he heard a lot about him. All fresh rumors of a desert fortress reach the council. He admits that it is they who distribute ranks in accordance with their merits, and his achievements are truly impressive. The inspector is very happy about their meeting and wants to tell him one secret. And Shin asks, which one? He answers, only one small task will allow him to rise in the rank. He congratulates and Shin in advance. The inspector is glad that he jumped up today. He is appointed manager of today's matches, so he expects a lot of interesting things. He informs the guy that today the heir to the Apocran Mag clan is acting. And Shin recalls the battle with the young man, whom his grandfather chose his successor. Before his mental gaze, every detail of this duel is facing. The inspector says that this family is famous for their skill. That boy has already won many victories among the White Warriors. He adds that although less than a month has passed since he has passed the tests in the Desert Fortress, they only talk about him in management. And Shin responds briefly. I see. Suddenly, the one they just talked about stands in front of the guy. For a while, he gloomily measures his gaze. And then he offers to fight. The guy asks, who is he? The young man says that his name is Ma Sin. He asks for forgiveness because he had to introduce himself then. En Shin thinks that the young man has become more modest since then, although he won many victories over the White Warriors. Ma Sein says that he has learned a lot, and asks to give him another chance. Yun Shin thinks. He remembers that it was the young man who helped him then with the creation of technology. But is it worth it? Suddenly, Chun Men approaches them. He asks the young man, is that new? He offers Ma Si to fight him. He is in no hurry to accept his offer. He has already heard about the blue-eyed demon. Chun Men jokes, now one-eyed. He asks En Shin. He does not mind. The guy is a little surprised that the friend came here. Chonmen answers, "What else to do? Here at least fun, many masters." And Shin asks a question, "Is this because of the eye?" A friend answers in the affirmative. He believes that he needs to gradually return to duty. The loss of half the field of view is not a matter. The inspector, when Chonmen moved to Masainu, says, "How strange. As far as he knows, usually an arrogant blue-eyed demon is ready to fight only with the strongest." Shin does not agree with him. He believes that Chonmen is a cold man. This can be seen even by his gaze. He is merciless to the enemy, but at the same time is always ready to intervene for a common people. He does not consider the young man arrogant. He thinks that usually Chonmen deliberately demonstrates outright neglect. Not one brave warrior lost his head because of this. That's why he was called a demon. The inspector says that his eyes are much infuriated. Shin replies that he did not notice this at all. The interlocutor explains, just with the guy Chonmen behaves differently because he correctly evaluates his chances. He believes that the majority of the blue would prefer not to get involved in this battle. There is nothing to say about whites. Shin does not agree with him. He thinks that the blue-eyed demon and with Hanvon Chana adequately communicates. The inspector says, "Trouble." Looking at the battle of Ma Se-in and Chonmena, he says that the heir to Ipkvanmag chose the wrong opponent. Chonmen inflicts a strong blow, and Ma Se begins to cough with blood. The blue-eyed demon hits again, and the enemy, crumple of pain, settles to the ground. Shin looks thoughtfully at what is happening. He sees that Ma Se has reached enlightenment after participating in this duel. Chonmen, going up to Shine, says that this young man is not even bad. Even having lost one eye, Chonmen almost did not lose combat power. And Ma Se-ying, who seemed only an arrogant son of a noble family, has changed a lot. Such is the power of the citizens of the desert fortress. Shin hears him naughty. Majin approaches him. He reports that the manager of the Bezluna arena wants to celebrate his adulthood. The guy is a little surprised. Do they want to conduct a rite of adulthood for him in the citadel of the desert fortress? The mentor answers, "That's right." Shin is interested. When will the next task be? Majin answers, "This is how the chapter will decide." She recognizes the makings of the guy and his potential. Shin says that he is not burning the desire to celebrate. He prefers to spend his free time thawing the art of the sword. The mentor believes that the head of the desert fortress understands the guy better than himself. He adds, so she ordered to voice the reward. It will be an exorbitant elixir of a rattling sky. He explains, Shina, that this drink has nothing to do with other elixirs of the Middle Kingdom and its properties. One sip is enough to find health and longevity. The guy thinks, one sip, and you can live without illness. What if it can delay his death? He replies that he agrees. Only one of the passing ceremony is worthy of drinking an elixir. Usually those who are higher than the white title fight for this right. But this time, everything is different. Majin says that because of him, a couple of white from noble births were allowed to join. Shin replies that this is not a problem for him. A few days later, Ma Yonchak sits behind various dishes. He complains that the head of the desert fortress confused all the cards. Majin, sitting opposite him, is interested in, was he really ending in a rite of adulthood at home? The head of the desert fortress congratulates all those present. Among those who gathered in the square, Shin stands. The woman says that the name accepted by the warrior after adulthood is not needed by lightning genius. Guys in blue costumes believe that the denouement is nearing. They are interested in who will try the elixir this year. Shin hears how they are talking about the fact that judging only by merit, among the representatives of the whites there are no equal lightning, bearing geniuses. He strives up without delay. The young man in blue clothes says that many of them have only recently completed the first task. The guys believe that the power of the Murim clans is amazing. They also think that the successors of Ipkvanmag and Tyres have amazing abilities. Meanwhile, the head of the desert fortress opens a bottle of elixir. She pours him into the bowl. Then he takes her in her hand and casts a look at the students standing in front of her. She says that this is a bowl of congratulations for them, but she will get only to those who grab her first. A woman is surrounded by an incredibly strong aura. She offers students to show ingenuity and try to pick up a bowl from her. Shin rushes forward. Behind it is a landfill from students who, with their vanity, only interfere with each other. The guy is concentrated and purposeful. He uses the swing technique of shining wings. It was a step performed by the perfect connection of the body and chi. The head of the desert fortress looks at the guy. He resorts to the technique of a wave of shining wings, a swift step bending the will of the enemy. The cap flies from the head of a guy who does not even notice this. So he is already standing opposite the chapter. She hands the guy a bowl with an elixir. The woman says, "Try it," and Shin carefully takes the offering from her hands. Suddenly behind him the voice of Ma-se-in. He says that the guy has no equal. All newcomers of the fortress are equal to him. The young man who kneeling in front of the chapter continues. But Shin does not know family values. He asks the question, why, according to the guy, create sex? Past techniques from generation to generation conclude alliances. Ma-se-in declares that he wants to fight for the title of head of the clan. Shin is surprised. What kind of nonsense? The young man demands that he choose a day and go to the brotherly duel with him. He offers to fight for the right to head the IPKHKHANMAG. In the event of the victory, he will give him his place to the heir. All those present tensely monitor what is happening. Mayonchak looks calm, and Shin looks at the young man with bewilderment. The hero was urged to make a decision, as the proposal of the clan leader ruling in Murim holds the highest weight, and its value far exceeds even the rare elixir of the thunderous sky. In addition, for true warriors, the words of the leader are an unbreakable law that cannot be challenged or rejected. However, the hero clearly understood that no position or title of leader could grant him the fruits of the all-powerful world tree. Moreover, he did not desire the life of a leader who has nothing to share with his people and cannot bring real benefit to his people. Is this truly the way of the warrior? The hero asked with bitter determination, questioning such rules. Raising the cup upward, he explained that he had obtained it by his own strength and solely through his own will. And finally, addressing all present, he added one last word. That word was clear and resolute. This is his own true way of the warrior. Looking at him at that moment, only one thought involuntarily crept into consciousness. That this man is truly unparalleled in his greatness and steadfastness. For only he could afford to remain a solitary warrior, traveling the world without fear or doubt. After that, the hero thanked everyone for participating in the duel, and for the honest, worthy fight. He left the impression of a person who strives to reach the heights without relying on the power of his native clan. And this was truly worthy of the Grand Master. Later, one of those present approached the hero, wishing to talk. He inquired whether the hero was thinking about starting his own family and continuing his lineage. To this, the hero calmly replied, saying that he himself would one day become the wonderful head of his own clan. And having spoken only these words, the hero turned around and moved on. He walked confidently, not looking back, as if closing the previous page of his life. And at that very moment, as the hero passed by him, someone could not hold back. He addressed his teacher, as if seeking confirmation of his own thoughts and doubts. He suddenly asked, "Isn't the teacher still unmarried? Since this seems strange for a person of his age and position. After all, you are the eldest son of the direct line, aren't you? So why then does the Ifawangma clan worry about the issue of an heir when you are in the prime of your strength?" After this direct question, the teacher's face noticeably paled, as if a sharp knife had struck his heart. Then the one-eyed warrior leaned closer, whispered in the mentor's ear, begging him to reveal something, and asked if it would not be better to allow him to tell the truth himself. The teacher, without answering a single word, calmly moved forward, leaving all the explanations to the young man. The boy was confused, not knowing where to start, but later gathered his thoughts and came up with the right beginning to present the story clearly and understandably. He began with the fact that once Majin returned from a dangerous mission, at that time he still wore the simple blue clothing of a student. With him was Mei Li, his older sister, who at that time was still very small and defenseless. She was rescued from a hidden sect, whose secret teachings were carefully concealed, as they prophesied her to become the support of the Ifawangma clan. But the main thing was not even that, but the place from which she was saved. The Heavenly Mountains, where Majin was entrusted to destroy the remnants of the fallen demonic sect. This place was extremely dangerous and concealed many traps and deadly enemies. Although Jin brilliantly completed the mission, during a battle with one of the masters of the demonic path, he suffered a terrible blow. The enemy's technique struck his vital point, leaving a deadly mark. It was a technique of insidious internal destruction that slowly destroyed his body. And since then, the mentor could no longer fully perform his family duty. Even leader Chang Chan, who often liked to tease him, tried not to touch this painful topic. After hearing this, the hero finally understood the true reason for the secrets surrounding his teacher. It became absolutely clear to him why this topic was always shrouded in silence. Having learned this, he set out to the mentor with another question that had long troubled him. The mentor explained that since the hero had just undergone an important ritual, he was entitled to a month of complete rest. However, in response, he only heard the boy's calm words that for him this was an empty formality. He declared that he wanted to immediately embark on a new dangerous mission without wasting time. Hearing this, Jin called such a desire reckless, although the hero himself did not fully understand why. Then the mentor explained that now all assignments were connected with the Bloodflame clan, and he told that during the pursuit of Toguya he himself engaged in battle with a mysterious opponent. It was a terrible warrior with hair black as pitch, without a single hint of red, a creature surpassing any blood demon with a sword. It was said that his traces ended in Henan province, on lands attributed to the Shaolin monastery. The hero was surprised, as he knew that Shaolin itself was located in Zhengzhou, and there was a considerable distance between these two provinces. So why was that place considered Shaolin territory? To this, the mentor simply replied, "Shaolin is the first and most righteous sect under heaven." He continued the explanation, saying that in the Central Plains there were almost no schools left that had not been influenced by Shaolin disciples, not to mention secular sects or ordinary families, since the entire Henan province was practically under their influence. And then the hero was seized by curiosity. What unique knowledge and secrets of Shaolin martial arts could be revealed to him? Next, the mentor briefly explained the rules. The squad consists of himself and fighters from the first Ma Guanic squad who had already gained fame. After a series of successful missions in the north, Jin gathered in the first squad Ma Guanic Chong Yongshin, Hongwan Chan, Chongmen, and Bai Meili, making them the foundation of his strength. The hero inquired whether other squad members needed rest after such exhausting tasks and tough battles. But the mentor explained that rest was granted only for special merits. Otherwise, they would have to enjoy endless travels across the continent. Having understood everything, the hero bowed and said goodbye to his mentor, accepting his words as an unshakable truth. Already outside on the street, he delved into thoughts, thinking about a few formalities he still had to go through. Because only after that would he officially receive the blue rank, which would confirm his new strength and status. And soon they all set off together riding horses, leaving dust and empty roads behind them. In the hero's mind lingered the thought of the 10 Maguanic masters from the Ifawangma clan, who were to become his allies. He had never seen such a dangerous and formidable group before, and their very presence made enemies tremble. Soon they reached the place called Shin-E, where their task awaited them. Here it was decided to stop right in the middle of this small town. The boy walking behind the hero, looking around with curiosity, tried to see everything around. But before their eyes opened only an empty, deserted street, which led to troubling thoughts. This place turned out to be completely different from what the hero had imagined. His impressions did not match reality. After the disappearance of the Chong clan, the town began to flourish rapidly, and even the leader was impressed by what he saw. The profit from the forest they once monopolized now flowed like a river to this town, enriching it. The Bloodflame clan actually did them a great favor by opening new opportunities. Opening the door, only one thought filled the hero's mind, full of anger and determination. The profit from these forests must in no way go to the scoundrels who were now sitting inside. There they shamelessly drank alcohol, as if forgetting whose lands they had appropriated. Barely opening the door, the hero immediately demanded to hear from them an explanation. What had happened to the lands of the Chong family? He stood with a confident face and waited for a clear answer from those who brazenly appropriated what was not theirs. Instead, he heard only a contemptuous mumble. Some snot-nosed kid has come here again. But in a moment, the expression on his face sharply changed when he noticed the sign on the boy's shoulder. It was a hieroglyph, clearly engraved on the clothing, which could not be mistaken. It meant Desert Fortress, a symbol that made those present stagger in surprise. They were momentarily confused, exchanging glances, not knowing how to react. Finally, the big guy grabbed the handle of his club and contemptuously said that such a snot-nosed kid could not be a master of that level. And the only thing that came to his mind was to immediately test the statement by force, challenging the youth to a fight. The big guy angrily threw an axe directly at the hero, but in a moment it shattered into 2 pieces, destroyed by his strength. The attacker's facial expression changed sharply. A shadow of fear and uncertainty appeared in it. He turned even paler when suddenly the hero's companions began to appear behind him. Then the hero asked them why they always choose such a senseless way to resolve all issues only by brute force. But even having said this, he did not intend to hide his sword and took confident steps forward. The giant, pale to the edge, begged him to wait at least a moment longer. He tried to justify himself, repeating that he had made an extraordinarily big mistake. But the hero decided otherwise. No matter how he could spare others, he did not intend to leave this bastard alive. And at the very moment when that miserable bastard was babbling that he would never dare to offend the Desert Fortress, he never managed to finish his words of forgiveness and apology. His life ended before the eyes of the frightened comrades who remained alive. Then the hero repeated his question. Do they know what happened to the lands of the Chan family? And now, hearing a completely different tone, all together, as if in one voice, they shouted, "Yes!" Sitting on their haunches, they told the whole story in detail, hiding nothing. The hero learned that after the destruction of the Chan family, the streets of the nearest settlement were flooded with human blood. Chongguan rebuilt the trade guild again and succeeded, almost breaking out beyond the borders of Xinyi. But the forests and property of the fallen clan passed to the Dark Guild, and it was not allowed for the warriors of the Dark Path to seize them. Moreover, it was said that the Shinya Pekmu sect bribed the governor Ji Hyun with gold and then completely destroyed the guild. Hearing this enraged the boys to the extreme, for such betrayal could not go unpunished. But only one thing did not fit in the hero's mind. Could Ji Hyun, the head of the district, simply have turned a blind eye to all this? Because as soon as the matter concerned the clan's land, the one-eyed man was ready to help at just a single request. The hero looked around, and behind him stood comrades, each ready to support him with their own strength. He thanked them for this, but still believed that this matter belonged only to himself. Then he turned to the mentor with a direct question. Could he himself punish Ji Hyun? No, with your current status, this is impossible, the mentor replied. I will deal with him myself a little later. But the dark sect Xinyi, he added, is just right for you and your level. The hero understood what the mentor was hinting at and took his words seriously. At that moment, a warrior approached him and said he would go with him to provide support. He adjusted the bandage on his head and asked to allow the young swordsman to go on the mission alone, for the divine guardian of the desert fortress would not tolerate such humiliation. This is not your game, the hero wanted to tell him, clearly showing that only he himself would make the decision. But he interrupted his words, asking, Aren't the victors of the dark sect true heroes, since they destroy evil? For not every warrior is capable of such madness and risk. And at that moment the hero simply had no words to respond. Because although he can sometimes be a stubborn fool, in his heart lives true heroic stubbornness and unwavering courage. Some time passed, and now the two of them stood before the gates of the Shinya Pekmu sect, ready for battle. They were lucky. They did not have to go far. The enemies had settled very close by. The sect used the estate of the local elder as their temporary shelter, and in a moment, the heavy doors of their refuge were covered with dense cracks. A moment later, they exploded and scattered into thousands of splinters. Thus brutally and unceremoniously they entered inside this lair. But they were already awaited there, for the enemies had prepared in advance. Probably they overheard their conversation still in the inn courtyard, and rejoiced at the opportunity. 2 pigeons came to their own doom themselves. You will become excellent fertilizer for our forest, said the old degenerate. He looked straight into the hero's eyes, and the hero, without looking away, responded with cold determination. And immediately after these disgusting words, the hero reached for his sword. He knew well, small sects knew little about him yet, so they might not believe the rumors, but the big ones would hesitate for a long time choosing a side. Immediately after that, the whole murder-hungry crowd rushed at them, hoping to overwhelm by numbers. They believed that the power of the crowd would help them defeat the 2 brave ones who broke into their lair. But before they could even blink, everything turned into a bloody massacre. Their bodies were already covered with deep cuts left by the hero's sharp blade. With incredible confidence, he cut his way through the crowd of bastards, leaving none of them the slightest chance to breathe even once more. And already on the faces of these enemies appeared horror, for he killed 10 of them with a single blow. When the hero rushed forward, one of them began to beg him to wait and give a chance. But in his usual manner, the hero cut his body in half without even blinking. Blood from his entrails gushed out like a fountain, flooding the ground with a red river. The body fell to the ground, and from his hands rolled the ball torn from his fingers. Immediately after this, the hero turned and cast a cold glance at the rest of the enemies. They staggered fearfully on their feet, barely holding their weapons in their hands. Only when he completely finished the matter did silence reign over the battlefield. And then the hero finally managed to sheath his sword back into its scabbard. Suddenly, several warriors appeared, and one of them, looking around, threw the words, "Oh, it seems we are a bit late." It was exactly the quartet he expected to see here. They approached closer, looking at the many bodies around, not understanding what had just happened here. One of them immediately looked at the hero and recognized him as a child from the Chong clan, but he could not comprehend how this boy turned out to be capable of such a brutal massacre. Then his gaze stopped at the mark on the hero's shoulder, the symbol of the desert fortress. One of the warriors, seeing this, suddenly ran forward. The hero immediately recognized him as the captain he had dealt with before. The man himself could not believe his own eyes, as if dreaming, because the boy had really managed to earn the blue uniform. The hero admitted that his affairs were difficult, and the captain, without hiding, agreed that he himself lacked strength. At the same time, changes were visible in him. He seemed to have become kinder, and probably this was the result of giving up drinking and changing priorities. "Have you really now taken the righteous path?" the hero asked with slight irony. "Yes, almost by accident I found myself among the adepts of the Shaolin Monastery," the captain replied. Then he pointed to the bald monk standing nearby and said that he was his mentor. The latter, folding his hands, asked to be called Wan Chong. The hero also folded his hands over his chest and introduced himself as a righteous warrior of the desert fortress. After this, another turned around, a big-eared monk, who also introduced himself. His name was Kak Chan. He was a junior monk, one of the 18 adepts of the Shaolin Monastery and a master of martial arts. "Are you familiar with the teachings of Shaolin?" Wang asked the hero. He admitted that it was the first time he saw real Shaolin masters before him. However, after these words, the monk acknowledged that the boy's movements impressed with their precision. They were so pure and accurate, as if he himself had mastered the wisdom of the Book of Changes. At the level of Dharma, it is known that all 72 martial teachings of Shaolin masters begin with exercises that strengthen muscles and bones, and end with the same exercises. Thinking more deeply, the monk concluded that the hero could not have stolen the temple's knowledge, as it is basically impossible. Then the big-eared monk addressed the warrior Chan, wishing to express his opinion. He said, "In the mundane world, luck is a very useful thing. It can become a great ally. But even from the point of view of an experienced master who studied in a mountain temple, what I see goes beyond the ordinary. Perhaps in the future you will become one of the most outstanding masters in the world, but I am not free from a troubling feeling." He said this, looking at the field strewn with victims who had not yet cooled down after the battle. And yet the hero wanted to clearly find out what exactly the monk meant when he spoke these words. The warrior said that with words they might not understand each other, so perhaps it would be easier for them to understand each other in the language of true battle. If the hero agreed, the big-eared monk was ready to give him one extremely rare thing. He called it menjontan, a medicine created using a secret clan technique, widely used even at the imperial court. The boy immediately recognized this remedy as the famous Shaolin potion capable of healing wounds and restoring vital energy, and it all turned out to be true. The hero knew well how precious it was, and how much it was valued among masters. But the monk declared that he was ready to give it away just like that, without any conditions, which impressed everyone. Realizing that this was an incredibly valuable gift, the hero was ready to thank and do everything possible. But the big-eared one added, "Who knows, maybe he would have to use this elixir immediately." And then the hero asked what exactly he really wanted in return. Then the big-eared one moved on to the conditions and made his demand. If he wins, then the hero will have to listen to his Buddhist sermon and take the words seriously. This, of course, was a rather strange condition, but the hero still agreed. And then the monk continued, saying that perhaps he would even have to shave his head and become a disciple of the main temple. This caused some doubts about the righteousness of the Shaolin Monastery's intentions. However, only when facing the disciple face-to-face did the hero realize the full seriousness of the trial. If he uses the internal energy of his skill, it might be too much. But if the battle takes place solely on the physical level, then the game is definitely worth the candle. And then the monk made his first move, sharply transitioning to an attack. His fist flew straight to the hero's face, but he managed to put up his hand and take the blow. However, the speed of the eared one was incredible, at the level of a master. It was extremely difficult to dodge the relentless blows raining down right on his face. But the hero managed even with that, holding on until a certain moment. When the eared one suddenly switched to kicking, it turned out to be very unexpected. His body made complex maneuvers in the air, as if he were dancing in battle. He moved extremely fast and precisely, leaving no room for mistakes. Preparing, the monk performed a technique known as the 5 Shaolin Fists, and immediately moved to the next phase, the terrible strike, Dragon Fist. His movements made even the observers tense, preparing to see the worst. But after that, the hero remained calm and looked straight at his opponent. At that moment, even Wan Chong himself thought deep down, "Wow, isn't this the very stance from which he started the fight?" thought the monk, watching the hero. Standing in this position, the hero addressed him with cold confidence. He directly asked if the monk had already finished his demonstration moves. The one, stunned by such a question, did not even know what to answer. But he was certain of one thing. Something unusual awaited him now. It was the hero's turn to attack, and he was not going to hesitate. However, even at the moment of attack, his opponent rushed towards him. Thanks to the sharp eye technique, strikes without internal energy could not cause him serious harm. This meant that he could ignore the enemy's attacks and fully concentrate on the duel itself. Of course, the monk's experience and depth of knowledge in martial arts were incomparable to his own. But that was exactly what the hero liked, a slight smile appearing on his face. Every movement in this fight felt new, revealing new facets of strength. And with each minute, the fight gained more brightness and tension. The strikes became increasingly powerful and reached their exact target. The observing monk felt growing amazement with every moment. He had more and more questions, for example. Where could this guy have learned the 5 Shaolin Fists? Although no, this is not quite it. Rather a similar concept, but executed on a whole different level. The next thought of the monk's mind. His technique of releasing power through the fist is much more perfect than the one known in the temple. It seemed that he was creating an entirely new martial art from scratch. Moreover, his body had already surpassed even the level of the junior monk's mentors. At a certain moment, their gazes met directly during the exchange of blows. They delivered the same strike, as if mirroring each other. This forced them to retreat to a distance, breaking the clash. They took several deep breaths to cool down a bit and recover their strength. Then the monk said that if the fight continued, they would really have to use that medicine. But he was not sure who would need it first. After these words, both stopped for a moment, ceasing the attack. The old observer on the side clenched his teeth as hard as he could, barely restraining his emotions. And the boy who stood nearby perfectly understood. Any clever man would immediately grasp everything. He said aloud that even among them, the strength of this young man was considered inhuman, almost devilish. He told about an incident when Chan was taking a bath, and the maidservants who cared for the pavilion drew water for him. But after that, they secretly began to spy on him, unable to contain their curiosity. Of course, because they were also from the desert fortress, and therefore were noted for their courage and fearlessness. Listening to this story, that fool almost had his eyes pop out of their sockets in amazement. And when the boy reached the part about what happened next, he grabbed his head and shouted that he was not interested at all. It was strange to see. To others it seemed extremely interesting, but he suddenly rushed to run away. At that moment, Chan folded his hands before him in a gesture of respect. He had learned the lesson he sought to understand, and was now ready to listen to the monk's sermon. The latter only laughed loudly in response, as if from the heart. He acknowledged Chan as a truly honest man, and even admitted that he would like to have such a student. But at the same time, he sincerely admitted that he had not won. During the fight itself, he became scared. His own techniques were becoming weaker, and the sequence of forms was breaking down more and more often. After that, he struck his chest with his fist and honestly declared that he had been defeated. However, he added, if Chong listens to his sermon, then one day he will definitely fulfill even Chong's own request. They agreed, so together they set off to a place where they sat until evening. There the monk told that the ancestor of the Chan Buddhism school of the Central Lands, the great teacher Dharma, once said. At that moment, the hero realized that Chan Buddhism passes the teachings of the Buddha from mouth to mouth. And for him, this opened up a whole new world. After all, his own path was tempered in blood and battles, honed like the blade of a sword. And the thread of his life was becoming thinner and thinner, leaving only a thirst for battles and bloodshed. One sermon, of course, could not remove the anxiety about limited time, but he seemed to begin to understand the deep meaning that permeates the martial arts of Buddhism. And at that moment, one was sitting next to them, attentively listening to every word and not taking his eyes off the sermon. He silently listened to their deep conversation, and the sermon delivered to him by Kok Chong, not missing a single word. Already the next day they set off to the exit, and on the way they were explained that the phrase, destroy evil, establish righteousness is not just an abstract part of the teaching, but a true power. The power of the law that destroys the might of such sinister sects as the Blood Flame sect. After all, magical art and combat techniques were originally one whole. Only through changes, incomprehensible to the ordinary mind, were they later separated. And it was precisely then, when one was explaining this, that Kok Jong whispered that Jong is now creating his own martial art to destroy the leader of the Blood Flame sect, while at the same time remaining a person who follows the teachings of Buddha. At the very moment that they had already stepped over the threshold of the gates, he appeared right before them. Their mentor Mu Jin, who missed his students so much. He was already wondering where they were wandering, since they had not returned even by early morning. But what impressed him the most was that Jong was together with the Shaolin monks. But now, when they found themselves in an ambush, the mentor was not at all in the mood for greetings. It was about the ambush that Jong asked him first thing. Jin explained that the Blood Flame sect knows about their movements, and it seems that the Hao sect betrayed them. The primary task now is to survive. If someone suddenly separates from the group, they will meet at the House of the Sword of the Righteous Heaven on Mount Pyeongjong. The mentor spoke in a stern and cold tone. It was hard to believe that these words belonged to a black rank from the desert fortress. All this made Chan think much more deeply than before. And suddenly a fire flared up before them. Tongues of flame burst out after a powerful explosion. They all focused their gaze on the place of the explosion, trying to see what had happened there. The dust gradually dispersed, revealing the spectacle. But it turned out to be not an explosion at all. It was the appearance of a girl of incredible beauty, whose appearance was truly striking, though her intentions remained unknown. She kindly greeted them with a thin and gentle word, "Hello?" From her immediately one could feel that she surpassed any bloody demon with a sword. The hero also knew that it is said, among the warriors of the cult of the bloody flame, as their power grows, their hair begins to blaze. Then Jin addressed his companions. He warned them that before them stood one of the 7 apostles. The apostle of the cult of the Bloody Flame is a warrior who possesses terrifying power and unspeakable cruelty. This was exactly what was hidden behind her deceptive beauty. The woman turned to Chan, calling him a lightning genius, the future of the desert fortress. She even added that he had a very beautiful neck. Jin, of course, did not want such a young guy to fight her, and volunteered to become her opponent himself. However, he had no idea what trap awaited them next, because right behind her appeared a whole army of fighters just like her. "Here and now I will destroy the future Magwanik," she said, and directed her devastating strike straight at Chan. But the hero immediately parried his attack with a knife, and after this blow, the blade acquired a strange color, as if soaked with the bloody energy with which she attacked him. However, through the hilt, Chan managed to impart his own hue, and again the same knife shone with the light of its true color. Even Chong himself did not fully understand how he managed to neutralize the bloody art of the apostle. Could it be that this knife combines Buddhist scriptures with Shaolin fist formulas? He then directly asked if he uses the righteous fist. At that moment, she heard an address directed at her. Chong, throwing the knife in front of him, said that, as expected, she uses the techniques of the cult of the Bloody Flame. The blade fell right at her feet, and he added that her technique is too simple and predictable. She bent down, reaching for the blade, and replied, "Apparently you studied the Shaolin purification combat techniques, and therefore are somewhat more resistant to the bloody art. But you are still incredibly far from my true level, unbelievably far. You are merely a lower-rank warrior." As soon as she uttered these words, she immediately launched a new attack. And this time the sword was wielded not by Chan, but by Jin, who stood up to protect the boy. Now she had a few words specifically for him, speaking in a cold voice. "It seems this young man is extremely dear to you," she said with a barely noticeable smile. But Jin was not going to engage in conversation with her and sharply ordered her to be silent. He rushed into attack, but she easily dodged his strike. Jumping into the air, she spun backward, demonstrating grace and strength. Her beauty still impressed the eye, but in her heart, there was only the desire to kill the Magwanik. At that very moment, she showed her true face, a cold-blooded killer. She sharply ordered her warriors to begin the attack. They immediately, without any hesitation, charged forward. But Chan met one of them with his weapon in the first strike. His gaze coldly assessed all the others who were rushing towards him. He rushed with the sword straight through the crowd, leaving behind only tongues of flame. Then the apostle shouted loudly, ordering her bastards to grab him by the hands and slit his throat. But could such worthless warriors handle his technique? The apostle, of course, held them in an iron grip, and in number they far outnumbered ordinary swordsmen. Therefore, Chong used the palm button technique. This attack did not allow the enemies to get close, and in a moment he used a sharp blade. A thought flashed in his mind to activate the technique that worked when capturing the apostle's dagger, but it did not manifest properly. He did not understand whether it was due to an inaccuracy in the formula itself or his own limitations. Then he decided to try again on the next opponent. Although he managed to push the enemy back, it was still not enough. There was a lack of strength to control the situation as masters of a higher level do, and he realized it was better to entrust this to the warrior in black clothes. If Master Jin does not defeat the apostle, trouble is inevitable. Meanwhile, Monk Wan also entered the fight. It is said that warrior monks renounced all earthly things in search of the truth of martial principles. That is why their names do not echo throughout Jianghu, yet he did not seem powerless. But the bastards, seeing him as an ordinary old man, decided to start with him. They shouted, calling to kill the old monk. With weapons in their hands, they rushed straight at him, not noticing that Chan was already acting behind their backs. The flash of the blade illuminated the darkness and just as brightly took the enemy's life. Barely had he dealt with one when the next one rushed at him from the side. But even this was enough for the hero to react and raise his sword. With the force of the blow, he struck the opponent, and surprise became the last emotion on his face before death. After that, the hero, without hesitation, cut off the enemy's head. He did it right before the monk's eyes, thereby saving his life. And now, looking at this boy, the monk still could not understand many things. How at such a young age did he master such a powerful martial art? One thing became clear in this battle. The Blood Flame clan will never retreat. For Magwanik, the most important thing now was to get out of here alive. All of them, without words, only with glances, agreed to meet at the house of the Righteous Sky. And so, when everything was over, the monk and Chong stood on horses in front of the river. Before them stood the task, somehow to cross it. And then Chong noticed a boat ahead, floating nearby. He immediately suggested to the monk to use it. He approached the pier and stopped there. Then he raised his hand to his chin and took a deep breath. But instead of magic, he simply shouted loudly, "Hey, you there!" And immediately the echo responded, and the boat began to turn toward them. It seemed that it was still some kind of magic, because in a moment they were awaited on board. The people from the boat quickly assessed the two. deciding that before them were aristocrats who were well-versed in martial arts. "So, monk, are you looking for new company?" the girl asked with interest. She was a warrior woman, and Chan became curious about which clan she belonged to. Chan answered on behalf of the monk, explaining that he had somewhat lost his sense of etiquette during his travels, and apologized on his behalf. "Well, polite conversation is always appropriate, at least it won't be boring. Come up to us," she said. And thus the matter was resolved quickly and without disputes. Climbing onto the boat, Chan immediately realized the followers of the Martial Alliance had gathered here. Then the girl introduced herself. She was known as Swordflower. The Martial Alliance belonged to the 3 largest sects of the 13 heavens. It stood alongside the Tiger Sword Clan and the Bloody Flame Clan. Then another warrior addressed Chan, asking if he was really from the Desert Fortress, and immediately asked where he was rushing to. "The Bloody Flame Clan is rampaging in the district," Chan replied firmly. And he explained that they were heading to listen to the monk's sermon, but were forced to flee from enemies. They called it a rather interesting matter, saying that the Desert Fortress dared to challenge the very 13 heavens. And they asked Chan to listen to them, explaining that the bloodsuckers would never miss the small fish in these waters. But regarding the monk, they were not sure if he could be trusted. Swordflower saw in all this a wonderful opportunity to shut Koyakumu's mouth right here and now. At that moment, the atmosphere intensified to the extreme. Chan silently listened to her, not interrupting or showing any emotions. But in a moment, she contemptuously called him a puppy and declared that she wanted to spill his blood. Swinging her sword, she released a beam of light directly towards Chan. But he managed to grab the girl standing nearby and shielded her with his body. He saved her from this deadly blow. How can they so easily disregard the lives of ordinary people? Flashed through his thoughts. The time has come to put this cheeky girl in her place. Chan used the attack Twinkling Lights, and that was enough. Enough to send her head on a bloody flight. The company realized that joking with this guy was the worst idea. He ordered everyone to stay in place, allowing only the monk to move. That person's face turned pale because he knew exactly whom Chan had just killed. It was the precious child of the Song clan from the Combat Alliance. Then someone asked him if he had completely lost his fear. Chan shook his sword, causing blood to scatter around, and explained, "You were the first to aim at our heads. If anyone should fear the consequences, it is you." And then he ordered them to be taken north, and only then could further conversation take place. Despite everything, Chan remembered that they had not even exchanged names yet. He introduced himself and called himself a disciple of Magwanik, thus the Lightning Genius. Hearing this nickname, the interlocutor lost the power of speech. After all, everyone knew that the Lightning Genius was the strongest recruit of the Desert Fortress, the very one who defeated the elder of the Tyrant Sword Clan. Already on the road, Chong sat in the lotus position, immersed in his thoughts. He could not get out of his head everything that had happened before. A monk approached him and quietly said, "When I was your age, my clan was struck by the flames of the bloody cult. They say the leader of the cult himself was personally present there. I stepped away on business for a short time, and when I returned, found no one alive. All I could do was weep over my father's dried-up body. I was lucky that the teacher noticed me then and took me with him to Sunshan. There I quickly realized that I had no talent for martial arts, and decided, if I myself cannot become a warrior, then at least I will help grow them. And then I met you. You showed me what I could only dream of. So please tell me, what can I do for you?" Chong, having listened to these words, was silent for a long time at first. And then he answered, "If you really want to do something for me, please read me the Dharma." He believed that right now was the most suitable time. After all this time he felt that he was missing something important. The superficial knowledge he gained from the monk Kak Chan turned out to be insufficient to hone his movements. And soon they arrived at the place. Chan ordered everyone to go with him. He gave a rope into the hands of one of the prisoners. Then he explained in more detail that for the attempt to kill the Desert Fortress warrior, the Shaolin monk, and other innocents, they would stand trial. And this court would decide their fate. And he also understood well, if he handed over these scoundrels, it would definitely count as a great merit for him. Continuing further, they soon met a group of people on their way. But the faces of these people looked extremely unfriendly. One of them approached the bound and asked if they belonged to the Combat Alliance. He could not understand why they were tied up and walking in a column like criminals. At that moment, a voice sounded, explaining the situation. They had committed crimes, and the Desert Fortress had detained them. It was Chong speaking, sitting astride a horse. However, this caused doubts in others, since the Desert Fortress was associated with young warriors. Meanwhile, Chong assessed them with a glance, thinking, perhaps they joined the alliance only because it was closer than the distant lands of Huguan. Or maybe they were simply forcibly drawn into the sect. The man who approached first was called the Guide Gyum. It was to him that the young man who had stepped out of the carriage, which Gyum was escorting, addressed and asked what had happened. He was a young master. Guillaume turned to him and, calling him precious client, asked him to sit back in the carriage. Chong noticed how he called him, young master. Looking at the boy, he immediately felt pure noble energy in him. And the boy, in turn, was struck with genuine shock because he realized who stood before him. The very young hero, the lightning genius. Not realizing himself, he rushed to him with emotions of joy, not expecting to meet him here, on the lands of his clan. As soon as I heard the report that you dealt with the sinister Rakshasa, I immediately thought, it is the dragon itself that has appeared in the world. To see you with my own eyes. Even the glow in your eyes is completely different, the young man said. Having listened to this mountain of words, Chong asked him if he came from the righteous Heaven Sword clan. That's right. I am Heon Yurian from the Heaven clans, he proudly confirmed. Then Chong inquired if there were other warriors of the desert fortress nearby. Many have arrived long ago. We only have to wait for the Hell Reaper squad. They are currently on a mission, the young master replied. Along with them, there should also be a monk from Shaolin, he added. At that moment, Chong began to dismount from his horse, sincerely thanking for the information. He politely apologized and asked for permission to leave, after which he swiftly moved forward. In a moment, he rushed past the young master, finding himself behind him. But his target was not him at all. Chong addressed the stranger, saying that his energy seemed too familiar to him. And in the next moment, he splashed water in his face. The man sharply jumped back, understanding nothing. What are you doing? He exclaimed to Chong. But Chong only smiled slightly in response. You conspirators are so-so, he said coldly. And then everyone saw the true face of the scoundrel, whose eyes burned with a bloody light. The young master and all the others immediately understood. Before them was a warrior of the cult of the bloody flame. For Chong, it became a matter of honor. He had to kill this bastard. He delivered a powerful blow right to the enemy's head. The blow landed exactly on the forehead. Perfect precision and strength. Just one strike was completely enough. For him, it was a new feeling. He looked at his hand and realized, although he used only physical strength, the result was colossal. There was no doubt, soon he would fully master this technique. The monk, meanwhile, was even more shocked. Could it be that he created this technique in such a short time? This is truly the work of a great master. Then Chong addressed the monk directly, reminding him of his own old words about the desire to revive the art of Shaolin, soft stream of the Bodhisattva. He said that he wanted to include soft stream in the name of his new technique, and he asked for his permission to do so. The monk first extended his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then sincerely admitted it would be a great honor for him if Chong did so. Sometime later in the House of the Righteous Sky, he continued to think about what he had experienced and quietly spoke a few words. Master Chong worked wonderfully, approving comments were heard. The mentor also praised him, because even in such a dangerous situation, he managed to cope. Chong wanted to find out two things. What happened to Lord, and what happened to the Apostle of the Bloody Flame? Against that witch, my skills turned out to be not very effective, the mentor explained. But Chong men, if he had my experience and rank, would probably be able to finish her off. Such an excuse. At that moment, a girl approached him to examine his wounds, and from the expression on her face it was clear. His eyes had changed again. He thanked her for the careful examination, but he could not understand what to do now with the main task. The destruction of the Bloody Flame cult. After all, the Apostle definitely knows where their base is located. Jin stood up and said that they would have to wait a little, because they had already agreed with the Sword of the Righteous Heaven clan on joint actions. It seems that even the capital received the request to destroy the cult, and for the Emperor this is only a local conflict. But for them, this is a real war. And with the support of combat engineers from the capital and machine formations provided by the Sword of the Righteous Heaven clan itself, they will be able to recover and enter the battle. Chong had already heard about machine formations, complex mechanisms connected with the laws of nature that allow achieving incredible effects. In any case, the mentor praised him for excellent work and advised him to rest. He himself also needed to put his thoughts in order. When Chong was already in his room, a voice sounded behind the door. The young master delivered an invitation and left a note. Please visit our pavilion after the morning meal. I want to introduce you to my younger sister, whom I mentioned earlier. I would appreciate it if you change into this. The clothing was already waiting for him in front of the bed. Earlier, during their first meeting, the young master asked how old Chong was. When the hero stated his age, he only nodded and said, suitable age. Then he added, if you do not have a bride, allow me to introduce you to my younger sister. She is extremely beautiful and kind, but living next to someone, raising children, and meeting a happy old age. For Chong, this was a dream too far from reality. Suddenly, a powerful explosion sounded, followed loudly by the word Magwanik. This could only mean one thing. Their leader was summoning the warriors, and it became completely clear that the enemy was already here. Grabbing his sword, Chan ran outside. There stood his mentor, who explained that he saw a flash in the southern direction. If it was an explosion, it meant that the defense was breached. Suddenly, another explosion thundered, no less powerful and loud. "You weren't robbed for nothing," said the girl who appeared amidst the clouds of dust raised by the shockwave. And she added, "Your Tanmun still consider themselves righteous." Jin barely restrained his outrage and, addressing her, called her a witch, saying she might as well not bother. After all, the desert fortress watches over every sect under the sky. But for her, the combat clans and sects that swore allegiance to the desert fortress were only hypocrites. At that moment, Jin prepared to put shackles on her, and she proclaimed that she would cleanse this world with the flame of the sect, giving everyone a bloody era. A fierce battle erupted. The first to clash were this witch and Jin. There were so many opponents that they could not be counted. They all fought devotedly, sparing no lives. It was a fight to the death, where honor and virtue, which martial arts masters love to argue about, lost all meaning. Only strength mattered here. At one point, Jin's blade almost reached the witch's throat. Meanwhile, Chong scattered the enemies surrounding him from all sides. But their number was endless. They appeared like ants, and each one had to be dealt with separately. His gaze grew increasingly harsh. Blood spilled on the ground, permeating the air that had been calm just moments before. At one point, Jin looked away to the side. He noticed that Chong was already standing behind the witch. She, licking her tender lips, disdainfully said, "Another puppy who doesn't know their place." And she decided that it would be easy to deal with him. But the hero at that moment plunged into his own memories. He remembered the conversation with Kak-chan. He concentrated all his strength in his hand, and realized that the perfect moment had come to reveal his hidden potential. The attack potential called Soft Stream that disperses evil. A blue flash ignited in the air. The witch's breath was instantly taken away, as if her body was bound by cold. A quiet, almost imperceptible moan escaped from her lips. Chan's strike made everyone on the battlefield freeze. She could no longer look at him with two eyes. One was already gone. Then Chan asked her in more detail about that bloody era she spoke of so confidently, and explained that from now on she would watch everything with only one eye. Everyone stopped, but Jin was not going to waste time. While the enemies were stunned, he took advantage of the moment and cut off several hands. And then he approached Chan to find out what kind of technique it was. "Soft flow that dispels evil," Chan replied. "A fighting style created to combat bloody demons." Hearing this, the witch called him a juvenile genius. "An art designed specifically against us. How did you even come up with such heights? If the technique uses even a drop of spiritual power, it is almost impossible to stop, and you already managed at such an age. For this, one must be born with a gift that illuminates the human world only once every 1,000 years. Shaolin would have destroyed us long ago because their techniques are simple to master. I want you. This beautiful neck is so tempting," she added with a predatory gleam. After this speech and cheeky words, Jin could not stand it and rushed at her, but she easily dodged his strike. Her delicate legs seemed to hang in the air. She landed on the roof, stomped her foot, and looking down at them from above, she felt like a winner. Sticking out her tongue, she mockingly said goodbye. "We'll see each other again," said the one-eyed witch and fled. The apostle of the bloody flame disappeared from the battlefield. On the other hand, it was a great chance to destroy all her followers. The flame of battle flared up with new strength. Time passed, and only traces of the bloody battle remained in this place. After that, Jin heard an apology from his best student Chong for what he had done, and an explanation. He just saw that the mentor was not coping. "In terms of strength, you seem to surpass this apostle," added Chong. "It is the blood of my ancestors, on the maternal line, making itself known, isn't it?" "Probably, especially I got it," Jin replied, and everything became clearer. Then Chong shifted his gaze to the monk. He again expressed his gratitude, as Chong had created a new technique before his eyes, perfected to the limit through spiritual power. "All thanks to you, master," Chong said confidently. "The martial art you used against the apostle of the bloody flame was so graceful that it seemed divine, almost supernatural. I will remember this moment until my death." "Truly, it is a gift from heaven," the monk added, and he invited Chong to visit Shaolin at any time, promising to personally treat him to tea. Kok Chong also admitted that he was seeing a warrior like Chong for the first time. He honestly said, "The very fact that he used such a technique is already impressive. That alone is enough to be called an honorary master of Shaolin." Chong sincerely thanked him for these words, and the eared monk also invited him to visit Sunshan and repeated, they would always be glad to see him there. The next day, a farewell meeting took place. The head of this place wished each of them well-being and goodness. The Jin replied that the desert fortress would never forget the help of the Sword of the Righteous Heaven clan. The young master explained that they would choose a suitable date and immediately send the news. And once again he asked to carefully consider his proposal regarding his sister. Meanwhile, the eyes of this beauty shyly peeked from behind the corner. "So be it, young master," Chong replied and thanked for the warm welcome. "Lightning genius, I wish you great victories," was said in farewell. Setting off further, on the way Chang heard a conversation. They said the bride from the Sword of the Righteous Heaven clan was a real prize. The one-eyed man added that, even among the 8 great families, it was not easy to find a worthy partner. But overall, they said, it was better for Chang not to look for a girl from an unorthodox sect. And of course, such discussions were better kept to oneself. Because before judging others, one should find a partner for oneself. The moment to say goodbye to the monks had come. They even felt a little sorry because Kok Chang confessed he would like to discuss martial wisdom with Chang for a long time. Although Chang himself believed he had already received more than enough, he did not want to remain in debt. "You are worthy of the title of genius of the young generation. I think you can quite well represent Desert Fortress at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. If lucky, I will also participate. I suggest continuing our conversation there." Chan asked about this tournament in surprise. As Chan explained in a bit more detail, this is a place where all the most outstanding disciples gather. The righteous Murim clans come there to establish new connections and compete among themselves. Soon a rumor spread that the warrior in white clothes had knocked out the eye of the apostle of the cult of the Bloody Flame. He managed to defeat an enemy who was no less than the master in black clothes. And the next day a meeting was convened in the Desert Fortress on this matter. There, Chan was allowed to take the exam to obtain the blue rank. "I invite you to come with me to the exam. As soon as your quartet crosses the Yunnan border, an order for the exam at the National Assembly will be immediately issued," the message sounded. "Won't they even let us rest?" the girl asked again. But he explained, this is the order of the leader himself. The hero did not object at all. On the contrary, he believed that from the leader's side it was quite a caring step. And after some time they arrived at the place. Ahead of him awaited a whole group of masters. From each of them emanated a powerful aura of strength. Their energy was felt even from afar. It, like tongues of flame, rushed towards the boy. But he responded only with a slight smile to their attempt to pressure him. This was the whole essence of the Desert Fortress. And even the number of masters gathered here only inspired Chan. He was filled with determination to prove that he was in no way inferior to the bearers of the blue robes. But suddenly all eyes shifted to the building where an incredible woman appeared. The color of her hair was green, and her clothing shone with gold. Her green eyes looked down attentively. And then she gave the order to begin. Chan found himself in front of a sheet of paper. The rules were explained clearly. As during the entry into the Desert Fortress, there would be 2 trials here. A test of knowledge in martial arts. They were announced by the leader of the destruction group, Muk Sin Gun. And he asked his first question. By what technique was this mark left on the object and who created it? After the question was announced, some time passed. And then someone asked in surprise, "You say you answered only 3 questions?" The one-eyed man was also surprised, as he thought, even if Chan scores the maximum in the second round, it might not be enough. It would look like he failed. "Nothing can be done," sighed the mentor, approaching closer. He explained that the blue rank is awarded only to those who have accumulated knowledge and experience for decades. And he added, at his young age, Chan is a true exception. Then the mentor addressed him. "Go ahead, I will catch up." But their words were interrupted. The opponent has already been identified. Honju Gom from the Destruction Squad. Very dangerous, the girl warned. Chan looked at her and recognized a peer, the younger sister of the heir of the Shin family. He replied that he had never heard of this opponent. Not surprising, she noted, but he is well known in the capital. 20 years already in the white rank, a treacherous type. He often uses underhanded tactics, has mastered falling perfectly, which allows him to avoid decisive blows. Overall, she asked him to be as careful as possible. Chan understood. If this person is ready to humiliate himself for victory, then honor means nothing to him. Such opponents will meet him again on future missions. So this will be useful experience. But when he looked at the girl once more, he noticed a strong desire in her eyes to add something, and she finally dared. He can use amulets against novices. This is especially dangerous. The hero calmly replied that he was always alert. Soon it was announced. The lightning genius from Magwanak against Honju Gom from the Destruction Squad. They were invited to the arena. Chan's team was already imagining how they would greet him with victory. Having stepped out, he waited to see his opponent, and here this man was climbing the stairs. His appearance was unpleasant. He really did resemble a donkey. For the spectators, the fight looked like a duel between the brilliant mind of a novice and the honed skill of a veteran. But the favorite, of course, was the lightning genius. However, the years lived by Honju Gom were not wasted. Standing in this place, Chan was overwhelmed by memories. He recalled how he stood here for the first time, and the battle he had to go through then. Half a year had passed since he knocked on the gates of the fortress to survive. Yet the feeling had not changed at all. Then Han addressed him. "I have heard about you." Although rumors were often worth little, he acknowledged Chan's skill and his merits, and added, Like everyone in the desert fortress, I sincerely rejoice at the appearance of such an outstanding young fighter. In response, Chan calmly admitted that he had also heard a lot about his opponent. Therefore, today I will show you the depths of my combat knowledge, he replied. You will encounter what you have not yet seen: confusion, fear, or even rage. In fact, he was only hinting that he possessed underhanded techniques. The hero no longer wished to talk. The time was for something else. Let us continue the dialogue in the language of weapons, he threw out. The start of the fight was announced. The donkey immediately drew 2 kunai. He sharply threw them in Chan's direction, but the hero easily repelled them. His eyes shone with determination. He was ready to give all his strength. With one strike, he deflected both blades, which caused the spectators' amazement. Then Chong used the Chong clan's movement technique, piece of time. His body seemed to teleport across the battlefield. Such movements required colossal skill. Now it was clear why they called him the lightning fast. He, like lightning, appeared behind the opponent's back. This impressed even experienced masters. Even his footsteps alone were beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. But it got even more interesting. He used Twinkling of the Stars. The sharp blade, like lightning, rushed toward Osla's neck. But it would be too strange to see the instant defeat of an experienced veteran. The blade stopped right by his throat. The tip of the blade touched the carotid artery. Confidence shone in Chan's gaze, and his enemy's sword was already lying on the ground, thrown aside. Those who saw this could not hold back their emotions. In everyone's eyes, there was understanding. This was not just the art of combat. This was a natural gift in all its beauty. And the thought, Chan would never be matched. His peers would not catch up to him. It seemed as if a blessing from the heavens had descended upon the desert fortress. The winner, a lightning genius, rang out over the arena, and the fight was over. Chan thanked for the honor. He was allowed not to enter any more duels, as he had already earned the highest score. Han was ordered to prepare for the next fight, but he still hadn't even managed to comprehend what exactly had happened here. Leaving the arena, he turned to Chan, asking him to take care of the people, and called him a talent equal to the heavens. The hero descending the stairs felt countless gazes upon him, especially she, the girl who worried about him, wondered, how did he do it? Was it the technique of the steps, or the sword that radiated light? She had never seen such moves before, so there were many questions. She admitted that she hadn't even managed to congratulate him on the victory yet, but now she decided to do so. Others also sincerely rejoiced at his triumph. Meanwhile, battles of other warriors continued in the arena. Enchanting music sounded in the air. Performances with dances appeared on the stage. Everything happened as befits a solemn day. She approached Chan again, and she said that she wished him to shine brighter than the sun. The Blue Warrior of the Desert Fortress is a level worthy of respect in any corner of the world. It is a symbol of a martial arts master, honored by the heavens. You are truly an outstanding fighter, she said. He was sincerely greeted by his teammates as well. Although he did not show it, he was very grateful to them in his heart. He only silently approached his group, not raising his head too high. After some time, they were already walking through different streets. They were accompanied by a man who was a guide. He warned that the mood of that person changes quickly and asked to be extremely careful. The hero understood. It was about the Crown Prince. He recalled how he recently heard those who passed the exam were wished to be seen by a member of the imperial family himself, an extremely rare event. Jin told him this, at the same time asking him to behave especially carefully there. Because lately the prince's mood had been changeable and difficult, as all the attention of the leader of the desert fortress and the great mentor was focused on the young genius. Sam Chong still did not understand how to deal with this. In the cruel world of martial arts, pride always leads only to a swift demise. And so finally Chong stood before him, before the one who introduced himself as the heir to the throne of this country, Ju Yongmen. But Sam Chong understood that this meeting held no significance for him. Could even a prince bring him new merits? It would be better now to turn to the teacher for guidance and perhaps ask for a new mental cultivation technique. His thoughts were interrupted by the prince, who began to rise slowly. Approaching closer, he said, "So this is what you are like." Then he directly stated that few manage to seize what rightfully belongs to them. This especially applies to attention. The prince added that they say the leader constantly bestows it upon Chong. Even I, raised at court, felt it fully, he admitted. His words were filled with envy, though covered by a cipher of politeness. Chong only asked for forgiveness for such feelings. But the prince immediately admitted his guilt, calling it an unforgivable weakness for the heir of the Celestial Empire. Calling himself far from perfect, he suddenly asked, "Can you sing songs with your blade?" Complete confusion was reflected on Chong's face. He did not understand the meaning of these words. The prince explained, "There is a metaphor. A swordsman is declared by his sword. But the song of the blade is something else. To turn the sound of the blade into a song, an innate sense is needed." Having said this, the prince laughed himself. I asked only because so many rumors circulate about your talent, he added. We are peers, and I wanted to be sure of your abilities. He admitted that perhaps this would dispel his feeling of inferiority. But probably I am demanding the impossible, he admitted. After all, the Song of the Blade is one of the most refined arts of the Celestial Empire, a luxury available only to the imperial family. I myself heard about her only from His Majesty's mouth, he added. The prince humbly asked forgiveness for his words. Everyone is free. It was a pleasant meeting, he concluded. The entire conversation was one-sided. Only the prince spoke and the others were silent. And in this silence, their conversation ended. Later, it was time for dinner. But sitting at the table, Chong could not get rid of one thought. He remembered Weiji Miaohua from the Nan sect. She was nicknamed the Cloud Dragon of the Sword, although the single word dragon would have been enough to emphasize the strength of her blood. Seeing his pensiveness, a companion took a glass and decided to pour him some wine. Smiling, he explained that it was a special, extraordinarily exquisite wine and advised him to drink it. Then the two of them began to explain what a rare and truly exceptional drink it was, worthy of imperial tables. Under other circumstances, the hero would probably have restrained himself, since training and purity of mind were more important to him than any entertainment. But this time he decided to take a sip. Yet he still did not understand the taste. How could this be called tasty at all? At that moment she turned to him, saying that he was growing so fast that even the difference of eras could not explain it. Others also wanted to note that his merits and stubbornness were already worthy of great respect. After all, it was not enough to defeat the sinister Rakshasa. He also dealt with the apostle of the bloody flame. However, during all these praises, only one thought was spinning in his head. The Song of the Blade. A symphony created by the sounds of the sword gave him no peace. It was like the legendary technique whispered about in the imperial court. A master who faced 100 enemies with only a cittern, and with a single pluck of the string tore the eardrums of the enemies. But that was probably just a fairy tale. The hero guessed. Perhaps the essence of this art was in releasing a dense wave of chi energy together with the air. For him now, this was more important than any drink. While others were having fun and laughing, he could not get rid of these thoughts. The time until the next day was short. Then a short but stocky old man persistently urged him to choose faster. Here, all are masterpieces anyway, he repeated. Meanwhile, the hero looked behind the old man, watching the people making weapons. It was the Iron Blood clan, which together with the Light clan helped found the empire and established itself in the Central Plains. Their skills are so outstanding that the imperial court itself hides them from foreign eyes. It is even rumored that they are capable of creating a divine sword. The one-eyed man advised the hero to choose especially carefully, since this weapon is the only reward for rank promotion, and something else can only be obtained on the black market. Then the old man turned to the blue-eyed demon. Is this brat really already at the blue rank? He asked distrustfully. Because he had never seen such a thing before. The blue-eyed one cast a cold look at him, and said, "Isn't it obvious from his clothes?" Meanwhile, the hero walked between the rows and carefully examined the swords, trying to feel their aura. His gaze stopped on one particularly interesting blade. The old man, seeing near which sword Chan had stopped, immediately named it Bookman, and with respect added that it was truly an excellent choice. Then the hero pulled the sword out of the sheath, slowly drawing the blade through the air, and began to carefully inspect its shiny surface. Looking closely at the steel, he saw his reflection in it, as if the blade for a moment became a mirror of his own soul. And, barely smiling, he spoke a few words that incredibly interested the old man. This blade, it seems, is capable of playing a symphony. The old man was initially surprised and apologized, explaining that this divine art is inaccessible to most even of the greatest masters, and only true giftedness can approach it, especially with a newly acquired blade, which he had not yet managed to tame. But the blue-eyed one, seeing how intently Chan was staring at the sword, asked the old man to be silent, because from his gaze it was clear that the boy was completely immersed in the feeling of the weapon, as if listening to its breath. Although he had not yet swung the blade, he already felt how to move the blade, what line to draw to resonate with the air. He understood. It was necessary to conduct it so delicately that every breath would resonate at the right frequency. And at that very moment, a thought occurred to him. What if he tried now? The old man looked displeased, thinking only about the boy choosing faster, and certainly did not expect that it was about to happen. But in a moment, looking at Chan, everyone present witnessed a miracle. In his hands, the sword shone as if absorbing heavenly light, and reflections danced with every movement. What is happening? Everyone who saw it with their own eyes said in amazement, not believing their own senses. The hero swung the blade once more, and from his movement, waves of light spread throughout the room, filling it with radiance and the sound of an invisible symphony. The empire flourished thanks to the alliance of Taiji and the Empress of Light, which united grandeur and wisdom into a single force. The Light Clan is a noble race, respected for outstanding skills and amazing longevity, and this special lifespan was passed down to all descendants of the Empress, and if the throne changed, it was only through wars or bloody conspiracies of hired assassins. The current emperor, relying on the support of the desert fortress, had ruled for many years, and even the most powerful masters did not dare to challenge the dynasty. But over the years he relaxed, and the clarity of his mind faded, and the heir Yun could only watch this slow decline. Only by concentrating could the emperor still reproduce the song of the sword through his blade. But time passed relentlessly, mercilessly erasing the remnants of his strength. And at some point, this symphony finally fell silent. It was then, while walking through the courtyard, that the prince heard something strange. He was struck by the thought that this could not be, and he hurried forward. For he confidently felt it was the sound of a true sword song. Entering inside, he saw the incredible. Before him stood a young hero holding his sword in his hands. This young genius, swordsman, whose exploits had already spread throughout the imperial court. It was these words, spoken by witnesses, that stirred the prince's heart. And in his thoughts sounded one question. Could it be that finally the one who could become his brother in spirit had appeared? At that very moment, all the swords around responded with a ringing, acknowledging the new power. The hero himself was immersed in deep reflection, gazing at his blade. At that very moment, the basis of a technique capable of resisting a whole horde of enemies was born within him. Distracted from his thoughts, he noticed only the figure of the prince. The one leaving left a short phrase, "See you soon at home." His words sounded surprisingly mysterious and interesting, and soon the hero stood before the doors leading to a new stage. He remembered the invisible grip, a technique that allows holding objects without touching them, and he realized this was the technique she possessed, the one who single-handedly destroyed the previous royal family. Feeling only a drop of that cruel energy, the hero understood that he must increase his own strength and amount of inner energy. And only when he becomes the head of the divine sword squad of the desert fortress will he be able to complete his undying radiance. Because if the sword moves on its own, obeying his will, it will become an invaluable advantage. It was then that he approached her and sincerely asked for forgiveness. She guessed that he had already made his decision. "Yes, I came to ask you to teach me core restoration, something that will help me gather chi faster in my energy center," he replied. Then she called him closer, and a spark of interest gleamed in her eyes. She said that if only ancient writings were enough, teachers in this world would be unnecessary. At that very moment, the woman sat in the lotus position right in front of him. She asked the hero to do the same to attune to harmony. Only in this way, she explained, can one comprehend the restoration of the core in its entirety. He agreed, but first he bowed deeply to her, for he understood. To accept this technique, he must acknowledge her as his teacher, because it was she who passed on to him the incredible art capable of changing his fate. He sincerely hoped that she would not refuse and would accept him as her student. When he came closer, she smiled gently. However, she asked him not to face her, but to turn his back to her. When he fulfilled the request, she explained that this method is called Bonds of the Harmony of the Moon Spirit, a unique teaching hidden from the world. At that very moment, her palm touched his back. The hero immediately felt a wave of warmth. It spread through his body, penetrating every particle of his being. It seemed as if he was absorbing the pure energy of nature itself. It was then that he was supposed to feel what she had asked of him. She quietly spoke strange, incomprehensible words, and these words became the key that opened to him a new teaching. Suddenly, an image appeared in his consciousness. They were standing in a cozy place among trees and green grass, and above them shone a full moon. Some time passed in this meditation. Looking at his own hand, he realized he had managed to touch the divine art. She asked him, if difficulties arose, not to hesitate to turn to her. As a sign of gratitude, the hero folded his hands in a bow. From the bottom of his heart, he thanked for this priceless gift. She responded to him only with a warm, grateful smile. Bonds of the Moon. Spirit's harmony differed from all the refined techniques of sword or fist. It was a higher-level art, born by nature itself. Truly, the paths of the world of martial arts have no boundaries. His energy now naturally intertwined with the general flow of chi. It spread smoothly, like breathing, encompassing every corner of his body. Suddenly, a messenger came to him, carrying new clothes in his hands. He solemnly extended them to the hero, explaining that it was a gift of special significance. Chan accepted the attire, not immediately understanding what it symbolized. "Allow me to congratulate. For the first time in a long while, the leader of the desert fortress has a new student," the young man solemnly said. At that moment, the hero could not even find the right words. The students of the mistress herself, those who study directly under the sect leader, are always marked separately, regardless of the color of their clothes, and that is why the hero, who was now called Master Chong, had to undergo the ceremony in Bonson alongside representatives of the imperial family. It was announced that the main directorate had already confirmed this decision. His gaze stopped on the golden symbol painted on the fabric. It glowed with the sign of a new path. Later, the hero approached his comrades. They carefully examined him and the new color of the symbols on his attire. But in fact, he came here at Jin's call. He did not want to say too much and decided to be as concise as possible. You are assigned the task by the squad leader to accompany Hanwon-chan and Shin Sobin on their first mission. He explained that this was exactly why young faces were needed. This was the hero's first real task in the blue rank. The mentor explained in more detail. There are orthodox combat clans who consider themselves the embodiment of nobility and justice. Among them is the Hwanbo clan, but in reality, everything with them was completely different. The Shanshong group recently discovered evidence of their crimes. It turned out they forced ordinary people to build new lands without any payment, depriving them of the right to live their own lives. Listening to this, the hero felt disgust. Driving people to forced labor and without the knowledge of the imperial court was true vileness. In fact, such things were often encountered in the world. The number of those driven to forced labor exceeded 1,000. The problem was becoming extremely acute, as there is a limit to patience even for the arbitrariness of the local nobility. The mentor, however, noted, even righteous sects should be punished carefully so that public opinion remains on their side. After all, Hwanbo had effectively subjugated Jinan and Shandong, behaving like a new dynasty. However, their crimes could not be openly publicized. Jin shifted the conversation to the main point. Lightning Genius, you along with 2 white rank warriors will participate in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament undercover. The hero immediately recalled how Kak Jiang once told him about this tournament. And now Jin added that this time the tournament would be held by the Namgun families. And the young master of the Hwanbo clan would also arrive there. The hero's task was simple and dangerous, to provoke him. Drive to fury so that he cannot endure and orders to kill. Only then can Hwanbo be forced to show his true, dirty intentions. Then a crack will appear in their rule over Jinan, and eyewitness testimonies will provide grounds to act. And what next? The hero asked with interest. He was answered. 3 of the 17 combat groups of the Divine Sword will gather. Magwanik, Changchon, and Myeolsum will strike Hwanbo together. 3 combat units at once is an almost invincible force capable of destroying one of the 8 pillars of the righteous Murim. Having heard the task, the hero wanted to clarify. If his own life is under threat, is he allowed to personally kill someone from Hwanbo? The mentor replied that this is left to the discretion of the blue rank warrior. From now on, he himself is responsible for every decision he makes.
The outskirts of Huizhou greeted the travelers with luxurious mountain landscapes. After 20 days of journey, the blue-haired youth finally felt a true resonance with the sword. The blade flashed with a blue glow and emitted the legendary sword song. The powerful vibrations of the weapon drew the astonished gazes of friends. The swordsman learned to control sound, transforming inner energy into art. The companion was impressed by such a spectacular sight. Gugwa sheathed the blade and politely apologized for the noise. The comrade with the blue headband only nodded approvingly, appreciating the elegance of the technique. The calm was interrupted by a superior voice that mentioned the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. 2 strangers in luxurious yellow robes confidently approached the company. The man mocked the sword song, calling it a pathetic boast. The main character instantly recognized the brash men as representatives of an influential clan. He restrained his angry friend with a single impassive glance. The young man bowed respectfully, but directly pointed out the opponent's rudeness. The atmosphere around instantly tensed from such a brazen reply. The arrogant guest bared his teeth, appreciating the warrior's quick compliance. His companion indulgently advised the travelers not to tremble with fear. The man sternly demanded to know the warrior's name and his school. Gugva mentally compared these upstarts to true humble masters. The prolonged pause only further angered the insolent guest. Keeping calm, the young man introduced himself as a student of the Chuselman school. The girl in yellow disdainfully branded him a base nobody. Her partner proudly declared their belonging to a great sect. He pompously asked if Gugva had heard anything about the mighty Hwanbo clan. The young man's friends froze in shock upon hearing the name of the legendary clan. The descendants of Hwanbo smiled maliciously, enjoying the fear of their opponents. The heir decided that he had no right to ignore such a dubious school. Gugwa realized the meeting with Hwanbo was the perfect chance to unbalance the clan. The swordsman began cold-bloodedly searching for a reason for open conflict. The young man went on the attack, questioning the nobility's right to judge other warriors. Gugwa feigned offense, accusing Huanbo of contempt for the honor of his school. The stunned clan descendant did not expect such a brazen response from the rootless one. Through narrowed eyes, the swordsman cast an icy glance, branding the opponent with shame. The atmosphere heated up, getting out of control of the arrogant guests. The young man stepped forward, reminding them of his politeness in contrast to their rudeness. The sword clicked in its sheath, putting an end to the arrogant talks about origin. Gugva's gaze narrowed. He coldly challenged to a duel. The attendees froze at the unexpected statement of the unknown warrior. Huanbo grinned ominously, preparing to pompously declare his title. The swordsman rudely cut him off mid-sentence, ordering simply to attack. This extreme contempt finally deprived the aristocrat of the last remnants of composure. Recalling past cruelty, the young man decided to act more cautiously on the lands of the righteous schools. The opponent exploded with curses, losing himself in rage. Gugva calmly lowered his hand, casting doubt on the very greatness of the Huanbo clan. The enemy lunged forward, but the experienced gaze instantly recognized the technique of his steps. The hero waited with interest for the opportunity to test the strength of the 8 great families. Huanbo pushed off the ground, directing his blade in a deadly lunge. A dazzling flash of energy sliced through the air in a supersonic strike. The young man stopped the fierce attack with his own sword, without even moving. On the heir's face froze horror at such an unyielding defense. The left palm of Gugva flared blue. He was preparing the fist of the unfading radiance. A devastating blow with the shining hand hit directly in the enemy's exposed chest. Blue flames flared in the warrior's eyes as the opponent painfully gasped for air. Energy concentrated at one point, preparing an inevitable internal explosion. A stunning roar shattered the silence, throwing Huanbo's body far back. The heir of the great family choked on a scream from unbearable pain. Gugva froze in place as bluish mist slowly dispersed from his fist. The witnesses were stunned by what they saw, unable to utter a word. The defeated aristocrat helplessly rolled on the ground in clouds of dust. The swordsman towered over the battlefield, surrounded by an aura of absolute victory. Gugva remained motionless while the body of the defeated froze at the end of a deep furrow in the ground. The fallen warrior was choking in the dust. Gugva acknowledged the strength of the Huanbo clan, but not its fighters. The swordsman coldly said that the opponent was a nobody, shocking the crowd. The companion of the fallen did not believe that the homeless could defeat the master. Gugva responded with a mocking look, ignoring the friend's anxiety. He hid his sword and advised the Huanbo clan to quickly search for healing potions. The angry girl gave her name, Huanbo Myungrin. As the 9th disciple of the school, she vowed to avenge the disgrace. The hero's eyes flashed blue. He suggested finishing everything immediately. Myungrin froze in horror, feeling a deadly threat. Passing by the guards, Gugva was surprised by the absence of senior masters. The hero's focused gaze stopped on the worried companions. Friends whispered that such a bold provocation would backfire on them. They begged the young man to stop before the entire clan launched an attack. But the swordsman only smiled. The real game had not even begun. He remained unshakable, immersed in his own plans. For the glory of the Chusulman school, Gugwa had to maintain the role of a warrior seeking advantage. Every step he took on the dusty ground radiated unwavering confidence. A sudden burst of energy scattered the Huanbo students in different directions. A powerful wave forced the friends to retreat, yet the hero did not even flinch. While the crowd panicked, Gugwa had already identified a new target. He coldly challenged Myunrin to a fight for her offensive words. The girl did not have time to recover from such audacity. With a lightning-fast move, the swordsman was behind her and grabbed her by the collar. The guard twitched to help, but it was too late. A new player appeared in the arena, a curly-haired young man lazily wiping blood. Chewing a red leaf, the stranger accused Gugva of excessive cruelty. The tension reached its peak, a swordsman with a captive against the entire clan army. Gugva assessed the level of the new threat without taking his eyes off the enemy. Before him stood a young lord of the Hwanbo family, surrounded by a burning solar aura. While the swordsman prepared for battle, the wounded Myeonrin tried to catch her breath. Suddenly, the girl charged again, concentrating blue energy in her fist. She struck the young man right in the face, but he didn't even flinch. Gugva's instant counterattack literally tore the air with a devastating sound. Myeonrin choked on blood from the incredible force of the blow to the torso. The ruthless hero prepared a new energy explosion in his tightly clenched fist. The next attack threw the girl backward, shattering her defense with a yellow flash. She fed on blood, helplessly trembling from unbearable pain. A small porcelain bottle fell from her hands, breaking the last hope for salvation. The young gentleman instantly caught his companion and stood in the way of Gugwa. The heir Hwanbo attacked the hero with a hail of golden, super-fast strikes. The swordsman went into a tight defense under the furious pressure of fiery fists. The enemy held a pause, preparing the final deadly release of power. From Hwanbo's palm burst a terrible explosion that almost engulfed the youth. Through the flames, Gugwa tried to discern the real threat among the golden illusions. The aristocrat smiled maniacally, enjoying his absolute superiority. The blue aura collided with fire. The heir's technique proved unshakably heavy. The scorching heat and sparks emphasized the colossal difference in their power. The swordsman felt a strange déjà vu, as if he were fighting an experienced copy of himself. A giant fiery silhouette behind Hwanbo pressed on the hero with its weight. The young lord was delighted to find a warrior similar to himself. He continued the relentless assault, accompanying every move with loud explosions. While the enemy smugly grinned, Gugwa stoically endured the colossal tension. The youth was forced to admit, in pure strength he lost today. To survive, the swordsman unleashed the dark blue whirlwind spiral, cutting through the fire. After the clash, the warriors parted. Gugwa's hand went numb from the powerful blow. Hwanbo nodded indulgently, assessing the high potential of the fighter from Chusulmun. He advised the youth to continue honing his skills. Gugwa responded to the admonition only with a gloomy, heavy gaze. Despite the pressure, the hero did not retreat from his position even a step. The young gentleman lazily ate a red petal, preparing something sinister. At the end, he cast an extremely dangerous, cunning glance at Gugva. "Your future is already decided," the aristocrat said and disappeared against the blue sky. Gugva advised his opponent to forgive his companions. Sunny Glimmer arrogantly said, "They will not dare to look him in the eyes for another 10 years." While the girl endured humiliation, the youth's gaze narrowed predatory. The heir Hwanbo lazily said goodbye and disappeared, leaving the hero in thought. Gugva wondered why such a master had not yet obtained the fruit of the heavenly tree. Before his eyes again appeared the fiery aura of the last devastating blow. The youth stretched his wrist, realizing old techniques only hinder his development. The thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a companion who approached with a sly smile. The comrade joked, Gugva's talent for provocations almost turned the fight into a massacre. The swordsman nodded thoughtfully, although he did not agree internally. He feigned surprise, denying any talent for quarrels. Friends discussed rumors about the dissolute and proud heir Hwanbo. The companion was struck by the fact that the invincible Master Gugwa decided to yield. Sunlight Glimmer was considered the most outstanding talent in the entire northern Yangtze. 5 years ago, he triumphed at the Great Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Even the legendary White Kilin acknowledged the complex character of this warrior. At 25, Hwanbo was at the peak of his power. The girl reminded, Gugwa still has 4 years to reach this level. An awkward pause hung in the air, confusing the friends. Against the backdrop of the picturesque valley, the young man dryly confirmed his age. Later, the travelers finally reached the sunny and lively Huizhou. By the gates of the residence, they were met by a guard in purple robes. Gugva respectfully introduced himself as a student of the mysterious Chusulmun school. The guard checked the lists but suddenly faltered from embarrassment. The young man suspected something was wrong when he heard about the change in tournament rules. Due to mysterious circumstances, the competition was moved to the Lotus Pavilion. The news that the tournament would not take place at the estate caused disappointment in the hero. The guard offered to escort the guests to the new location in the north. Walking behind the guard, Gugva tried to understand what had happened in the Namgun sect. A blue ring of energy signaled maximum concentration. Gugva's gaze became sharp and piercing, like the blade of a sword. The young man suspected that the Namgun clan had begun serious conflicts with the 13 Heavens. The group finally reached the exquisite gate of the Lotus Pavilion. The guard promised a free hotel and hurriedly disappeared without waiting for questions. His sudden escape left the travelers in complete astonishment. The silence was broken by the rumble of a blow and a bright flash of light. The companion with a bandage instantly sensed the approach of a battle behind the pavilion walls. In the inner courtyard, the crowd watched the brutal duel in the arena in fascination. The spectators sighed in disappointment, watching one of the warriors being beaten. The youth engulfed in flames relentlessly pressed the opponent in gray clothing. Gugva cold-bloodedly assessed the strength of the so-called young heroes. People whispered about the defeat of the main disciple Hwasun and some mysterious pill. The crowd condemned the cruelty of Solar Glimmer, who had lost all conscience. The heir Huanbo raged, shouting about the worthlessness of weaklings. Taoist Yu Hyun with his last strength restrained the burning blade, trembling with pain. While the crowd was calling for help, Gugva was already preparing to intervene. A devastating shock threw the wounded Taoist far back. The swordsman decisively stepped into the arena, shielding the fallen warrior with his body. The aristocrat's fury collided with the hero's icy and impenetrable calm. Solar Flash exploded with images, not recognizing his recent opponent. The golden flame crashed with force into Gugva's unbreakable defense. A powerful explosion shook the courtyard, raising pillars of fire and blue aura. Through the smoke, it became visible. The young man stopped the burning fist with only one hand. The enemy vainly tried to break through the block, unleashing all his inner power. Gugva's gaze radiated confidence under the cover of his own blue energy. In despair, Solar Flash tried to deliver a treacherous finger strike, but the swordsman swiftly intercepted the attack, gripping the enemy's wrist with a death grip. He pulled the opponent close, completely taking control of the fight. The technique Piece of Time filled the hero's hand with a devastating dense aura. The dry crack of bones shattered the silence. Gugva mercilessly twisted the enemy's forearm. The beaten aristocrat jumped back, clutching his mangled arm. The swordsman coldly remarked that Huanbo's talent turned out to be an empty sound. He called the opponent too stupid to comprehend true power. Stunned, Solar Flash froze, realizing the depth of his defeat. The crowd erupted in chatter, not understanding how this lightning-fast exchange of blows. Gugva stood still with his back to the spectators. He blocked the enemy's acupuncture points with a single touch. Solar Flash froze in shock under the hero's icy and indifferent gaze. Witnesses broke out in a cold sweat, struck by the boy's superhuman speed and precision of movements. Masters in the crowd compared Gugva's combat experience to the wisdom of ancient elders. Heir Huanbo was breathing heavily, refusing to believe in his own helplessness. The hero examined his palm, mocking the insensitivity of the opponent. The sharp gaze of the blue-haired warrior scanned every weak spot of the adversary. Sunlight Glimmer realized Gugva's strikes completely dispersed his inner power. He recalled his magnificent fiery aura, which had just seemed invincible. Silence reigned on the stone bridge, broken only by the heavy breath of the aristocrat. The young lord finally recognized the dangerous handwriting of the Chusulman school. The blade clattered as it returned to the sheath. Huanbo predicted eternal glory for the youth. However, Gugwa remained indifferent to the pompous speeches about future greatness. The swordsman responded only with a brief mocking question, devaluing the enemy's words. The heir's cheek twitched with anger at such blatant disrespect. Through clenched teeth, he asked if the hero felt the weight of his own gift. Kvanbo turned his back, poisoned by the bitterness of his fate. He asked painfully what it was like to possess power and not pay for it with life. The sudden sincerity of the enemy momentarily surprised the usually cold Gugva. Standing in the rays of the sun, the aristocrat confessed he was a hostage of the boundless energy of Yang. The inner flame had been burning out his vessels for years, causing hellish pain. Solar Glimmer screamed about years of torture that had changed his body for the sake of power. Gugva only rolled his eyes irritably, tired of unnecessary drama. The merciless question of the swordsman instantly cut off the opponent's emotional confession. He stated directly, despite all the talent, Kvanbo never showed worthy technique. Gugva finished off the opponent, coldly calling him an ordinary fool. The heir's eyes widened with rage. His greatest sacrifice had just been trampled by words. Gugva passed by the enraged heir, advising him to keep his pain to himself. The face of Kvanbo twisted in helplessness, while the swordsman showed only boredom. A dazzling white flash sharply tore through the tense scene. Sunny Glimmer tried to regain pride, recalling the hopes of the clan elders. A confident, cunning smile appeared again on the aristocrat's face. Gugva only looked at his opponent in surprise, not understanding such a change in mood. The young man realized his failure. Instead of anger, he caused genuine surprise in the enemy. He tried one last time, advising Kvanbo to leave the clan for the sake of the desert fortress. The swordsman sighed in disappointment, noting that the heir had not gained any wisdom. The crowd of spectators froze at such a frank and harsh remark. But instead of anger, Sunny Glimmer suddenly burst into a mad laugh. Through laughter, he asked if the hero was too deeply concerned about his talent. The aristocrat genuinely enjoyed being called stupid, while Gugva watched the hysteria. The swordsman admitted the attempt to provoke such a simple-minded person was a wasted effort. The plan failed, so the young man decided to retreat and change strategy. He briefly nodded to himself and turned around, leaving the crowd in complete despair. To the sound of confident footsteps, the blue-haired warrior began to leave the arena. Huanbo called after him, offering to drink wine and compete a little more. Gugva cut him off. Any wine would sour from such foolishness, and he only shares a table with equals. The heir laughed again, finally convincing the hero of his insanity. The last glance over the shoulder was filled with fatigue and complete dissatisfaction. Suddenly, from the crowd emerged the Taoist Hwasun, greeting the young man with a friendly smile. The old acquaintance noted that Gugva turned out to be much more clever than he seemed. He did not hide his admiration for the incredible power the boy now radiated. The swordsman was silent while the Taoist realized with horror the young man had reached the legendary blue rank. Covered in cold sweat, he compared the hero to the great master of the desert fortress. Gugva froze in a majestic pose, surrounded by sparks of a devastating blue aura. Wei Ulin from the Changbai sect introduced himself with a friendly smile. Yin Li Min from the White Blade greeted, showing interest in the youth's unusual style. He assumed that before him was a new star of the Pursuit of Truth sect. The hero's dark eyes remained focused and cold. The swordsman clearly felt the hidden intentions of the new acquaintances through their aura. He analyzed the cultivation methods of the sects, seeking inspiration for himself. Nearby, Solar Glimmer mockingly sneered at the rootless newcomer. Gugva sharply turned around, silencing the chatter with just a glance. Suddenly, the hall was filled with bloodied bodies of the slain Namgun clan warriors. At the door appeared assassins in dark red, sowing panic among the guests. The youth instantly tensed, assessing the scale of the new threat. The satellites rattled their swords, preparing for the inevitable slaughter. They recalled that the tournament always attracted unorthodox scoundrels. Yin Liman smiled. The main Namgun house had gathered too many enemies. The scarred leader of the attackers ordered to immediately finish off those present. The head of the assassins grinned sinisterly, enjoying the horror of the young masters. The warriors in red swiftly charged into the attack, turning the hall into a trap. The defenders' confidence instantly vanished under the onslaught of frenzied force. The attackers turned out to be fanatics of the cult of the bloody flame, with a mad gleam in their eyes. The sectarians mercilessly stepped over corpses, demonstrating the power of the sword of the bloody demon. Solar Glimmer understood the cult's goal was the complete extermination of the heirs of the great sects. Gugva released a blue aura, recalling the defeat of one of the apostles of this cult. The shining hand of the hero reached out to the leader. He sought to provoke the enemy into a counterattack. The swordsman coldly calculated, intercepting the enemy's equipment would give him a complete advantage. The cult leader mocked the righteous fool who was walking into the hands of death himself. The young man only calmly raised his gaze, preparing for the devastating finale. The blue steel hand technique exploded with colossal energy, incinerating the enemy's defense. The aristocrat in yellow shuddered, struck by the incredible purity of Gugva's power. In response, the fanatics took out explosive bombs, preparing a suicidal detonation. The warrior with the blue armband shuddered in horror, realizing the fanatic's suicidal plan. The bomb with a burning fuse flew into the air. Gugva instantly assessed the deadly threat. The young man used the leak writing technique, making a dash beyond the damage radius. The deafening explosion turned the hall into hell, while the swordsman rolled back onto the courtyard's stone tiles. Dropping to one knee, he tried to calm his breath. The shockwave reached even through the defense. The throat was burned by iron. A painful scream burst out along with hot blood. Heavy, dark drops stained the light stones, emphasizing the severity of the damage. Against the backdrop of the flame, Gugva bitterly felt how his inner chi began to scatter chaotically. He clenched his teeth fiercely, suppressing shock and pain with willpower. The use of thunder bombs meant only one thing. The cult decided to totally annihilate the young elite of the sects. The worried comrade ran up to the hero, checking if the lightning genius was alive. The warrior began to look around in panic, searching for the missing Shin Soben. The girl stayed to cover the rear and watch the people of the Hwanbo clan. Wiping the blood, Gugva assumed that she had already fallen into the epicenter of the main attack. The companion turned pale with horror, realizing the fate awaiting his friend. Despite torn lungs, the swordsman began to slowly get back on his feet. The cold gaze became sharp again. The short command, "Let's go," tolerated no objections. Amid black smoke and fire, the comrades silently nodded, preparing for the final battle. Both fighters rushed forward, leaving behind only dust on the broken tiles. The cult leader frantically ordered his subordinates to catch and kill the fugitives. The girl with chestnut hair coldly assessed the situation, showing no fear. Someone's hand flared with dense blue energy, preparing for a devastating counterattack. A powerful blast from sea threw another assassin high above the pavilion roofs. The surprised companion raised her eyes, watching the unexpected intervention of an unknown force. The young man with the blue bandana shuddered in horror, spotting a new deadly threat. The dark-haired warrior flew past him like a blurred shadow, slicing through the air. The hero coldly calculated the girl's falling trajectory, preparing a rescue jump. A powerful push lifted the youth into the sky directly toward the helpless victim. He caught the scroll and grabbed the unconscious girl moments before the tragedy. Pressing the rescued girl to himself, the swordsman felt the enemy approaching from behind. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the burly, masked assassin swung for a strike. A lightning-fast turn, and the golden arc of the sword decapitated the attacker in bloody splashes. The girl barely managed to thank him when the hero shuddered, coughing up blood from internal wounds. Despite the pain, he ordered an immediate breakthrough through the encirclement. The comrade with a bandage cruelly pierced the sectarian, releasing a fountain of enemy blood. From behind the smokescreen came an alarming cry. New enemy squads were advancing from the south. The hero's icy gaze scanned the battlefield, ignoring the blood on his own face. Covering his companion, the swordsman chose a retreat path through the northwest. Under the sparks of the fire, the girl ran after him, suspecting a well-planned trap. The young man crashed into the thicket of killers who were already celebrating his swift death. A brutal series of swings sliced through the flesh of the enemies, splattering everything around with dark blood. The swordsman realized the cult deliberately drives them into a single bloody corridor. The estate trembled from the orders of the killers to destroy everyone indiscriminately. Fleeing through the forest, the companions argued about the guilt and atrocities of the cult of the bloody flame. Sheaths clicked. In the hero's eyes burned the promise to tear off the fanatics' heads. In the clearing, the fugitives unexpectedly ran into a squad in yellow attire. The clan warriors froze in surprise, seeing the bloodied travelers. A tense pause separated the two groups on the threshold of a new clash. The curly aristocrat looked ironically at the severe wounds of the dark-haired fighter. Their gazes crossed, the hero's icy calm against the lord's contemptuous curiosity. The panorama of the burning residence hinted at the betrayal of influential clans. The aristocrat's promise to provide medicine was interrupted by the sister's angry shout. The enraged woman from Huanbo accused, pointing her finger at the fugitive. She demanded to know what had so angered the young man from the blade of the bloody demon. Gugva maintained icy silence, ignoring all provocations from the enraged woman. He only slowly glanced over the hostile squad nervously gripping their weapons. The swordsman noted, as long as the nobility survived, the talents of minor sects had already scattered or perished. The aristocrat from Huanbo demanded answers, pointing to his severe exhaustion. She openly mocked his inner wounds and pathetic abilities. The rescued girl wanted to intervene, but the hero stopped her with a commanding gesture. Gugva's gaze became eerie, radiating a primal, deadly threat. The young man harshly accused the woman of using his comrade as live bait, but she only disdainfully snorted, branding the fighter a base novice. A cold smile appeared on the warrior's face. He called her herself base. The hero cut in. Noble people should not throw such insults. Comrade in a bandage supported. The manners of the Huanbo clan turned out to be just a fake. The woman gritted her teeth in rage, barely restraining the urge to kill the insolent ones. The swordsman stepped forward, sarcastically recalling the overly salty food in Shanxi. The companion finished her off with arguments. Two witnesses saw her cowardly betrayal. He shamed the warriors of Shanxi, making the opponents nervously avert their gazes. The aristocrat's hand flashed with blue qi. She activated a combat technique. With a distorted face, the woman rushed into attack, seeking immediate retribution. A powerful wave of destructive energy cut through the air with a roar. Gugva stopped the devastating blow with bare hands amid a shower of sparks. The spectators froze, and Solar Glint spat out a blade of grass in surprise. The followers of Huanbo instantly surrounded the hero, drawing their blades. The swordsmen justified their attack with the harsh and uncompromising laws of Jianghu. Outside the schools, it was almost impossible to find true, like-minded people. The curly-haired heir mentally passed sentence on the warrior whose death was already determined. The woman choked on blood from the recoil while Gugva coldly calculated the value of the situation. 20 days of exhausting journey under the command of Solar Flash passed. Herr Huanbo slyly warned, "The bloody demons will stop at nothing." The squad constantly repelled attacks from the fanatics of the cult of the bloody flame. The forest thickets trembled from constant and fierce clashes. To survive, Huanbo's people sent an urgent request for help to the family. The postal bird finally delivered the long-awaited reply. Myeonrin studied the scroll intently, feeling the close resolution. The girl announced with relief, "Reinforcements are already near! The cult's terror is over!" The warriors exhaled with satisfaction, celebrating the end of the pursuit. But the aristocrat's gaze suddenly darkened with a hidden threat. While the friends guarded the forest, Gugva tried to regain strength after the battle. The silence was broken by the heavy thudding of dozens of feet rapidly approaching. A large squad of armed clan warriors burst out from behind the trees. A warrior in golden robes soared into the sky, preparing a devastating strike on the remnants of the enemy. A bearded giant with fury in his eyes rushed into battle, searching for his niece. A powerful airwave from his landing scattered the opponents like dry leaves. Gugva calmly watched the spectacular appearance of the legendary master. Myeonrin rushed into the arms of Uncle Paekyeom, seeking protection and warmth. The formidable fighter raged, seeing the battle marks on the girl's body. Paekyeom Hwanbo-jung, one of the best swordsmen of Shandong, stood to defend the clan. The hero instantly assessed the threat. Defeating such an experienced beast would be almost impossible. The giant radiated colossal power, suppressing all living things with his blue aura. The elder warrior sternly addressed the curly-haired nephew, demanding a report. The uncle criticized the heir for weakness and disdain towards direct descendants. The solar glimmer only cynically shrugged off, prophesying the swift death of the main branch. The verbal altercation between relatives revealed a deep split within the Hwanbo clan. Gugva mentally mocked this clan of madmen, which relied only on a false reputation. Paekyeom's gaze narrowed, filling with uncontrollable thirst for blood. The bearded man ominously uttered the swordsman's name, defining his next target. Gugva responded with icy silence, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Paekyeom coldly stated that he had already heard about the audacious swordsman. The whirlwind of fiery tea made the earth tremble. The giant demanded Gugva's hand in exchange for life. While the friends boiled with anger, the curly aristocrat lazily awaited the reckoning. Myeonrin stepped forward, demanding not mercy, but death for the enemy. The woman burned with hatred over the deadly insult inflicted on her. Paekyeom nodded approvingly, preparing a bloody finale for the young man. She mocked the hero's exhausted state, suggesting to start the fight immediately. Sunny Glimmer irritably demanded to stop this boring farce. Gugva recalled the destructive power of the bombs that deprived him of the ability to move freely. The young man pondered the meaning of martial schools and prepared for a soft counterattack. The aristocrat disdainfully threw down a challenge, questioning the opponent's strength. The swordsman silently acknowledged the formidable power of the Hwanbo family's fencing. Paekyeom's dense, fiery aura hung over the unshaken hero. The sudden silence of the usually sharp-tongued young man surprised the woman. She demanded submission before the grandeur of Shandong, trampling the warrior's dignity. The giant baptized Gugva as a worthless insect worthy only of oblivion. Every step of the master unleashed waves of contempt and deadly force. The young man watched the enemy's approach, feeling his boundless arrogance. Myeonrin hysterically shouted the name of the hated school Chuseolmun. Paekyeom raised a fiery storm, demanding an immediate acceptance of the challenge. Suddenly, he shuddered, feeling someone's frenzied presence behind his back. A dark warrior fell from the sky, tearing through air and earth. A crater formed from the powerful blow, forcing the giant to close his eyes. Those present froze from the unexpected intervention of an unknown force. Through the dust appeared a silhouette that made the enemies whisper about the arrival of their leader. The scale of the unknown warrior's power swept away the remnants of doubt in the witnesses. 3 elders formed a wall, shielding Gugva from the attack of the Hwanbo clan. Paekyeom was covered in sweat, recognizing the legendary masters. A whole squad of elite fighters instantly appeared next to the hero. The Hwanbo clan trembled at the very name. desert fortress. The one-eyed warrior threw a white sphere to the young man, greeting the lightning genius. A rare pill traced a bright arc in the smoky air. Gugva confidently caught the gift right in front of his face. In his hand shone a Shaolin pill, capable of instantly healing any wounds. A comrade approached from behind, showing full support to the young man. His confident smile made it clear. The time of humiliation was over. The old robe flew to pieces, revealing the true face of the hero. A golden hieroglyph flashed on the new outfit, a symbol of supreme power. The enemies looked at the mark with horror, which was impossible to forge. The secret was revealed. Gugva turned out to be a disciple of the head of the desert fortress. Myanmar froze. Her victim turned out to be an unreachable monster. The young man decisively clenched his fist, feeling his body fill with strength. Surrounded by a blue aura, Gugva coldly announced the beginning of the real battle. 3 hardened warriors froze in anticipation, radiating deadly readiness. The onlookers could not believe their eyes. Elite fighters became a wall next to Gugva. Monks in yellow watched the reinforcements with silent stupor. The face of the mustached elder was covered with cold sweat from heavy tension. The curly heir with a broken lip finally lost the gift of speech. The young man confidently stepped forward. The crowd recognized him as a master of the blue rank. Witnesses were beside themselves with shock. Achieving such a rank at his age was impossible. Myanmar realized, before her was the legendary lightning genius. Even in a lower rank, this monster was already beheading the elders of the cult. The aristocrat panicked, trying to comprehend the real power of her recent prisoner. Gugva coldly remarked that his fame had spread further than he expected. The frightened woman tried pitifully to remind about the old friendship between the schools. The swordsman sharply cut off her pleas with one harsh phrase. The enraged girl demanded explanations for why he had hidden his status for so long. While Gugva ignored her scream, the masters around guessed about his secret mission. The girl's eyes widened from the realization of her own fatal mistake. The man in yellow fell to his knees, begging forgiveness from the noble person. The companions did not understand where such high origin came from in the rootless one. He turned out to be the direct heir of the arts of the very head of the desert fortress. The elders tensely pondered the new facts that overturned the course of the tournament. The scarred warrior confirmed the enemy's use of forbidden bombs. The Namgun clan intervened in time while the young Yu Hyun was exterminating the cult ranks. The news of the Hwasan fighters' departure did not evoke any emotions in Gugwi. The bearded master spoke contemptuously about the absence of noble blood in the youth. His companions were stunned by such suicidal audacity directed at the genius. The last warrior bowed his head, expressing deep respect for the young master's strength. The man on his knees begged for forgiveness, acknowledging Gugwi as the direct successor of Ma Guanig. The youth and his scarred companion watched the pitiful pleas impassively. A fierce question from the crowd made the warrior with the sword shudder with fear. Those present froze, feeling a heavy anxiety thickening in the air. The woman was silent, but her gaze burned with hidden anger. Wusan continued to spew insults, calling the genius a mongrel puppy. Suddenly, the woman decisively blocked the way, preparing for immediate intervention. Wiping her mouth, she boldly asked again if he really dared to insult the master like that. The aristocrat proudly declared, "Noble blood of the Ipwanmaga clan flows in Gugva's veins." The crowd froze. The news about the personal apprenticeship stunned everyone. The warrior with the red headband did not believe that before him was a descendant of the legendary family. The woman's confidence instantly vanished, giving way to animal fear. The mustached enemy fiercely hissed the name of the Hwanbo clan through his teeth. The companion reminded the genius's task was to shake the tyrant's power in Jinan. The public punishment of hypocrites was to become a bloody precedent. The mustached man was covered in sweat, barely restraining an outburst of rage. Gugva decisively moved forward, heading towards the enraged enemies. The young man respectfully bowed before the leader, demanding the right to choose a victim. The masters carefully studied the unwavering determination in the gaze of their best student. The elder thoughtfully muttered, weighing all the risks and benefits. He recalled the legendary power that the boy demonstrated during the exam. Behind Gugva stood a shadow demon. His true energy remained a mystery. Having received official permission, the young man briefly thanked for the trust shown. The warrior's body was instantly engulfed by a dazzling blue aura crackling with tension. The Shaolin pill took effect, the wounds healed, and the meridians filled with strength. The swordsman turned around while the enemy watched his transformation in stunned silence. Vusan was covered in cold sweat, not understanding the nature of such colossal power. With a sinister smile, Gugva moved closer, gripping his weapon tightly. The curly-haired rogue and his accomplice watched Gugva's approach in horror. The swordsman decided not to show vanity, refusing to kill Pekiam. He stopped right in front of the woman in yellow, preparing for a bloody reckoning. The cold voice of the young man delivered the verdict. The time to settle scores had come. The pale aristocrat trembled, trying to understand the enemy's intentions. Gugva cut in. There would be no more pleasantries. The woman froze, realizing there was no retreat. He reminded her of his own words that heads must be cut off immediately. The young man directly pointed to her cowardly attempt against Sin So Bin. The culprit remained silent, crushed by the weight of her crimes. In despair, she tried to flatter, acknowledging the greatness of the fortress leader's disciple. She pompously assured that her conscience was clear, despite the obvious evidence. Gugva only smiled ironically and firmly gripped the sword's hilt. Horror finally engulfed the woman when she saw the readiness to attack. The warrior's eyes flashed blue. The Huanbo clan was to be wiped off the face of the earth. Her pupils dilated in the last, silent scream of despair. The sword flew out of the scabbard with a lightning-fast, almost invisible movement. Swift blade traced a shining line right across her neck. The twinkling stars technique put a full stop. The swordsman rushed through the enemy. Gugva cold-bloodedly cut off the woman's head with a single sword stroke. Pekiam froze in horror, looking at the lifeless body of his niece. With a frenzied scream, the clan leader launched into a suicidal attack. Gugva's silhouette streaked past the enraged enemy like a blurred lightning bolt. An iron grip instantly cut off Pekiam's scream, clutching his face. The swordsman with incredible force drove the commander's head into the ground. Shrouded in a dark aura, he mercilessly continued to press the enemy into the stones. The remnants of the warriors panicked and rushed to help their leader. Without turning, Gugva released a devastating wave of blue energy. A powerful strike cut through the crowd, incinerating enemies in its path. He moved with deadly grace, sowing the battlefield with corpses. Bloodied Pekiam rose and desperately swung his heavy weapon. The commander's face flushed with blood from powerless rage and frenzy. Gugva flared with a demonic gaze and swiftly closed the distance. The swordsman easily dodged the blow, slipping right under the enemy's weapon. The space was torn by a dazzling energy flash from the fatal clash. Pekiam felt cold steel pierce his body through and through. A huge fountain of blood marked the clan leader's final defeat. The victim's agony met the icy calm of the merciless executioner. Witnesses of the massacre froze in shock under the empty gaze of the killer. A ghostly silhouette ominously raised the blade for the final strike. The survivors realized with horror that the legends about the desert fortress were true. Overcome with panic, the warriors rushed to flee, hoping to warn the clan. But Gugva gave them no chance, instantly catching the first target. A bloody dance began, where every sword stroke took a life. The inner courtyard turned into a slaughter, strewn with mutilated bodies. The swordsman acted mechanically and tiredly, instilling fear even in allies. He cold-bloodedly finished off the remnants of the squad, leaving no witnesses. A comrade congratulated Gugva on the victory, openly envying the talent of the lightning genius. With an approving smile, he urged the swordsman to finish the job faster. Sunny Glimmer, surrounded by blades, only bitterly mocked his defeat. The fortress warrior sternly remarked that this story would not end just like that. The young heir helplessly fell to his knees, submitting to fate. With a doomed smile, he realized the Huanbo clan was doomed to extermination from the start. Sitting on the ground, the prisoner directly asked Gugwu about his true intentions. He admitted that no one expected to see such a devastating power in the young man. Gugwu was struck by the calm of the enemy who had just lost his sister and his entire squad. The swordsman silently watched the boy who had gone mad from inner pain. Ignoring the death of his loved ones, the prisoner obsessively questioned about the mysterious technique. With a mad gleam in his eyes, he begged to reveal the secret of his incredible skill. The heir coldly disowned the deceased relative, pursuing his own goals. Consumed by fanaticism, Solar Glimmer prayed for knowledge in the face of death. Gugwu understood. Before him stood a madman obsessed only with martial arts. Having lost interest in empty conversations, the blue-haired warrior turned around and walked away. On the go, he analyzed the effectiveness of his chi energy recovery technique. The yard was sown with bodies. The surviving Huanbo warriors trembled under the watch of the victors. The experienced master praised the youth for the perfectly completed task on time. The girl recalled with admiration how easily Gugwa blocked explosive shells. The mentor promised to teach her a protective barrier immediately after the mission was completed. With a confident smile, Gugwa stated that he had already mastered the principle of this technique. Looking at his palm, he added that he understood the essence even without explanations. The companions froze in shock, impressed by the phenomenal speed of his learning. The girl could not hold back an emotional exclamation, refusing to believe in such genius. The friend recalled with envy how recently they had started the path on equal terms. With a serious face, he addressed Gugwa with an important request. Admitting his own weakness, the comrade asked the genius to leave him the rest of the rough work. His gaze was resolute. He sought to prove his usefulness on his own. Gugwa silently left, accompanied by sincere and somewhat strange jokes from his friend. The swordsman only looked back in surprise, not quite understanding such an outburst of feelings. The bound Solar Glimmer was cheekily smiling, ignoring his own situation. He cautiously begged to be allowed to serve Gugwa, like a loyal dog. The companions listened with irritation to the prisoner's senseless delirium. The squad leader concentrated deadly energy on his finger, reminding the youth of his status. The purple mass swiftly flew into the chest of the frightened captive. The energy seal struck the target with a dull thud. The destructive force penetrated inside, causing the boy to shudder in pain. The senior master coldly watched the enemy, who was racked by a severe cough. The comrade recognized the secret technique 7 steps to death, which belonged to the leader. The chief confirmed he was aware of the special nature of the solar flash's power. The young man realized any attempt to use it would incinerate him alive. Before his eyes appeared the image of his inevitable and painful death in the fire. The senior warrior strictly demanded full understanding of the situation from the prisoner. He harshly ordered the boy to be silent and not to open his mouth without permission. Suddenly, the flash exploded with crazy, maniacal laughter. His eyes filled with blood, and his facial expression became truly terrifying. Losing control, he hysterically called the squad leader a thick-headed turtle. The captive raged, refusing to accept the prospect of death from heat. The chief was stunned by shock while the young man shouted about his hatred of fire. Consumed by anger, he demanded immediate death instead of suffering from the seal. A sharp and powerful blow forced the screamer's head to jerk back. The young man's body fell helplessly to the ground after Gugva's precise intervention. The blue-haired swordsman stood calmly nearby, having just knocked out the hysteric. He rationally decided that unconsciousness would save the boy from the leader's wrath. The subordinates wondered why they simply did not destroy the enemy's energy core. The chief explained, An order came from the leadership to deliver the young man alive. It was strictly commanded to preserve his internal power in its initial state. Gugva was thoughtfully silent, analyzing the unexpected importance of this madman. The crowd of captives obediently knelt under the watch of the warriors in blue. The squad leader ordered to immediately deal with the side branches of the enemy clan. The assistant noted, "The true power of noble houses rests on their connections." The leader confirmed, "All who can call for reinforcements must be eliminated." The fighters were preparing for the final assault on the main courtyard of Hwanbo. Gugva suddenly asked for permission to carry out a solo mission. Having received consent, the young man resolutely stood up for further actions. He realized, to the senior warriors he remained an empty space. Only Ma Guanek was favorable to him, but it was necessary to speak out. The swordsman's hidden goal was to accumulate as many merits as possible. The squad leader irritably asked again about the subordinates' intentions. Gugva assured that he wanted to test a new technique in real combat conditions. The commander released a dark aura, looking threateningly at the young man. He stated directly, "The boy has a voice only because of his rank." The senior master sharply cut off, saying that the privilege ends there. The leader's eyes flashed yellow with anger due to disappointment in the genius. He calculated that Gugva could think, not just fight mindlessly. The pressure intensified to the limit. The commander was angered by the subordinates' insolence. Gugva politely bowed, apologizing for his audacity. The leader set a condition. The young man had to prove his right to independence by force. The swordsman drew his blade and advised everyone to cover their ears with protective tizzy. The rest of the fighters only exchanged confused glances among themselves. A powerful ring of blue energy pulsed around the warrior's head. He swiftly drew the sword, which shone with dazzling light. The released aura tore the surrounding space with a loud ringing. A colossal wave of blue energy swept away everything in its path. The comrades screamed in horror, not expecting such a power surge. The shockwave knocked the fighters off their feet, but Gugva himself stood firm. The fallen warriors looked shockingly at the source of the devastating power. The swordsman epically towered in the center of the fading energy storm. With a cold gaze, he confirmed, "His power is beyond doubt." Gugva coldly sheathed his sword, leaving the fallen enemies behind. Comrades shockingly discussed his exquisite control of chi energy. The fighter froze in stupor, struck by an unprecedented level of mastery. He noted, if the opponents were weaker, the spectacle would be even more impressive. The battlefield plunged into silence, emphasizing the scale of the demonstrated power. Gugva sighed wearily, feeling the heaviness of the executed attack. The commander warned, "Such technique requires too much life force." He admitted that the jeweler's work with energy always has a high price. The leader cautioned, in the heat of a real battle, this ability can become a trap. Despite the expenses, the technique instantly broke the fighting spirit of any enemy. The swordsman obediently fell silent, promising to take the mentor's advice into account. The commander categorically forbade the genius from going on a difficult mission alone. He assigned reinforcements to clear the side branches of the Hwanbo clan. A crowd of warriors enthusiastically volunteered to accompany the legendary master. Everyone wanted to see the sword's sound technique in action with their own eyes. The leader chose proven fighters who were already used to working as a team. Chan Mayon and Bai Meili became the new partners of the lightning genius. Having received a brief order to act, the trio immediately started the mission. The mentor urged the boy to prove that this decision was not a mistake. Gugwa gratefully bowed as a sign of agreement and deep respect. During the journey through the forest, he confirmed that the technique was his recent invention. The senior master reproached the apprentice for hiding such a trump card. The swordsman remained silent, knowing that in Jianghu, excessive talkativeness costs lives. He directly asked if he was taken aside just for another round of lectures. The boy's face concentrated. He understood that the matter was about a real threat. The commander revealed the truth about the interference of the Murim alliance and hostile clans. Gugva boldly recalled how recently he beheaded a genius of the alliance without hesitation. The commander grimly confirmed not only the Sun clan, but also his enraged fiancée would avenge the death of the alliance genius. However, he considered the true threat to be the fanatics from the cult of the Bloody Flame. The boy's unique energy made him the main target in the Celestial Empire. At the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, the swordsman was foretold to face the darkest forces. The tense silence emphasized the seriousness of the warnings heard. In the world of Jianghu, clashes are inevitable, but the boy's talent blinded those around him too much. The senior warrior strictly ordered to always be on guard outside the native fortress. The young man silently accepted the instruction, preparing for future trials. Soon, the detachment arrived at Shandong province, where a tense calm prevailed. The city streets seemed strange. Only women and elderly people remained in the markets. The warriors realized the terrible truth. All men were forcibly sent to penal labor. Bai Mei confirmed. Numerous reports about the Huangbo clan's lawlessness turned out to be true. Qian Myung joked that belonging to the alliance saves these tyrants from the emperor's wrath. The main hero harshly decided to personally hold the clan accountable for their crimes. The trio swiftly took off, rushing through the streets at a mad speed. Massive gates of the oppressor's residence rose before them. The swordsman concentrated a giant spiral of blue energy, preparing a devastating strike. The powerful attack completely destroyed the gates, raising clouds of dust and debris. Amid the ruins, the warrior stood epic and still, whose eyes blazed with relentless determination. Under the satisfied laughter of a comrade, the group confidently marched into enemy territory. Laughter in the yard instantly ceased after the powerful explosion of the gates. The trio of warriors relentlessly marched forward through dust and debris. The main hero passed by a massive statue, scrutinizing the surroundings. Mei Li tensely watched the enemies, hiding behind a stone figure. The swordsman analyzed the composition of the opponents with absolute icy calm. The quartet of aristocrats by the lake continued their carefree conversation. From the pavilion side came a contemptuous remark about the knights from Jinan. The young man stopped before them, looking at the drunken company with open disgust. The elf-like man arrogantly called the guests worthless men seeking death. Surrounded by beauties, the aristocrat lazily ordered the warriors to flee back to the fortress. The hero understood. This arrogant fool did not even recognize their identification marks. The swordsman coldly asked if this man was the county governor. He only smugly boasted about his glory and noble origin. Ignoring the clamor, the young man harshly demanded to immediately call his wife. The governor was outraged by the rudeness, accusing the boy of lack of manners. The hero sharply replied, "The accomplice of a criminal is not worthy of any courtesies." At that moment, a figure in red silently appeared next to the aristocrat. Huanbo Mimi, nicknamed Sword of the Depths, authoritatively stood before the trio. With a formidable aura, she promised to cut off the audacious guest's head instead of his hand. The response was instantaneous. The blade of Gugva froze a millimeter from the woman's eyes. The young man coldly remarked that the woman's audacity reminded him of the late Myeonrin. The lady in red declared that blood kinship would not save enemies from her wrath. The swordsman told the aristocrats about the horrors he saw in the market square. He directly accused the clan of ruthless oppression and exploitation of the people. Huanbo Mimi disdainfully mocked his morals, questioning the master's status. Amid mocking laughter, the guards in yellow surrounded the uninvited guests. She called the hero a naive child who believes too much in knightly tales. But the young man firmly believed martial arts exist only for the sake of people. The arrogant aristocrat confidently defended the right of the strong to enjoy power. The enraged swordsman asked if they dared to go against the emperor's law. He pronounced the verdict. Today, the head of Huanbo Mimi will fall to the ground. Ji-hyun only sighed, regretting the lack of finesse in the hero's actions. A sharp clap of hands was the signal to start the bloody spectacle. The locks on the gates clicked. The trap for the trio was finally closed. At the master's call, a group of people quickly ran out to the courtyard. Instead of warriors, musicians appeared, filling the air with anxious melodies. The aristocrat cheerfully raised his cup, turning the upcoming murder into a show. He confessed, for the true elite, the highest pleasure is watching death. Bloodthirsty guards bared their steel, preparing to tear the victim to pieces. A harsh enough instantly cut off the killer's pompous speech. Hugva's gaze filled with rage. He saw only vile filth before him. An explosive wave of energy scattered the crowd of enemy swordsmen like trash. The enemies looked at their broken blades and the youth's devastating power with horror. His hand firmly gripped the hilt, preparing a deadly strike. As a blurred silhouette, he crashed into the ranks of the guards, leaving no chance to react. A deadly dance began, where every sword strike forced the enemies to spit blood. The dazzling flash of the style of the shining sword tore through space, putting an end to this conversation. Blood flooded the stone slabs. The guard squad fell under the lightning strikes of the young man. The swordsman pompously pronounced the verdict on behalf of the azure demons of the desert fortress. Deadly silence fell over the courtyard. The enemies shuddered at the very name of the clan. Ji-hyun whimpered in panic about a misunderstanding, desperately trying to save his skin. Drenched in sweat, the aristocrat hysterically begged to forget his previous words. The golden emblem on Gugwa's shoulder shone, finally shattering the enemy's hopes for salvation. The young man was unyielding. No excuse could stop the reckoning. The magistrate pitifully shifted all the blame onto his wife and the orders of the main house. The companions listened with undisguised disgust to these worthless attempts to avoid responsibility. The aristocrat froze under the pressure of truth, not knowing how to justify his own baseness. He hypocritically bowed, hoping for the protection of his official status as a bureaucrat. Instantly changing, he exploded with maniacal threats about the complete destruction of the heroes. The demonic glow in Ji-hyun's eyes was accompanied by a powerful energy release. Bai Mili only smiled mockingly, ignoring another round of threats from the coward. Cheon Myung mocked the absurdity of the angry magistrate's accusations. Consumed by rage, the enemy shouted about the inevitable death for everyone present. Dozens of new guards instantly surrounded the courtyard, preparing for a massive attack. Despite the ring of enemy blades, Gugwa remained ice-cold calm and unshaken. Feeling superior, the aristocrat boldly advised the heroes to retreat immediately. The young man looked wearily at the worthless one who continued to rant about sophistication. The shining sword slowly emerged from its sheath, preparing its own melody of death. Ji-hyun froze in ignorance, not understanding the meaning of the master's warning. A lightning-fast swing unleashed a devastating wave that literally tore through the ranks of the guards. Paralyzed by horror, the aristocrat looked at the mountains of mutilated bodies of his servants. In a cold sweat, he listened to the cruel mockery about the true purity of power. The swordsman fixed his gaze on the enemy, enjoying his absolute despair. The trio of warriors towered over dozens of corpses, while the manor's owners froze in tense anticipation. The steward barely restrained his rage, and his companion did not hide her genuine shock. She realized with fear, the young man possessed a rare and dangerous sound art. The woman was horrified by the thought that such devastating power was mastered by an ordinary teenager. Gugva felt exhaustion. The last attack had almost deprived him of his remaining strength. Under the mystical glow, he moved forward, feeling energy fill his body. The swordsman calculated the effect of the breakthrough would last only a few days. Hwanbo Mimi demanded explanations, losing the last of her patience. With a metallic clang, she drew her weapon, preparing to tear apart the insolent guest. The woman activated the deadly technique, Golden Silk Thread. Shrouded in a red aura, she recognized the youth as a disciple of the desert fortress. Gugva stopped his worried comrades, deciding to finish the duel on his own. To increase his rank, he desperately needed experience in a real slaughter. The swordsman acknowledged the skill of his opponent, maintaining icy calm. The enraged woman exploded with insults, despising his low origin. She directed the blade at his face, denying him even the right to speak. The youth only ironically reminded her of her promise to start the execution with his hands. A blue aura flared. He harshly called the enemy an unorthodox scoundrel. Drawing fire onto himself, he contemptuously gestured the woman to attack. With a wild scream, Mimi rushed forward, putting all her fury into a fatal strike. The blades clashed, tearing the air with a powerful energy wave. From the weight of the enemy's steel, Gugva's hands trembled. He barely held the sword. The opponents instantly scattered to the sides, leaving deep marks on the stone slabs. Without wasting a second, the swordswoman swung again for a devastating strike. The new clash produced a dazzling flash that momentarily engulfed the fighters. The woman fought at the limit of her abilities, concentrating all her strength in the final surge. Gugva's lightning counterattack cut through the space, severing the enemy's arm in a bloody fountain. The bloodied limb fell with a dull thud at the feet of the defeated. The young man stood motionless in a fighting stance amid splashes of foreign blood. The companions realized with excitement, his genius far exceeded any expectations. Even at the brink of exhaustion, Gugva maintained the deadly sharpness of his blade. Sean Mayon smiled slyly, anticipating the leader's future independent campaigns. The swordsman calmly approached the woman, reminding her of her recent arrogance. Cold steel froze before her face. The time had come to answer for the threats. Mimi was petrified by animal fear under the merciless gaze of the victor. Suddenly, the elf steward shielded his wife, desperately trying to stop the blow. Overcome with hysteria, he accused the warrior of an attempt on his noble person. The aristocrat shouted about hierarchy, considering himself lord over the fortress swords. Gugva disdainfully asked if Huanbo's blood was truly equal to the emperor's. The heroes remained unshaken, acting strictly within the bounds of the current law. Chan Myung quoted the empress's decree, "The fortress has the right to punish any official." Ji Hyun lost the power of speech, realizing his own helplessness before the law. The one-eyed warrior confirmed, a magistrate of the 7th rank was just another target for them. He harshly ordered the elf to disappear while he still had the right to live. The steward sighed with relief, ignoring the suffering of his wounded wife. Restoring arrogance, the aristocrat again spoke about refinement and pleasures. While the man babbled about style, Mimi barely restrained the agony of losing her arm. The squad of azure demons closely watched every move of the enemy couple. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a fierce accusation of sowing discord among Murimu. Gugva and his partner instantly turned towards the voice of the unknown enemy. From the shadows emerged a burly warrior, holding a frightened hostage by the neck. The elf ruler rejoiced at the reinforcement, but his companion felt anxiety. The warrior with a scar recognized the unique power of the youth in blue robes. He accused Gugva of greed for status and false nobility. The swordsman coldly pointed at the hostage in the hands of the enemy fighter. The squad understood. The distance would not allow saving the girl in time. The villain pompously covered the kidnapping with the great purpose of his clan. Gugva asked the enemy with disgust about the presence of at least a drop of shame. He only snapped back, calling the fortress warriors ordinary scoundrels. It was clear, logic and words would not work on the fanatical master. The girl looked at the world with eyes full of despair and pain. Her grandfather once honestly served the law, challenging sectarian gangs. The enemy defiantly asked if the swordsman knew the ending of that story. Under the pressure of the oppressive aura, he praised the power of the Huanbo clan. Gugva exposed the enemy's hypocrisy, who tortured the defenseless hostage. The girl managed to partially weaken the effect of the paralyzing strike. The kidnapper issued an ultimatum, manipulating the nightly code of the squad. The swordsman responded only with a short and threatening question. The villain hysterically demanded a choice, pressing on pity for the captive. Mei Li could not endure the torment and launched a lightning-fast attack. The space was torn apart by a dazzling flash from a sudden strike. The black glove gripped the kidnapper's wrist with a deathly hold. The enemy's face froze with an expression of absolute shock and helplessness. The girl's lightning technique instantly deprived him of the ability to move. Chan Mayon reported, "The main Huanbo estate is already being wiped out completely." The elf steward shuddered in horror after hearing the news. Gugwa concentrated all his strength for the final deadly surge. A powerful blow cut through the air, leaving the enemies no time to react. The face of the woman in red twisted with pain and mortal terror. Gugwa mercilessly pierced her body, putting an end to this duel. He coldly remarked, "The desert fortress does not negotiate with rebels." Enraged elf launched an attack, eager to avenge his companion. The steel blade instantly cut off his scream, piercing his head through. The pierced aristocrat froze, unable to comprehend his swift defeat. Chan Mayon mockingly ridiculed the dying man's dull, pompous nonsense. Bleeding profusely, he did not believe in his inglorious end until his last breath. The body fell at the feet of the unshaken warriors, ending the bloody massacre. Meanwhile, Mei Li delivered a devastating blow to the paralyzed enemy's neck. Her gaze radiated only icy determination and absolute calm. The girl's hand cracked through the opponent's body, ignoring the defense. From the powerful release of black aura, the villain's inner armor literally exploded. She coldly watched the agony of the one who considered himself invincible. The trio of heroes stood tall among the ruins, surrounded by dozens of fallen enemies. Gugva praised the combat talent of his companion, causing surprise in the hostage. The rescued girl watched her rescuers with a gaze full of admiration. The warriors in blue left the residence in unison, not looking back at the carnage. Mei Li friendly supported the leader after the successful completion of the mission. She reminded, "Their fortress does not waste time on empty talks about ideals." The girl warned, "The path of a true hero brings only unbearable pain." Suddenly, a messenger bird fell from the sky like a stone with an urgent message. Anxiety flashed in Gugva's eyes. He felt the approach of new trouble. Chan Mayon read the report about the attack on the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Summit. The Allies suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the cult of the Bloody Flame. The shocking news confirmed, Hong Wanchan was captured by the enemy. A heavy silence covered the squad while the anxious wind foretold a great war. The young man immersed himself in deep meditation in the middle of an empty room. 5 days had passed since the arrival, and the enemy still remained in the shadows. The sectarians of the Bloody Flame brazenly ruled the city's night streets. They easily avoided arrests, intimidating soldiers with their demonic power. Despite all efforts, the enemy's trail could not be found. The squad recalled the mysterious defeat of 5 masters in white robes. Ordinary sects would not pose a threat to the elite of the desert fortress. The white-haired young man was certain. The defeated did not even put up serious resistance. The further appearance of some captives only confirmed these grim suspicions. The masters fought desperately in the forest, filling the air with bursts of chi energy. The situation turned out to be a direct consequence of using secret sound techniques. Weak warriors could only hope for the protection of stronger comrades. While the main forces were storming the Huanbo clan, the trio had to clear up this chaos. The question of why the captives were left alive troubled the hero. In the brutal world of Murim, extra witnesses usually did not survive until dawn. There was only one significant reason for such atypical mercy from killers. The cult was preparing a trap for the genius whose technique was a natural counterbalance to their power. The trio decided to split up to cover as much territory as possible for the search. The meditation ended. The warrior's eyes opened, radiating cold determination. The night city came alive under the anxious glow of blood-red lanterns. The young man confidently passed by the armed guard, ignoring the threats. Whispers spread in the hall. No one believed that this teenager was an elite fighter of the fortress. He stopped in the middle of the crowd, demonstratively gripping the sword hilt. Drunken mercenaries mocked the child who dared to wear blue robes. The man with the scar mocked his attempts to appear as a hero. The establishment exploded with laughter, yet the swordsman remained completely unshaken. The women, with playful interest, demanded the stranger to name his sect. The hero disdainfully measured the crowd of insolent mercenaries with an icy gaze. The leader with the scar instantly fell silent, feeling the breath of inevitable death. A powerful wave of blue chi whistled away from the youth's feet. Those present froze in shock, realizing the true power of the mysterious guest. The swordsman coldly confirmed he had found the lair of the enemy branch. He called the sectarians worthless ants poisoning the entire Jianghu. The long-haired leader smiled sinisterly, finally recognizing his target. The villain dreamed of apostle status, considering the hero's head his tribute. The sectarian concentrated energy in his palms, preparing for the decisive attack. Gugva calmly asked if the enemy was ready to face the power of the demon slayer. With a wild roar, the frenzied leader charged into attack, blazing with orange fire. His face twisted with maniacal rage and uncontrollable hatred. He promised to maim the youth, putting all the thirst for killing into the final strike. Without even drawing his sword, the hero activated the legendary technique of the flowing strike. With a single light movement, he dispersed the enemy's attack, flashing with dazzling radiance. The destructive energy hit precisely the head of the extremely stunned warrior. The branch leader fell powerless, face down, wrapped in remnants of blue sparks. Witnesses could not believe it. The bloody master died from a single wave of the hand. The mercenaries trembled with horror, realizing the fatal mistake of their mockery. The enemy's power was enormous, but before the genius, he turned out to be mere gunpowder. The entire hall understood. Before them was the elite legend of the desert fortress. Under the paralyzing gaze of the crowd, the swordsman majestically stepped away from the corpse. He calmly laid the blade on the table, ignoring the panic around. The establishment was engulfed in a deathly silence. People were afraid to even move. The young man quietly took a sip of tea, enjoying the acquired calm. Thus, the world recognized the boy as the new great master of martial arts. It was an open challenge that put an end to the reign of the cult of the bloody flame. The majestic residence became the backdrop for anxious thoughts about the true power of the cult. The young man sat alone, planning to focus only on accumulating his own strength. He calmly poured the drink, ignoring the figures ascending the stairs. Fatigue overcame the warrior. The cult pursued him wherever he went. His gaze sharpened. The swordsman remembered the true purpose of his visit. 3 masters approached the table, eager to discuss the intricacies of martial arts. They were curiously asking about the legendary murder of the bloody demon with a single strike. The master in white noted the complete absence of fear in the eyes of the fortress fighter. The hero officially introduced himself as the lightning genius of the shining demonic squad. The pompous title made the guests freeze in confused silence. The girl with purple hair politely named herself Sol Yu from the Sword family. Later, the partners discussed how easily to extract information from these naive warriors. Gugva's stoic face reflected complete indifference to the surrounding bustle. The man in white called the meeting with the hero of the South a great honor. The senior master plunged into thoughts, trying to assess the strength of the interlocutor. He was looking for someone who truly understands the flaws of their own sword technique. The trio warmly invited the young man to join their philosophical conversation. Gugva barely hid his boredom. These empty talks had long since bored him. Memories of past defeats and the shouts of a brazen partner surfaced in memory. The swordsman briefly nodded to quickly put an end to this intrusive argument. Soon, jugs with drinks and light snacks appeared on the table. The four continued the meeting at a shared table in a spacious hall. Sol Yuyu enthusiastically explained something, while Gugva openly struggled with drowsiness. The young man finally closed his eyes, losing all interest in the conversation. The guests continued an active discussion, not noticing the hero's detachment. The swordsman mentally summarized, "This conversation was just an endless series of failures." Meanwhile, the masters looked happy, sincerely grateful for the lessons from the genius. He instantly systematized the hard gossip about the cult's relocation to Chuzhou. Gathering such valuable information turned out to be surprisingly easy. The swordsman doubted whether it was fitting for the fortress lady to engage in such trifles. The master in white cautiously interrupted his thoughts with an tactless question. He arrogantly declared that the martial arts of the desert fortress seemed to him unfinished. Sol Yuyu supported him, praising the effectiveness of her own Ilso style. The appearance of the figure in pink was a signal for the young man to end the conversation. He was outraged by the criticism. He had personally created a technique worthy of ancient sex. A beautiful girl with an incredibly focused gaze appeared before the table. Those present recognized her as the legendary Elder Dragon Sword. The masters in white froze in shock at the appearance of the representative of the Jiangnan sect. She confirmed the fame of the lightning genius had already spread throughout the city. The girl asked hopefully about his devastating victory over the bloody demon. Gugva realized rumors about him spread faster than the wind. The swordsman firmly gripped the hilt, feeling the approach of an enemy trap. Bitter news about the captivity of Han Wanchan made his heart tremble. Accepting help from the Jiangnan sect, he immediately prepared for a sortie. They swiftly left the establishment, already having a clear search plan. The company of masters stayed behind, completely bewildered by the sudden departure. A deafening explosion blew the building's wall into tiny fragments. The heroes met the enemies in gray robes who had already drawn their blades. The blue glow in Gugwa's eyes foretold a swift and bloody retribution. The red-haired sectarian recognized the desert fortress warrior in horror. Wrapped in lightning, the youth rushed like a whirlwind into the very midst of the enemies. Electric discharges instantly paralyzed the movements of the frightened opponent. Gugwa slipped past the monster, leaving it no chance. He concentrated a dense cluster of radiant chi energy in his palm. A destructive wave of colossal force spread in all directions, sweeping away the guard. A new enemy emerged from the dust, a burly giant filled with hatred. The villain bared his teeth, anticipating the long-awaited reckoning over the genius. Blades clashed. A blue trail of energy cut through the evening twilight. The giant unleashed all his beastly fury in a powerful vertical strike. Gugva sealed the pact, activating the devastating blue steel hand. A dazzling pillar of energy mercilessly crashed down on the opponent. The blow pressed the enemy's head into the ground, affirming the master's absolute power. A powerful burst of blue aura threw the red-haired man through the window. A piercing stream of energy hit directly in the forehead, knocking out the enemy's consciousness. The youth with blue hair froze with a sword that emitted sparks of power. The companion only watched in confusion. She once again failed to intervene in time. The girl anxiously counted the number of destroyed branches of the bloody flame. The surviving warriors discussed the power of their savior with fear and respect. A short command from the leader, and the squad prepared for the next charge. The duo instantly took off, leaving behind only shocked soldiers. They raced through the empty courtyard, cutting through the air at incredible speed. The girl admired his talent, although she knew about the terrible price of such progress. The old master confirmed the fears. The boy's open dantian doomed him to a short life. The youth flared with orange energy and swiftly rushed into space. The partners fiercely burst into the very heart of the next battle. The strike of the Fist of Eternal Bloom unleashed a devastating pillar of blue fury. The hero gracefully landed on the cobblestones, raising clouds of dust. In the inner courtyard, the sectarians were just encircling the last defenders. The wounded warrior felt the approach of death and was covered in cold sweat. But behind the cultists, a blue-haired avenger suddenly appeared. Another lifeless enemy body fell onto the stone floor. The dying sectarian only managed to think about the legendary demonic sword. The exhausted defender finally lowered his weapon, gasping heavily for air. Seeing reinforcements, the warriors burst out with shouts about the arrival of the lightning genius. The enemies panicked and began to retreat, seeing only a single teenager before them. The hero's eyes radiated icy anger and inevitable retribution. The night transformed the battlefield into a quiet room where the leader tended to the wounded friend. A heavy atmosphere of pain and despair prevailed in the room. The companion's diagnosis sounded like a verdict. Damaged meridians forever closed the warrior's path. The girl realized that the young man risked himself so desperately only for the sake of the sect. The hero gloomily lowered his gaze, quietly confirming her suspicions. The girl's proposal ignited a flame of hope in his eyes. Hearing about the chance for his friend, the young man jumped to his feet in shock. The emotional outburst of the usually calm leader struck his companion. He had never feared for himself. But the news of Han's rescue changed everything. The war between the Namgun clan and the Flame Cult flared up with new force. The path to healing lay through the support of the clan and their rare elixir. The young man focused on one goal: to obtain the legendary medicine at any cost. The girl doubted whether he had enough skill for such a challenge. The reward for destroying the cult was to be a medal of highest merit. To get the elixir, the boy needed a feat recognized by the great masters. Both understood ordinary achievements in this war would not help. The hero looked at the sword, recalling the forbidden Song of the Sword. This technique took days of life, and he swore never to touch it again. For the sake of a friend, he broke his oath, unleashing a devastating blue aura. The mountain gorge trembled from the roar of weapons and the deadly melody. The plateau turned into a cemetery, piled with the bodies of red-haired warriors. The fighters clashed in their final fury, sparing neither themselves nor the enemy. The clan leaders coldly watched the slaughter from the heights of the cliffs. The commanders raged because the enemy apostles had still not revealed themselves. The young Namgun Seijin looked with pain at the futile death of his people. He warned against haste, sensing the hidden threat of elite swordsmen. The clan head did not hurry. For him, it was only a cold game of resources. The elders taught the heir a strategy where individual lives meant nothing. Seijin mentally begged for the chance to intervene and stop this horror. The masters waited for the perfect moment to strike against the enemy elite. The young man desperately reminded that every death is a tragedy for their people. The leader remained steadfast. Feelings should not govern the head of the clan. His gaze expressed only icy calculation and iron will. In the shadow of the fires, enemy apostles and 36 assassins awaited the order. The red glow foretold a clash the world had never seen. The young man in purple just clicked his tongue irritably. Seijin gloomily thought of his father, whose heart was breaking with pain for the clan. 15 demonic swordsmen instantly surrounded the elder in a fierce skirmish. The cult struck at the weakest point, the loyalty of family members to each other. The clan leader suddenly froze, sensing something strange in the distance. The enemy's tongue shuddered from the colossal explosion of blue energy. An unknown warrior burst into the crowd, leaving behind only a bloody trail. Chaos erupted among the cultists. The attacker acted too quickly. The blue-haired youth was breaking through with devastating flashes of black flame. His dance with the sword turned the battle into a swift, one-sided slaughter. The hero landed confidently, wrapped in sparks of mystical power. Seijin froze. Before him stood the very same blue warrior. A lightning-fast surge again made the sectarians shudder with horror. He coldly promised to leave a mark that the world would never forget. A new wave of blue fury scattered the enemy crowd like dry leaves. The blade mercilessly cut a path through the flesh and bones of the cultists. The warrior's eye blazed with the mystical fire of inhuman concentration. The refined technique of the Song of the Sword skillfully bypassed allies, destroying only enemies. Members of the Namgun clan watched this slaughter in complete shock. The young man froze in the middle of the battlefield, confirming his status as a legendary genius. Two surviving fanatics rushed at the hero in a last desperate attack. The sectarian mocked the young man, trying to provoke him before death. A sinister figure behind reminded the hero of the events of the previous tournament. The enemy sneered with a vile smile at the warrior's choice of allies. A dangerous metallic sphere's trigger clicked in the air. Someone in the crowd fearfully recognized the deadly thunder sphere. The cultist began provoking the elders on the rock, playing on their nobility. The sectarian manipulated the rules of war while the hero prepared the decisive strike. Enemies with a fierce scream hurled two thunder spheres at the hero. The young man did not even flinch, only gripping the sword hilt tighter. His hand was tense to the limit. He was preparing for an instant defense. The spectators held their breath in horror, waiting for the inevitable explosion. Suddenly, a mysterious woman named Weizi crossed the path of the spheres. She swiftly stepped in front of the young man, seizing the initiative in the fight. With a graceful movement, the woman caught both charges right in mid-air. The mystical technique spun the dangerous spheres into a controlled energy vortex. With an elegant gesture, she directed the explosives high into the sky. Thunderous charges detonated in the clouds, leaving the warriors unharmed. Both sides were stunned by such an incredible display of power. When the dust settled, Weizi stood between the enemies like an indomitable wall. A self-satisfied and mysterious smile played on her face. The woman's single red eye intently fixed on the blue-haired warrior. The hero tensed, feeling the immense power of his savior. She remarked aloud that his martial art looked illogically powerful. The young man silently studied his opponent, not lowering his cold gaze. The apostle analyzed every movement of the boy and reached an impressive conclusion. She declared that the young man's potential exceeded human understanding. The hero realized before him was one of the 7 legendary apostles. The world of martial arts had always hunted for techniques of such a level. The woman confidently moved toward the warrior, completely ignoring the armed crowd. She authoritatively beckoned the boy, declaring that from now on, he belonged to her. The apostle briefly and unequivocally ordered the hero to follow her. The young man suddenly woke up from surprise in an unknown place. He found himself in luxurious chambers decorated in the traditional style of the great sects. The body was completely paralyzed. The enemy skillfully blocked his acupuncture points. The hero strained to recall the chain of recent events. Before his eyes appeared the 7th apostle, who authoritatively declared him her property. The woman ordered him to follow her, leaving the warrior no choice. He prepared to resist, but the space was cut by a lightning-fast attack. The apostle neutralized him with one short and condescending movement of her hand. The strike was so fast that the youth's consciousness faded instantly. Reality returned along with the kidnapper's mocking voice. The woman was already waiting by the bed, watching the awakening of her prey. Her single red eye radiated a dangerous mix of softness and power. She mockingly greeted the guest while the exhausted youth could only ask for water. The hero demanded to drink, receiving in response only the apostle's mysterious silence. The young man decided to behave with dignity, understanding that the sectarians needed him alive. The prisoner's audacity caused the woman to burst into uncontrollable laughter. She was genuinely amused by the boy's attempts to show character in captivity. But in a moment, the laughter stopped, turning into a predatory, deadly threat. She warned, for a martial arts creator, torture would become a real hell. He silently endured her dangerous touches, maintaining icy calm. The apostle described in detail how she would deprive him of sight and limbs without killing him. The woman began to infuse his body with the mystical regenerative energy of her sect. It turned out that the young man's technique interfered with her own healing, and this enraged her. She boasted of her rapid regeneration, ignoring the prisoner's indifference. With a maniacal smile, the woman promised to tear out his fingers one by one. Her true goal was to force the genius to create a new martial art for her. She sought to combine her blood magic with his unique talent. The thought of the birth of an unprecedented power drove the woman to ecstasy. The young man coldly interrupted these delusions, stating that there was simply no time for torture. The apostle contemptuously promised to break his will and humiliate him. The young man ignored the threat, ordering her to check the Baihui point. The woman froze. She felt the incredible speed of his power development. He coldly remarked that they simply had no time for torture. The hero completely took the initiative in this psychological game. Suddenly, the apostle blushed from a strange admiration for the captive. She demanded that he create a technique only for her, even at the cost of his life. The young man skeptically branded his kidnapper as insane. 2 days of relative calm had passed. Dressed in a white kimono, the boy tried to get used to the new state. The situation seemed to him a complete and dangerous mess. The apostle personally fed him, not allowing the servants near the hero. Having learned about his short life, the woman completely lost her sanity. He felt like a valuable beast kept in a golden cage. The bloody energy of the apostle filled his meridians, turning into a time bomb. The woman ordered preparations for a meeting with the head of the cult himself. The head was a legendary monster whose strength equaled the abbot of Shaolin. The young man surveyed the huge complex where hundreds of assassins trained. The scale of the sect made him seriously tense. He wondered how such a huge lair remained a secret to the world. The road to the main hall lay through endless stone stairs. Suddenly, the crowd of warriors fell to their knees, greeting the great mentor. The hero looked around confusedly, not understanding to whom these honors were meant. Among the sectarians, he noticed the very same red-haired fanatic. The warrior's gaze was directed not at the apostle, but straight at the young man. The cultist shouted a greeting, bowing his head before the boy. Cold sweat appeared on the hero's forehead. They called him the mentor. The apostle confirmed his new status before the entire cult. She sent out news about the genius's appearance to all the main sects. The woman praised his talent, preparing the ground for her game. She was interested in what his power would turn into under the influence of bloody art. The apostle triumphantly announced the birth of the new leader of the cult. The young man silently stood before the crowd, realizing the scale of the trap. The couple walked through the cobblestone courtyard to the rhythmic sound of their steps. The young man sharply rejected the imposed title, calling the proposal ridiculous. He reminded them of the hundreds of adepts he had killed, but the apostle only smiled mysteriously. The woman explained the cult's cruel philosophy. Death in battle was their path to paradise. With a fanatical gleam in her eyes, she called their revenge a sacred sacrifice. The apostle offered him the role of Thais, the one who authoritatively shapes the very faith. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a fanatical cry demanding to perfect the bloody art. The young man froze before the ocean of sectarians who synchronously fell to their knees. The woman triumphantly announced to the crowd that she had finally found a true genius. She began to quote the ancient teaching about fire and the indomitable spirit. One of the fanatics screamed madly a slogan about eternal endurance. Thousands of voices caught this roar, shaking the walls of the estate. The apostle explained that the red hair of the adepts is a sign of their cursed state. She demanded that the young man's talent help the adepts hide their true nature. With a maniacal smile, the woman proclaimed him the savior of the future of the entire sect. The ecstasy of the crowd reached its peak. The fanatics demanded the completion of the secret art. Amid the wild chanting of Taisa, the hero maintained an icy, dead calm. He instantly grasped the plan. The cult sought to become invisible by erasing its main signs. The realization of the scale of the coming disaster made his gaze even gloomier. Climbing the stairs, he counted every step, searching for hidden signs in the numbers. The hero carefully studied the architecture, trying to find keys to secret techniques. The golden glow of the huge hall greeted the guest along with the higher elite of the cult. On the majestic throne sat the gray-haired patriarch in white robes, relaxed. The bishop ordered the boy in a cold tone to come closer for a conversation. The young man was embarrassed by the complete absence of any tangible aura in the sect leader. The hero's gaze shifted to the green-haired warrior who was lounging nearby. The silence was broken by a rough voice demanding immediate obedience to the patriarch's order. The black-bearded master contemptuously asked if the current apostle was taking too much upon himself. The boy did not flinch and boldly asked if a servant had the right to command ties himself. The black-bearded man responded with a look full of rage and hidden hatred. The seventh apostle mockingly supported the young man, emphasizing the difference in their statuses. The third apostle boiled with anger over the presence of a stranger in the role of Thais. He promised the boy unbearable trials and eternal division with the sect's core. The woman coldly mocked the enemy's envy of true talent. The enraged master unleashed a destructive wave of dark chi, catching everyone by surprise. The patriarch finally intervened, barely raising his hand. A brief gesture of the fingers, and the very structure of space instantly changed. The dome of golden flame became an insurmountable wall in the path of darkness. The power of the Lord made the attacker freeze from the realization of his own insignificance. The hero was stunned. The patriarch dispelled the attack with a single light wave. The formula of this technique turned out to be so complex that it was impossible to read. The leader demanded a personal test of the young genius's skills, who had caused such a commotion. The boy stepped forward, preparing for a true demonstration of his mastery. The youth arrogantly challenged the enemy, demanding an immediate attack. The third apostle concentrated the darkness, creating a deadly energy vortex. The black-red tornado roared towards its target, sweeping away everything in its path. The hero remained motionless, cold-bloodedly studying the structure of the enemy's power. He understood. Before him was not just an energy outburst, but a pure barrier of inner strength. The blue aura around the young man flared, blinding those present with its power. The witnesses whispered. Such control over chi was inherent only to great masters. The patriarch watched every movement of the young captive with undisguised curiosity. It was a trial of the blood demon's level, which few could survive. The seventh apostle promised medicine if the boy could endure even one breath under this pressure. The young man confidently asked what would happen if he simply destroyed this technique. His hand charged with dazzling bright blue energy, preparing a counterattack. One decisive step, and all the accumulated power concentrated in one point. The soft flow technique hit directly into the epicenter of the black tornado. The hero's eyes blazed with determination to put a full stop to this trial. The blue flash tore the darkness in half, turning the attack to ashes. The shards of chi scattered around, causing no harm to the victor. The cultists admitted this guy was much more dangerous than the rumors said. The hero stood in the center of the hall, asserting his triumphant victory with the glow of a blue aura. The patriarch arrogantly spoke about the art of energy manipulation. The young man remained unshaken in the center of the blue flame. The ruler noted, "True talent cannot be conveyed with ordinary words." The hero silently analyzed the situation, trying to hide his embarrassment. The leader acknowledged the success of the trial and ordered the reward to be presented. The servant brought out a tray with books and a box of purple poison. The patriarch examined the pill with satisfaction, preparing the next move. The boy demanded to know what kind of strange gift was before him. The leader explained, It is a secret poison that constricts blood vessels. The young man froze in shock upon hearing about such a dangerous property. He rushed swiftly to the throne, demanding an explanation of the ruler's intentions. The hero's gaze radiated tension and iron determination. The patriarch calmly extended a deadly pill to the future apostle. The boy suspiciously examined the purple object, clutching it with his fingers. The leader assured that this power would be needed at the new level of strength. He ordered the vessels to be strengthened with qi, overcoming the poison's effect. The young man doubted whether this risk would destroy his creative potential. The patriarch dreamed only of eliminating the main vulnerability of his cult. The white-haired leader radiated an aura of absolute and dangerous power. The hero hesitated, searching for deceit in every word of this man. Memories of the bloody massacre made him recall the Namgun clan once again. The young man was outraged. The noble masters just watched as he perished. He did not believe in the sincerity of the head of the unorthodox faction. The trap became obvious. He was being prepared for the role of a lifelong slave of the sect. The youth grimly resigned himself to the fact that there was no way out of this game for now. He decided to temporarily submit in order to save his life. The Lord promised to teach him the secret technique of the roaring demonic blood. The books on the servant's tray caused genuine surprise in the hero. The name of the forbidden cultivation technique made his heart beat faster. Holding the folio in his hands, he began to comprehend the secrets of the higher apostles. The youth pierced the patriarch with a gaze, not believing he had gained access to the main secret. The leader radiated absolute calm and cunning manipulative confidence. The black-bearded apostle burned with rage, while the hero's companion only smiled intriguingly. The boy understood. Such generosity is a sign of the bishop's boundless faith in his own power. He boldly declared to the patriarch, "There are things that will remain unchanged." The young man strictly demanded to be told the limits of his creative freedom. The patriarch called the absorption of the dirty Tisai by the adepts the unshakable foundation of their doctrine. His red eye flashed an icy command not to touch this doctrine. The hero instantly realized, this very formula leads the adepts to inevitable madness. He silently turned around and walked away, ignoring the looks of the cult elite. The outraged apostle burst out shouting, demanding respect for their leader. But the patriarch stopped the outburst of his subordinate with a single light gesture. The woman with the headband instantly caught up with the boy, firmly grabbing his arm. She maniacally whispered about the revival of art, ignoring the captive's irritation. The pair silently walked through the golden corridors, surrounded by the grandeur of the enemy's lair. The young man assessed the height of the walls and realized, escaping from here on his own would not be possible. A new plan was born in his mind, to destroy the cult's base from within. The boy immersed himself in deep meditation, while the woman watched him relaxedly. She suddenly demanded a complete modification of the basic blood art to suit her own needs. The apostle insisted that the secret technique become her personal devastating weapon. The apostle promised to reveal all the secrets of her energy and combat movements. She was ready to expose to him the mechanics of the sacred body down to the last muscle. The boy silently realized the strict hierarchy inside the cult. The woman slyly inquired whether they were allowing themselves too much behind the patriarch's back. She assured that the ruler was only interested in the sect's survival, not petty intrigues. The apostle believed that minor changes in the technique's formula would go unnoticed. The young man tensely planned his next move, looking at his own hands. He sharply turned around, frozen by the sudden approach of the woman. The seductress intimately whispered a question about creating a technique exclusively for her. Her red eye radiated a maniacal expectation of an answer. The irritated hero pushed the woman away, demanding not to disturb the analysis of the formula. The apostle retreated embarrassedly while he freed his hair from her hands. The tense closeness ended with the apostle's fanatical apologies for her impatience. The tired gaze of the young man testified to a deep immersion in his own plans. The boy stood up, dryly stating his intention to change the environment. But before leaving, he unexpectedly ordered her to demonstrate the sacred body. The woman exploded with delight, instantly agreeing to this proposal. Their hands intertwined under the dazzling glow, sealing a dangerous alliance. The young man coldly calculated the moment to break her arm with his blue steel technique. The apostle disdainfully looked over the magical barrier, confident in its invincibility. The young man reached out his hand to the pulsating red flame of the energy wall. The space was cut off from the world, but the boy felt the breath of wind through it. Having examined the obstacle, he instantly realized the barrier was fed by foreign will. The hero sat down on the ground, studying the structure of the magic under the watchful eye of his companion. The woman explained, "This is the blood spirit spell, the highest secret of their cult." With a proud smile, she praised the power of the technique, forged over centuries. Suddenly, a glowing blue ring of mystical power surrounded the young man's head. He immersed himself in meditation, unraveling the complex interweavings of hostile energy. Black lightning tore through the red haze, the hero's eyes flared with blue fire. A barely noticeable smile confirmed. The secret of the invincible technique was finally revealed. The deadly barrier helplessly dissipated, opening the way forward. Glancing at the city under the dome, the young man realized the enemy's arrogance gave him the key to divine power. The scene changed with a fierce punch on the table in the Allies' camp. The warrior with the blue band cursed the great sects for their vile betrayal. He loomed over the oppressed girl, demanding explanations for the shameful inaction. The young man accused the Namgun clan of false virtue and hypocrisy. The reward in the form of an elixir seemed to him a mockery after the loss of a friend. The boy admitted, only the girl's presence forced the clan to react in some way. Memories returned them to the day of the battle, when the enemy apostle took the hero. The elder masters coldly watched as the enemy kidnapped the wounded warrior. Their indifference allowed the cult to take the born hope of the Orthodox world. The girl suspected the worst. Elite clans deliberately got rid of a future competitor. A white-haired swordsman appeared in the hall, breaking the oppressive silence. The newcomer confirmed the worst rumors about the incident that shook the entire Jianghu. The warriors greeted the leader, tensely awaiting the plan for further actions. He announced the gathering of Shaolin, the Hua sect, and even the martial officials. Mobilization covered all provinces. The demonic threat united the country. Friends doubted whether this unprepared army could withstand a real battle. The leader assured, this is only the beginning, and the true power of the 9 sects is yet to come. The young man doubted that their forces would be enough to strike the mighty cult. The white-haired warrior coldly cut in. Now numbers did not matter at all. He stunned everyone with the news. The head of the fortress was already on the way. Against the backdrop of the late sun appeared the figure of the legendary girl with green hair. She raised a shining sword radiating the aura of a divine queen. The official was stunned by the news of the personal visit of such a great figure. The young man sternly ordered the frightened official to immediately prepare for her visit. The boy strode through the courtyard, despising the cowardice and indifference of the local authorities. His path was blocked by an influential bearded man from the proud Namgun clan. The master exploded with insults, calling the fortress warriors cursed bastards. He accused them of audacity and violating the orders of noble clans. The young man did not even flinch, calmly asking the proud guest's name. The enraged master introduced himself as the great swordsman Namgun V. The boy frowned, instantly assessing the enormous level of threat from the opponent. Namgun Vi drew his weapon, demonstrating the status of deputy of the elite corps. The young man realized before him stood an enemy almost impossible to defeat. Despite the danger, he directly accused the Namgun clan of cowardice and disgrace. The boy mocked their false nobility and complete lack of conscience. Namgun. Vi trembled with rage, barely restraining a deadly impulse. The young man, without a trace of fear, called the elite master an ordinary, unorthodox scoundrel. He reminded that while heroes were dying, this clan was only engaged in empty talk. The boy mockingly pointed at the opponent, ridiculing his hypocritical performance. The master's patience snapped. He rushed into attack with a blazing blue sword. Namgun's apprentice froze, watching the instant flash of deadly energy. Namgun Vi poured all his fury into the final devastating strike. The blade sliced through the air with incredible speed, carrying certain death. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the pavement amid the shocked cries of witnesses. But on the ground with a broken body unexpectedly lay the invincible Namgun Visi himself. Behind the stunned apprentice, a barefoot foot of a stranger quietly touched the ground. Green hair fluttered in the wind as the woman coldly enumerated the clan's sins. The majestic queen passed by the fallen, promising to bury their false honor. Her beautiful face expressed only icy indifference to the fate of the weak. The elf confidently walked away, leaving behind only the bloodied ruins of Namgun's pride. The young man suddenly opened his eyes wide, trying to understand where he was. Above the bed leaned the seventh apostle with a predatory and mysterious smile. The paralyzed body did not obey. The enemy skillfully blocked its points. The hero demanded explanations, meeting only the calm confidence of the kidnapper. The woman casually stated that she was simply painting a picture of his body. She decided to immortalize the captive so that he would forever belong to their cult. On the wall hung a detailed anatomical diagram created based on his energy. The apostle admired the fruit of her labor as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. She dreamed of a child who would inherit his incredible talent. The boy coldly stated, "This cult is a true concentration of filth." The surprised woman did not understand why the prisoner dared such rudeness. The young man's consciousness fell into an abyss where dark energy pulsed. Before him appeared a giant core wrapped in black tentacles. The young man froze in the void, listening to the rhythmic beating of the hostile force. A creepy red light pierced through the chaos of magical streams. He ignored the pressure of demonic magic, holding on with proud resilience. The lessons of the fortress leader helped him instantly decipher the structure of the technique. The boy triumphantly declared, the enemy's secret formulas were no longer a secret. The hero's gaze radiated triumph. He fully grasped the hidden essence of magic. He realized these very cores were the source of the sectarian's endless healing. The apostle again tore him from his thoughts with his persistent interrogation. He coldly proposed to adapt the secret technique to her personal needs. The woman was stunned. The captive saw right through her. She acknowledged his correctness, mocking the arrogance of the other apostles. The apostle was convinced that the other masters were too mired in their own pride. The woman authoritatively demanded complete devotion, promising to hide the secret from the Lord. A sudden movement, and the young man firmly grabbed the woman by the wrist. He boldly threw her hand aside, demonstrating regained agility. The captive finally stood up, gloomily looming over his jailer. The shocked woman could not believe that he had broken her shackles on his own. The young man calmly stretched his shoulder, confirming that he had deciphered her technique. The woman instantly changed anger to mercy and took out a special gift. It was a mantle of pure blood, an artifact impervious to any weapon. The young man suspiciously examined the offering, maintaining an icy calm. He instantly felt the colossal power hidden in the magical fabric. The apostle was proud of the rare item, but the hero responded only with silence. She closely watched the captive, trying to guess his decision. The young man simply turned around and walked away, ignoring the enemy's generosity. A biting question about his vain hopes for the fortress flew after him. The boy recalled his plan. He already knew how to bypass the magical barriers. He was preparing to secretly infuse his own energy into the key objects of the base. Suddenly, a loud voice announced to the square the arrival of the new Thais. Go Chonghak fanatically promised the adepts a new era of greatness and transformation. He called for a bloody reprisal against the capital and all enemies. The woman explained the speaker was the ambitious son of the third apostle. The young man recalled the fury of his father, instantly assessing the new threat. Chonghak noticed the hero and ecstatically pointed him out to the entire crowd. Thousands of eyes fixed on the leader who was supposed to lead them to Beijing. The apostle watched the beginning of the great transformation with satisfaction. The apostle's son frantically begged Thais to show the crowd a divine miracle. The fanatics instantly picked up the call, shaking the walls with wild chanting. The young man stood amid the chaos, trying to comprehend this absurdity. Even the patriarch did not demand such results from him on the very first day. He instantly saw through the cheap trap set to humiliate him. The woman threw a red mantle over his shoulders. The political games had begun. The boy clenched the edge of the artifact, accepting the crowd's bold challenge. The luxurious fabric flew in the wind, completing the image of a formidable leader. The hero stepped forward and asked if they truly desired a miracle. A powerful burst of crimson energy literally blew up the space around. The shockwave of magic scattered the crowd of fanatics like dry leaves. Chonghak turned pale with horror, feeling the true, boundless, demonic power. It was the perfect version of their art, completely purified from madness. The companion whispered in awe, not believing her own eyes. The sectarians froze before the absolute superiority of their new master. In the epicenter of the bloody whirlwind, the young man stood before them as a true deity.